Inner Traditions Audio presents Revolt Against the Modern World by Julius Evola, read by Michael Moynihan. Author's dedication to the 1st Battaglione Carabinieri Paracadutisti Tuscania, Caesarem Vehis. A Short Introduction to Julius Evola by H.T. Hansen. Julius Evola, 1898 to 1974, is still relatively unknown to the English-speaking world, even in the traditional circles surrounding René Guénon, of whom he was the leading Italian representative. The major reason for this is that until recently, little of Evola's work has been translated into English. This situation is being remedied by Ehud Sperling, president of Inner Traditions International. In addition to Eros and the Mysteries of Love, The Metaphysics of Sex, published in 1983, Inner Traditions has also brought out two of Evola's most important books, The Yoga of Power, on Tantrism, and The Hermetic Tradition, on Alchemy. Following Revolt Against the Modern World, Inner Traditions has also republished Evola's masterful work on Buddhist asceticism, The Doctrine of Awakening. Evola received some recent attention in Gnosis magazine, where Robin Waterfield attempted to present a well-balanced view of him, which drew immediate protest. Evola's known sympathies for Italian fascism and National Socialism, to which we will return in this article, were recalled. There's also Richard H. Drake's essay, Julius Evola and the Ideological Origins of the Radical Right in Contemporary Italy, which contributed a great deal to Evola's negative image in the English-speaking world. And Thomas Sheehan's essay, Myth and Violence, the Fascism of Julius Evola and Alain de Benoit. That Evola, on the other hand, had been from his youth in constant personal contact and correspondence with Mircea Eliade and the famous Tibetologist Giuseppe Tucci is less well known. But who actually was Julius Evola? His career was many-sided. As a philosopher, he belongs among the leading representatives of Italian idealism. As a painter and poet, he is counted as one of the founders of Italian Dadaism. As a cultural historian and critic of our times, in addition to his Revolt Against the Modern World, he also translated Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West, as well as Bachofen, Weininger, and Gabriel Marcel. As a patron of literature, he was the publisher and translator of Ernst Jünger and Gustav Meyrink, whom he introduced into Italy. To some, he might appear as an éminence grisée in politics, for Mussolini apparently wanted to implement some of Evola's ideas to create more freedom from the restrictions of National Socialism, and today, as then, right and even some left-wing groups adopt him against his intentions. His important activities in the Ur group and many of his books testify to his understanding of alchemy and magic, and it is reported that Mussolini stood in considerable awe of Evola's magical powers. Ultimately, no definite answer to the question of who he was can readily be given, for Evola was apparently, to others, all of these things, and yet, to himself, none of them. He saw himself as a member of the kshatriya, or warrior class, who goes his way heedless of the praise or blame of others while simply wanting to do, quote, what must be done, without thinking of success or failure, unquote. Only one thing was of primary importance, the above. For him, transcendence was the be-all and end-all. From above derived all reasons for what happens below, and everything below must in turn be aligned to the above. Every thought and thing had to be judged as to whether it led upward. Only this resolute striving for the true foundation of all things can explain Evola's many nearly incomprehensible judgments and outlooks. His first aim was to turn toward transcendence and be liberated from earth. Hence his constant attacks on chthonic religions, because they are terrestrial cults and not celestial religions. In these terrestrial cults, the earth is the great mother, and she alone has priority since she gives protection and help. Heaven, which in practically all cultures is regarded as male because it makes the womb of the earth fertile through sun and rain, is therefore in those cults nearly insignificant beside her. And if one worships the earth, striving upward for heavenly transcendence is of no avail. Evolá's path, however, is neither a search for consolation nor an abandonment of the self to the mother goddess with its consequent loss of the self. For Evolá, the earthly is not the path that leads to active liberation, to awakening. On the contrary, it strengthens the sleep in which one gropes to return to the mother's womb. Evolá values only the continuum of consciousness, the enduring presence, and the awakening of the thousand eyes as the essentials for achieving liberation. What Jocelyn Godwin wrote about René Guénon is also true of Evolá's esoteric work. Mystical experience and religious devotion are certainly intrinsic elements of the spiritual path. But as Guénon never tired of emphasizing, the ultimate realization of a human being is through knowledge. Some may find this whole approach too intellectual, but they cannot deny that the traditionalist discipline of metaphysics cuts like a razor through the sloppy thinking and sentimentality prevalent among New Age types. It sets standards of integrity against which other spiritual teachings either stand or fall. It assumes from the outset that the absolute truth has always been there for the finding, so that it has no time for the fumblings of Western philosophy, so-called, nor for a science whose basic dogma is that man is still searching for the truth. And it incidentally forces a revaluation of all the modern ideals that most North Americans take for granted, such as individualism, equality, evolution, and progress. One looks at the world with new eyes once one has passed through a traditionalist re-education." Unquote. Since the chthonic, or earth religions, go hand in hand with mother cults and their feminine leadership, Evolá saw every matriarchal culture as further evidence of deterioration. It was neither misogyny nor patriarchism that led him to this, but simply an intense striving for liberation from earthly bondage. In his eyes, this liberation is all that matters. Everything else is meaningless alongside it. To achieve this goal, no sacrifice is too great for him. Even one's own death becomes a triumphal death, insofar as one is aware of it as a sacrifice undergone for this liberation. Who perishes in battle in this spirit is godly, because for him the outer struggle is merely a symbol for the inner struggle against enslavement to earth. It is only from such a viewpoint that today we can grasp Evolá's acceptance of the Hindu practice of sati. He sees it as the highest of devotions, precisely because it places perfect purity of purpose ahead of mere greed for life. So asceticism is for Evolá not a woeful and painful stifling of unlived passion, but simply a technique for setting the self free, a conscious step undertaken because one is aware of the higher. He does not trust in grace and waiting, but wants to liberate himself through his own power. Consciousness therefore precedes unconsciousness, and to avoid any misunderstanding, Evolá sharply differentiates the idea of higher consciousness from lower consciousness. A crystal-clear wakefulness characterizes the first, and surrender and self-sacrifice the latter. This is why Evolá so often warns us about spiritualism and the usual occult streams. These, he maintains, quoting Guénon, are even more dangerous than materialism. Quote, "Because of its primitivity and intellectual short-sightedness," unquote, materialism protected men from their own unconsciousness. In this regard, Guénon pointed out that rationalism, materialism, and positivism at first blocked the way for men to what lay above them, whereupon the occult streams now open them to what lies below them. And of course, this is why Evolá also fights against the psychoanalysis of Freud and Jung, both of whom demand that one open oneself to the unconscious, allowing it to act, so as to receive clues for the meaning of unconscious phenomena. Here we must emphasize that Evolá's path is not intended to be psychotherapeutic. On the contrary, his path demands the absolute mental health of a person who has already reached individuation. He puts it in these words, quote, "In most cases today, the personality is an exercise, something not yet in existence, which one must first strive to acquire." Unquote. If we cannot overcome the problems of this life, how can we hope to be ready for the much greater problems of life and what lies beyond it? Such emphasis on the above and on reaching upward helps to explain Evolá's constant reference to high and low, to pure and impure. Higher is simply that which bears more transcendence in itself, or strives toward it. This is the only thing that justifies his positive evaluation of authority and the original priest kings. Since they stood in immediate touch with the overworld, it was only natural that they should command others who were more earth-arrested. According to Evola, the entire Indian caste system, from Brahmana to Shudra, was based in ancient times on this hierarchy of participation in the absolute. And in aristocratic Rome, the patricians, who were in charge of the rights pertaining to the overworld, therefore ruled the plebeians, who worshipped earthly gods and mother goddesses. That ideas of high and low are relative and ultimately invalid is clear enough. Nor does Evola endorse dualism. Such hierarchical evaluations may be necessary in our world, which demands clear-cut ideas if we wish to express ourselves clearly. But for Evola, the key to life beyond life, to initiation, that is, to the beginning, to the origin, is precisely the ultimate oneness of above and below, spirit and matter, as well as spiritual and worldly power, subject and object, myth and history, inner and outer, and thereby also word and deed. According to Evola, this unity that does not recognize other was the sign of the original, the godly man. For this man, looking inward was the same as looking outward, and every word, through the magic imagination, was simultaneously the fulfillment of the imagined. As it was said of the ancients, they still knew the true names of things. Thought was visually perfect, and hence one with the will. Let us turn to another aspect of Evola's Weltanschauung, with which we are already acquainted from Hinduism, namely the idea of involution as opposed to evolution. Not upward development, but downward disintegration characterizes Evola's picture of history. We are engaged not in climbing, but in sliding. For most of us, this thought is so strange that an immediate instinctual negative reaction is rather natural. We might reject the idea of involution in the same way that Darwin's theory of evolution, which originated the belief in progress in the first place, was instinctively rejected in the last century. Evola took these thoughts of involution from René Guénon's traditional worldview. The fundamental key to understanding this view is quite clear, for here again Evola sees the struggle as being between above and below, between higher or Uranian. Uranus in Greek mythology is the personification of heaven, the principle of divine origination, and lower or chthonic peoples, whereby in the course of time the matter-bound sons of the earth became stronger and stronger, and the portion of transcendence became ever more trivialized. So it is only a question, then, of choosing from which ideological standpoint one is to consider history, whether to regard it as Evola does, as involution, or as evolution along with the moderns, for whom scholarly and material achievements are more important than spiritual liberation. For this reason, Evola's thinking goes very much against the spirit of the times, which sees his position as a challenge and naturally declares war on it. Are not many of our most cherished beliefs and universally unquestioned opinions about democracy, monarchy, the caste system, slavery, and the emancipation of women unequivocally attacked by it? Before countering that attack, however, we should remember to cast an eye over exactly the same attitudes that have prevailed for millennia in many societies, in Japan up to 1945. Even Dante's De Monarchia breathed this spirit. Evola's rebukes spare no one, not even those who would be his bravest disciples. Since he does not regard himself as master, he can recognize no student. His thinking cannot be considered a teaching because he did not invent it. No one invented it. The tradition has a transcendental origin. Evola wants only to lay down a testimony written for those who are different. L'uomo differenziato, those who are of the type that does not belong to this time. Evola especially rejects intellectuals, who, to be sure, frequently treasure his work, but for the wrong reason. Their interest is purely of the intellect, and therefore superficial. The understanding that Evola wants requires a fundamental inner change before anything else. Only then will it become an inner experience and bring with it knowledge and power simultaneously. He was well acquainted with the dangers of intellectualism, for he himself had been an engineering student, acquitting himself with the highest grades. He broke off his studies just before his doctorate, however, because he, quote, did not wish to be bourgeois like his fellow students, unquote. He said again and again that he valued qualities of character that were much higher than abstract intellect or empty, that is, non-transcendental artistic creativity. Both are but pretexts to entrench the ego in its own devices. Nor was it of great importance for Evola whether the perfect world that he described had ever existed or would exist. The idea behind it, the principle for which the traditional world is always striving, was enough for him. That in practice this principle was fulfilled only in form, or not even that, was immaterial. For as long as the principle remained recognizable, at least the possibility of self-transcendence for men continued to present itself. In this sense, one can speak of a utopia, in which the idea is worth more than its puritanical realization. And this argument is valid not only for the traditional world, but also for the modern. For religion, neighborly love, and democracy are likewise utopias in this sense. Nor has utopia here any negative overtones, for without its incredibly strong suggestive power, no one would strive for a hyperbiological goal. Later on, Evola also rejected the idea of involving himself in recreating this traditional world today. He wanted, as we have said, only to transmit a testimony, so that some, who stand outside this world, could have a fixed point. Nor can we reproach him for not mourning the past. Past and future are much the same to him. Only the traditional principles are important, and these stand clearly outside time and space. That these were lasting principles, he never doubted in the least. Therefore, in Cavalcare la Tigre, Ride the Tiger, his main book for the others, for those who are different, he stressed that this different person should not turn his back on the world. On the contrary, he should seat himself on the very back of this ferocious predatory world and rush forward with him. For as long as one keeps sitting on top of the running beast, one need not fear its claws and teeth. When the beast then becomes tired and weak from its wild running and lies down, one can then overcome it. Quote, manage so that what you can do nothing against also can do nothing against you, unquote, and, quote, you can do anything as long as you are sure that you can do without it, unquote, were his expressions. We can correctly ascribe one danger to Evola's work that is not necessarily his fault. Since he was always talking about the grandiose, that which is stirring and noble, and never of the bondings of compassion and love, he could easily be mistaken for a seeker of the Superman and the Titans. But that is exactly what Evola wants to avoid. He distinguishes quite carefully between the path of the hero and the path of the Titan. It is not the thought of power derived from the strengthening of the ego that Evola preaches, but, on the contrary, the transcendence of the ego. Ordinary individuality must be dissolved. That is what is necessary in the struggle for freedom from bondage and the overcoming of passion. As long as one continues to strive for true and unusurped power, or Shakti, one neither has it nor can use it. In order to acquire it, one must be able to put oneself beyond it, to be free of it. As Evola says in the introduction to his 3-volume work on magic, Introduzione alla Magia, power is feminine. She comes to the strongest. Just as the waters around the bridge piles thrust and accumulate, so power collects around those who stand independently and are unconcerned about it. The power-greedy ego must be conquered and turned to something infinitely greater than itself. Evola was born on May 19, 1898, the son of a noble Sicilian family, and had a strong dogmatically Catholic upbringing. When he was still very young, he joined the circle of rebellious poets around Marinetti, the founder of Futurism, and Papini, who fascinated him with their iconoclastic revolutionary outlook. Papini brought him into contact with all the new directions of art and streams of fashion, but also with Oriental wisdom, and especially with Meister Eckhart. After voluntary war service as an officer candidate in the artillery, which left him untouched because of lack of any significant military action, Evola began to occupy himself with occult teachings. Drug experiences, to which he never returned, certainly gave him new ideas, but they also intensified an already present crisis so that he voluntarily planned to end his life. His urge for the absolute had crossed over to an urge for disintegration. In this he seems to have been influenced by his greatest models, namely Otto Weininger and Carlo Michelstädter, for both had committed suicide early in their lives. Michelstädter, in particular, had demonstrated both the insignificance and illusion of this world and this life with its continual longing for something that can never be satisfied. Here also is the origin of Evola's striving for self-sufficiency, independence from everything, and self-liberation. But a passage from the Buddhist Pali Canon saved him from the catastrophe. This passage in the Majjhima Nikaya 1.1 says that whoever believes that extinction is extinction understands extinction as extinction, thinks of extinction, truly believes extinction to be extinction, and rejoices in extinction. That person does not know extinction. Evola's involvement with Dadaism goes back to his relationship with its founder, Tristan Tzara, who wanted to establish a new vision of the world rather than merely an avant-garde art movement. His aim was absolute liberation through the complete turning around of all logical, ethical, and aesthetic categories. He sought the union of order and disorder, of ego and non-ego, of yea and nay-saying. Evola saw Dadaism, therefore, as the self-liberation through art into a higher freedom. A philosophical period followed, which lasted until 1927. It led to the writing of 3 main books. These works follow the track laid down by the strong influence of Nietzsche and Stirner, and were mainly directed against the then fascist court philosophers, such as Giovanni Gentile. But contacts with theosophy, which he soon sharply condemned, and especially John Woodruff, or Arthur Avalon, also fall into this period. An especially profound influence on him was Arturo Regini, who was in fact the one who introduced him to the Western tradition. This led to the famous Ur group, with its magic as science of the ego. Magic was understood to be the active taking up of a traditional initiation practice, and profound studies of alchemy, Buddhism, and Taoism complemented his practical experiences in the Ur group. But along with these interests, Evola was also looking for, quote, an arena open to more opportunities, unquote, namely, politics. He wanted to create a spiritual foundation in the prevailing climate of the New Order, fascism, and to strengthen what in his eyes were the positive possibilities in bringing back the idea of the ancient Roman Empire while avoiding its negative traits, totalitarianism and the emphasis on the masses. He set about doing this by first creating the periodical La Torre, which after 10 issues had to be put on the shelf. By order of Mussolini, no print shop was allowed to print it any longer. Evola's criticism therein had been belligerent. After being reminded that Mussolini thought otherwise about something he wrote, he said, quote, tanto peggio per Mussolini. Too bad for Mussolini. At this time, therefore, in spite of his sympathies for fascism, he was obliged to move about Rome with bodyguards. Here we find ourselves in the middle of the key question as to why Evola suffers from a negative image, not only in the English-speaking world, despite many of his opponents' appreciation for his esoteric works. For starters, there is his undoubted sympathy for fascism, National Socialism, and racism, but let us also make some distinctions. First, there is the spirit of the times to take into consideration, under whose spell authors more famous than Evola, such as Ezra Pound and Knut Hamsun, also fell. In his defense, on no account must we forget Evola's numerous critical newspaper articles written during the entire fascist epoch, inclusive of wartime, an accomplishment that under a totalitarian regime demanded personal courage by anyone's standards. Of course, a comprehensive study of this question is not possible here. A detailed study conducted to that end can be found in the lengthy introduction to the Intertraditions edition of Evola's major political work, Uomini e Rovina, Men Among the Ruins. Here, a couple of original quotations from those times should suffice to indicate the direction of Evola's criticism. His criticism naturally consisted mainly of the fact that he failed to see in fascism any spiritual route or direction toward the transcendent. The plebeian, the bourgeois, the bureaucratic elements were simply too strong. As early as 1925, fascism in Italy was by then already in power, Evola had written in the anti-fascist magazine Lo Stato Democratico, number 17, in reference to fascism, quote, "If one considers the type of our actual ruler and state should truly embody the principle of freedom, then they present themselves as mere caricatures and grotesque parodies," unquote. And he makes his attitude clear in the very first issue of La Torre, under the title Identity Card. Quote, "Our magazine was not created to whisper something to fascism or into the ear of Mussolini, for neither fascism nor Mussolini would know what to do with it. Rather, our publication was created for the purpose of defending principles, which for us will always be the same, absolutely, independently, whether we are in a communistic, anarchistic, or republican regime." Unquote. Then Evola discusses the principles of hierarchy, of the need to anchor everything in the transcendental, and of spiritual imperial thought. He goes further, highlighting in italics, quote, "To the extent that fascism follows these principles and defends them, to exactly that same extent can we consider ourselves to be fascist. And that is all." Unquote. We have failed to mention that Evola was never a member of the Fascist Party. But exactly because he did not see his ideas fulfilled in fascism, he turned to National Socialism, which in his opinion seemed of much more consequence, as it continued to speak, rhetorically at least, of its own spiritual roots, of holy runes, and so on. But here as well, Evola failed to find what he sought, for it was precisely the masses that stood as a point of reference at the center of Nazism, and not the transcendent state or empire. A quote from Orizzonte Austriaco in the fascist newspaper Lo Stato, January 1935, states this unequivocally. Quote, "Nationalistic socialism has clearly renounced the ancient aristocratic tradition of the state. It is nothing more than a semi-collective nationalism that levels everything flat in its centralism, and it has not hesitated to destroy the traditional division of Germany into principalities, lands, and cities, which have all enjoyed a relative autonomy." Unquote. At the time, Evola was repeatedly on lecture tours in Germany, and he was observed by the SS, who kept a dossier on him in the Correspondence Administration Department of Himmler's personal staff. In this dossier document, number AR-126, it says of him, quote, "The ultimate and secret goal of Evola's theories and projects is most likely an insurrection of the old aristocracy against the modern world, which is foreign to the idea of nobility. Thus, the first German impression, that he was a reactionary Roman, was correct. His overall character is marked by the feudal aristocracy of old. His learnedness tends toward the dilettante and the pseudo-scientific. Hence it follows that National Socialism sees nothing to be gained by putting itself at the disposal of Baron Evola. His political plans for a Roman Germanic imperium are utopian in character and moreover likely to give rise to ideological entanglements. As Evola has only been tolerated and hardly supported by fascism, there is not even a tactical need to assist him from our side. It is therefore suggested, 1. Not to give any concrete support to Evola's present efforts to establish a secret international order and a special publication intended for that purpose. 2. to stop his public effectiveness in Germany after this lecture series without deploying any special measures. 3. To prevent him from advancing to leading departments in party and state. 4. To have his propagandistic activity in neighboring countries carefully observed." Unquote. In response to this report, a short letter of August 11, 1938, letter number AR-83, puts it laconically. Quote, "Reichsfuhrer SS Heinrich Himmler has taken note of the opinions expressed in the report on Baron Evola's lectures and strongly agrees with the ideas and proposals set forth in the final paragraph." Unquote. To put a period to the question of Evola and fascism, there is an important impartial voice. Renzo De Felice, an authority on fascism and Mussolini, writes in Der Faschismus, ein Interview, Stuttgart 1977, quote, "Who is Evola? It is no accident that he was an outsider during the entire era of fascism, that he never held a position in the fascist party. And the fascists themselves, at least many of them, criticized and mistrusted him." Unquote. In Evola's comments on the racial question, we must also make distinctions. In particular, he introduces a new three-part classification of race that distinguishes between race of the body, which is the usual bare-bones notion of race, race of the soul, the character, style of living, emotional attitude toward environment and society, and race of spirit, a type of religious experience and attitude toward traditional values. Therefore, as Mussolini expressed it on the occasion of an encounter with Evola, this classification was comparable to Plato's division of the population into three groups: the broad masses, the warriors, and the wise men. Because the race of the spirit is the one that is most difficult to understand, and even Evola himself did not always define it the same way, we will quote from his article, L'equivoco del razzismo scientifico, the misunderstanding of scientific racism. Quote, "We would like to make it clear that to us spirit means neither frivolous philosophy nor theosophy, nor mystical, devotional withdrawal from the world, but is simply what in better times the well-born have always said were the marks of race, namely, straightforwardness, inner unity, character, courage, virtue, immediate and instant sensitivity for all values, which are present in every great human being, and which, since they stand well beyond all chance-subjected reality, they also dominate." The current meaning of race, however, which differs from the above by being a construction of science and a piece out of the anthropological museum, we leave to the pseudo-intellectual bourgeoisie, which continues to indulge in the idols of 19th century positivism. Unquote. Evola's views on race made him well known in Italy for the first time, but they also brought him into opposition with the government. No less than Guido Landra, the powerful leader of the race studies section of the folk culture ministry, co-publisher of the official newspaper La Difesa della Razza, the Defense of Race, and co-author of the official fascist Race Manifesto of 1938, criticized Evola sharply. Quote, "And that is the weakest point in Evola's teaching, that an Aryan can have the soul of a Jew or vice versa, and that therefore unfair measures could be taken against a Jew, even though he might possess the soul of an Aryan. This seems to us theoretically untenable. The practical acceptance of such a principle would have terrible consequences for racism and certainly be of exclusive benefit to the Jew." Unquote. As the leading theoretician of race, Landra roundly condemned Evola's views in the government paper. Quote, "And that article, Misunderstanding of Scientific Racism by Evola, is the outstanding document of and monument to the present campaign which has been unleashed against racism in Italy." Unquote. Evola's position on the merely biological understanding of race is evident in this quote from 1931. Quote, "The error of certain extreme racists who believe that the return of a race to its ethnic purity ipso facto also means rebirth for a people rests exactly on this. They deal with men as if they were dealing with the racially pure or pure-blood caste of a cat or a horse or a dog. The preservation or restoration of the racial unity, taking its narrowest meaning, can mean everything when you deal with an animal. But with men, it is not so. It would be far too easy if the simple fact of belonging to one race that has been kept pure already conferred, without being or doing anything else, some quality in the higher sense." Unquote. Let us examine Evola and Judaism. On the one hand, there are really incriminating statements of Evola's concerning individual Jews, and he even, among other things, republishes the infamous Protocols of the Elders of Zion, whose spurious character he must have known. In this regard, he is quite in step with the style of the times. Evola was judging thereby not the Jewish people as such, whose spiritual attainments, such as the Kabbalah, he esteemed highly, but only Judaism as a spiritual direction, when he alleged that it was from that we have been led to the despised modern times. But even here, Evola does not go blindly ahead. Rather, he makes a distinction. For example, in his booklet Tre aspetti del problema ebraico, 3 aspects of the Jewish problem, he writes, quote, "In the concrete course of development of modern civilization, the Jew can be seen as a power, who collectively with others has worked to create our civilized, rationalistic, scientistic, and mechanistic modern decadence, but on no account can he be marked as its single far-reaching cause. To believe such a thing would be very stupid. The actual fact is that one would rather fight against personified powers than against abstract principles or universal phenomena, because you can also fight them practically." So the world had turned en masse against the Jew, as he seemed to show in his being a typical form that one finds, however, in much wider regions and even in nations that are practically untouched by Jewish immigration. Unquote. And in his introduction to the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, he says, page 19, quote, "We must say at once that in this matter we personally cannot follow a certain fanatical anti-Semitism, especially that which sees the Jews everywhere as deus ex machina, and by which one finally leads oneself into a kind of trap." Unquote. And in 1942, he wrote in his above-mentioned article, L'equivoco del razzismo scientifico, quote, "For it is useless to try to conceal it from ourselves. This very day, people are asking themselves if, in the end, the Jew is not being presented as a kind of scapegoat, because there are so often cases in which the qualities that our doctrine ascribes to the Jew also impertinently pop up in 100% Aryan stock market speculators, profiteers, price hikers, parvenus, and, why not, even journalists, who do not hesitate to use the most twisted and treacherous means purely for polemics." Unquote. And there is also the impartial keynote of the historian of fascism, Renzo de Felice, who confirms the above. Quote, "We see ourselves compelled to state in the cultural sector, as well as in the political, that from a certain point of view, the most worthy of respect were those who were confirmed racists. Thereby, however, we do not mean, let this be clearly understood, a Landra or a Cogni, those pallid and obsequious vestals of Nazi racism, but an Evola, an Acerbo, each of whom had his own way that he followed to the very end, in dignity and even in earnestness. And that, contrary to the many who chose the way of the lie, abusing and smoke-screening each and every cultural and moral value. Evola, for his part, also completely refused any racial theorizing of a purely biological kind, which went so far as to draw to himself the attacks and sarcasms of Alandra, for example. This does not mean that the spiritual theory of race is acceptable, but it had at least the merit of not totally failing to see certain values, to refuse the German aberrations and the ones modeled after them, and to try to keep racism on a plane of cultural problems worthy of the name." Unquote. These few quotations should suffice to shed some light on Evola's outlook. In 1945, while Evola was living in Vienna and working through the SS-confiscated archives and documents of Freemasonry and various magical groups, he was so severely wounded in a Russian bombing attack that he remained paralyzed to the end of his life. During air attacks, Evola had the habit of not going to the bomb shelters, but instead working in his office or walking about the streets of Vienna. He wanted, as he said, quote, "calmly to question his fate." Unquote. After several years' hospital stay in Austria and then in Italy, the war had ended in the meantime, Evola returned to his native city, Rome. Apparently, he left his dwelling only once and was promptly arrested by the police on charges of glorification of fascism, and intellectually inciting secret combat troops in 1951. After several months of examination, however, the trial ended with a complete acquittal. In his famous self-defense, published by the Julius Evola Foundation in Rome, undated, he indicated that the same incriminating statements could also be found in Aristotle, Plato, and Dante, and that they would also have to be charged. Nevertheless, he still continued to be visited by right-wing young people and addressed as maestro. But Evola always declined to occupy himself with everyday politics and concerned himself only with fundamental principles. His late work, Cavalcare la Tigre, published in 1961, even calls for an apolitia, for an attitude that goes against politics by placing itself spiritually above the political. Evola's later books include his work on original Buddhism, The Doctrine of Awakening, 1943, first English edition, London, 1951, a strongly ascetic work, written amid the chaos of World War II, that speaks for his withdrawal from the politics of that time. His Metaphysics of Sex appeared in Rome in 1958. A critical analysis of fascism and Nazism from the point of view of the right, Il Fascismo, Rome, 1964, a book on the German writer Ernst Jünger, some collections of essays, and finally his autobiography, Il Cammino del Cinabro, Milan, 1963, mark the limit of his work. In this introduction, although we have been able to provide only a few details, it can be seen that an evaluation of Evola, who published in all 25 books, approximately 300 longer essays, and more than 1,000 newspaper and magazine articles, is not an easy task. Lately it has been pointed out, for example by Giano Acame, in Il Fascismo Immenso e Rosso, Rome, 1990, that Evola's thinking bears a strong resemblance to the fundamental observations of Herbert Marcuse. Evola was much earlier, however, which may explain the new interest in Evola in leftist circles. In recent times, a number of dissertations in various universities in Italy and France have also been written about him. The Austrian writer Josef Roth described Franz Grillparzer as, quote, an anarchistic, individualistic reactionary, unquote. By way of conclusion, I would like to suggest the same as a description that is also quite fitting for Evola. Translated from the German by E. E. Ramus. Translator's Preface by Guido Stucco. Rivolta contro il mondo moderno was first published in 1934 and followed by later editions in 1951 and in 1970. Two works with similar themes that influenced Evola were Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West, 1918, and René Guénon's The Crisis of the Modern World, 1927, both of which Evola translated into Italian. Evola agreed with Spengler's criticism of the progressive and evolutionist myth and with his rejection of the modern linear understanding of history. Spengler argued that there is no such thing as one global civilization, but rather a plurality of civilizations, following one another according to the cyclical pattern of birth, growth, decline. Spengler often spoke of the aging of cultures in terms of the succession of the four seasons. The winter of our contemporary Western world is characterized by pure intellectuality, by the advent of machinery, the power of money, the government of the masses, growing skepticism, and materialism. Evola, who had adopted the cyclical view of history proper to tradition, agreed with Spengler's assessment of our times, but criticized him for failing to recognize the metaphysical nature of the cyclical laws, and for lacking, like Nietzsche, any transcendent and traditional reference points. Evola also did not deem satisfactory Spengler's distinction between culture and civilization, the former being the early stage, the latter being the crepuscular phase of a historical cycle. In Revolt Against the Modern World, Evola emphasized the irreconcilable antithesis, or rather, the dualism between the two terms. René Guénon's The Crisis of the Modern World was a very important influence on Evola's Revolt. In his work, Guénon discussed the relationship between action and contemplation, criticized democracy and individualism, and argued that we are living in the Dark Age, or Kali Yuga. Evola picked up these themes and developed them further, supplying several historical examples to back up his thesis. While Evola is undoubtedly indebted to Guénon for several seminal ideas, it would be wrong to assume that he is just the Italian epigone of Guénon, with whom he disagreed on matters such as the correct relationship between action and contemplation, the role of Catholicism as a future catalyst of traditionalist forces, and the hierarchical relationship between priesthood and regality in traditional civilizations. In Revolt Against the Modern World, Evola intended to offer some guidelines for a morphology of civilizations and for a philosophy of history, as well as to advocate a psychologically and intellectually detached stance toward the modern world, which he regarded as decadent. In Revolt, the reader will find strong criticism of the notions of equality and democracy, which in turn led Evola to praise the role that the caste system, feudalism, monarchy, and aristocracy have played in history. Regardless of whether one agrees with these views or not, the fact remains that a mere socio-political assessment of Revolt would totally miss the essence and the scope of Evola's thought. The content of this text, as well as the rest of Evola's work, have been reviewed mainly from a political perspective. Unfortunately, as I have said elsewhere, the spiritual and metaphysical foundations of Evola's thought still need to be subjected to a thorough review. Evola is not, first and foremost, a right-wing, reactionary political thinker, but rather a leading representative of that esoteric spirituality that has always existed in many forms in or alongside every civilization, age, and religious tradition. Therefore, when Evola deals with socio-political issues, he is just following the premises of his metaphysical and religious convictions, and not the other way around. This is why, in order to understand Evola fully, it is first necessary to confront his suggestive religious thought. In the Encyclopedia of World Spirituality, Volume 21, on Modern Esoteric Spirituality, it has been rightly said, quote, "Esotericism is present today more than ever. In the modern era, its tenacious permanence appears as a counterpart to our scientific and secularized vision of the world. But it would be simplistic and mistaken to explain its longevity by a need to react against the reigning episteme. More than a reaction, it is perhaps one of the possible forms assumed by one of the two poles of the human spirit in order to actualize itself, namely mythic thought, the other pole being what is called rational thought, which in the West is modeled on a logic of the Aristotelian type." Unquote. The listener will notice that spiritual and religious themes are found throughout the book, such as a critique of theism and of Christianity, which Evola had formulated a few years earlier in a harsher tone in his Imperialismo Pagano, 1927, the endorsement of the cyclical view of time and the rejection of the Judeo-Christian linear view, the relationship between action and contemplation, views on the afterlife, initiation and asceticism, the clash between the spiritual and religious beliefs of various civilizations. It does not take long to find out where Evola's sympathy lies. Transcendence, and tradition. Evola's negative assessment of empirical reality and his intense dislike of common man, the charges of misogyny, misanthropy, and solipsism, are just labels behind which is usually found a psychological attitude rather than an articulated metaphysical Weltanschauung such as Evola's, as his listeners themselves will hear, and of ordinary, everyday life, led him to espouse what Italo Mancini rebuffed as ontological classicism and contemptus mundi, which explains why his political views are so unpopular and controversial. According to Evola, human beings are fundamentally and inherently unequal. They do not have, nor should they enjoy, the same dignity and rights, and therefore a socio-political hierarchy is best suited to express the differentiation between human beings. Much could and ought to be said against this view. In fact, many people will undoubtedly frown upon what they regard as authoritarian, fascist, and reactionary views. But when Evola writes, quote, "There is a mortal nature and an immortal one. There is the superior realm of being and the inferior realm of becoming," unquote, and when he talks about absolute values, he is upholding the primacy of being, just as the pre-Socratic school of the Eleatics, Plato, Plotinus, and medieval Jewish, Christian, and Muslim theology, not to mention many schools of Hinduism and of Buddhism, did before him. And by openly professing a contemptus mundi, he is endorsing the worldview of some of the ascetical paths to enlightenment of the major world religions. Also, if his anthropology upholds a negative and unfavorable view of mankind, is that also not found in Sartre's play No Exit? Hell is other people. In much Protestant theology, especially the neo-Orthodox views formulated by Karl Barth in his Epistle to the Romans, and in the Buddhist views of human nature. Thus, if Evola is wrong or guilty of antisocial opinions, he seems to be in good company. I think that the peculiarity of Revolt lies in three features: rejection of dialogue, affirmation of traditional, not in the usual conservative sense of the word, and absolute values, and bipolar thinking, not dualism. First, by rejecting dialogue with modernity and with fellow human beings, and by denying that dialogue is a means to arrive at the truth, the opposite spirit from that which animated Lacordaire, a follower of Voltaire, who eventually became a Dominican friar, and who said, quote, "What really matters to me is not to prove my opponent wrong, but to join him in a higher encompassing truth," unquote. Evola shifts the focus from socio-political affairs and interpersonal relationships back to self-questioning. The unexamined life is not worth living. And to the cultivation of the inner life, away from life's busy and noisy crossroads. This shift is likely to produce an indignant chorus of protests from the ranks of liberal and humanist thinkers in the theological, political, and social arenas. Immoral, selfish, irresponsible individualism. In accordance with Socrates' implication that the cultivation of one's soul, epimelia psyches, is man's chief duty, Evola's entire literary production may be regarded as a quest for, and as an exposition of, the means employed in Western and Eastern traditions to accomplish such a noble task. Secondly, it is refreshing to hear in our day and age someone saying, apertis verbis, this is the truth, or these are the values, when cultural and ethical relativism, as well as philosophical and religious pluralism, have become the untouchable dogmas and the hermeneutical a priori in contemporary academic discourse. Evola's critics may well disagree, but today there is much hunger for solid, unshakable beliefs, for objectivity, to use a word that is much discounted today, and for foundationalist thinking, whether the high priests of progress and of dialogue like it or not. Evola's Revolt may be food for such hungry souls. Finally, Evola's metaphysics, which was greatly influenced by German idealism, which Evola claimed to have successfully overcome, is based on the notion of immanent transcendence. This view is opposed to any kind of religious dualism, such as that of transcendence versus immanence, heaven versus hell, good versus evil. Instead, Evola espouses a phenomenological dualism that could be characterized as bipolarism, and in which tradition is contrasted with modernity, solar civilizations and spirituality with lunar civilization and spirituality, the aristocratic world and values with the plebeian world and values, the caste system with the democratic system, masculine spirituality with feminine spirituality, and enlightenment and liberation with rebirth and permanence in samsara. The listener of Revolt may or may not agree with the theses contained in this book, but one thing must be acknowledged. Evola's Weltanschauung is coherent and holistic. Though it may not be prophetic, it is an act of remembrance. Quote, "Remember that I have remembered, and pass on the tradition." Unquote. Forward. For quite some time now, it has become almost commonplace to talk about the decline of the West and the crisis of contemporary civilization, its dangers, and the havoc it has caused. Also, new prophecies concerning Europe's or the world's future are being formulated, and various appeals to defend the West are made from various quarters. In all this concern, there is generally very little that goes beyond the amateurishness of intellectuals. It would be all too easy to show how often these views lack true principles, and how what is being rejected is often still unconsciously retained by those who wish to react, and how for the most part people do not really know what they want, since they obey irrational impulses. This is especially true on the practical plane, where we find violent and chaotic expressions typical of a protest that wishes to be global, though it is inspired only by the contingent and terminal forms of the latest civilization. Therefore, even though it would be rash to see in these phenomena of protest something positive, they nevertheless have the value of a symptom. These phenomena clearly illustrate that beliefs that were once taken for granted today no longer are, and that the idyllic perspectives of evolutionism have come of age. An unconscious defense mechanism, however, prevents people from going beyond a certain limit. This mechanism is similar to the instinct found in sleepwalkers who lack the perception of height as they amble about. Some pseudo-intellectual and irrational reactions seem to have no other effect than to distract modern humans and prevent them from becoming fully aware of that global and dreadful perspective according to which the modern world appears as a lifeless body falling down a slope which nothing can possibly stop. There are diseases that incubate for a long time and become manifest only when their hidden work has almost ended. This is the case of man's fall from the ways of what he once glorified as civilization par excellence. Though modern men have come to perceive the West's bleak future only recently, there are causes that have been active for centuries that have contributed to spiritual and material degeneration. These causes have not only taken away from most people the possibility of revolt and the return to normalcy and health, but most of all, they have taken away the ability to understand what true normalcy and health really mean. Thus, no matter how sincere the intention animating those who today attempt to revolt and to sound the alarm may be, we should not cherish false hopes concerning the outcome. It is not easy to realize how deep we must dig before we hit the only root from which the contemporary negative forms have sprung as natural and necessary consequences. The same holds true for those forms that even the boldest spirits do not cease to presuppose and to employ in their ways of thinking, feeling, and acting. Some people react, others protest. How could it be otherwise considering the hopeless features of contemporary society, morality, politics, and culture? And yet, these are only reactions, and not actions, or positive movements that originate from the inner dimension and testify to the possession of a foundation, a principle, or a center. In the West, too many adaptations and reactions have taken place. Experience has shown that nothing that truly matters can be achieved in this way. What is really needed is not to toss back and forth in a bed of agony, but to awaken and get up. Things have reached such a low point nowadays that I wonder who would be capable of assessing the modern world as a whole, rather than just some of its particular aspects, such as technocracy or the consumer society, and of understanding its ultimate meaning. This would be the real starting point. In order for this to happen, it is necessary to leave the deceptive and magical circle and be able to conceive something else, to achieve new eyes and new ears in order to perceive things that have become invisible and mute with the passing of time. It is only by going back to the meanings and the visions that existed before the establishment of the causes of the present civilization that it is possible to achieve an absolute reference point, the key for the real understanding of all modern deviations, and at the same time to find a strong defense and an unbreakable line of resistance for those who, despite everything, will still be standing. The only thing that matters today is the activity of those who can ride the wave and remain firm in their principles, unmoved by any concessions and indifferent to the fevers, the convulsions, the superstitions, and the prostitutions that characterize modern generations. The only thing that matters is the silent endurance of a few, whose impassible presence as stone guests helps to create new relationships, new distances, new values, and helps to construct a pole that, although it will certainly not prevent this world inhabited by the distracted and restless from being what it is, will still help to transmit to someone the sensation of the truth, a sensation that could become for them the principle of a liberating crisis. Within the limits of my possibilities, this book hopes to be a contribution to such a task. Its main thesis is the idea of the decadent nature of the modern world. Its purpose is to present evidence supporting this idea through reference to the spirit of universal civilization, on the ruins of which everything that is modern has arisen. This will serve as the basis of every possibility and as the categorical legitimization of a revolt, since only then will it become clear what one is reacting against, but also, and foremost, in what name. By way of introduction, I will argue that no idea is as absurd as the idea of progress, which together with its corollary notion of the superiority of modern civilization has created its own positive alibis by falsifying history, by insinuating harmful myths in people's minds, and by proclaiming itself sovereign at the crossroads of the plebeian ideology from which it originated. How low has mankind gone if it is ready and willing to apatheisize a cadaverous wisdom? For this is how we should regard the perspective that refuses to view modern and new man as decrepit, defeated, and crepuscular man, but which rather glorifies him as the overcomer, the justifier, and as the only really living being. Our contemporaries must truly have become blind if they really thought they could measure everything by their standards and consider their own civilization as privileged, as the one to which the history of the world was preordained, and outside of which there is nothing but barbarism, darkness, and superstition. It must be acknowledged that before the early and violent shakings through which the inner disintegration of the Western world has become evident, even in a material way, the plurality of civilizations, and therefore the relativity of the modern one, no longer appears, as it once used to, as a heterodox and extravagant idea. And yet this is not enough. It is also necessary to be able to recognize that modern civilization is not only liable to disappear without a trace, like many others before it, but also that it belongs to a type, the disappearance of which has merely a contingent value when compared with the order of the things that are and of every civilization founded on such an order. Beyond the mere and secular idea of the relativism of civilizations, it is necessary to recognize a dualism of civilizations. The considerations that follow will constantly revolve around the opposition between the modern and the traditional world, and between modern and traditional man. Such an opposition is ideal, that is, morphological and metaphysical, and both beyond and more than a merely historical opposition. As far as the historical aspect is concerned, it is necessary to indicate the width of the horizons confronting us. In an anti-traditional sense, the first forces of decadence began to be tangibly manifested between the 8th and the 6th centuries BC, as can be concluded from the sporadic and characteristic alterations in the forms of the social and spiritual life of many peoples that occurred during this time. Thus, the limit corresponds to so-called historical times, since according to many people, whatever occurred before this period no longer constitutes the object of history. History is replaced by legends and myths, and thus no hard facts can be established, only conjectures. The fact remains, however, that according to traditional teachings, the above-mentioned period merely inherited the effects of even more remote causes. During this period, what was presaged was the critical phase of an even longer cycle known in the East as the Dark Age, in the classical world as the Iron Age, and in the Nordic sagas as the Age of the Wolf. In any event, during historical times and in the Western world, a second and more visible phase corresponds to the fall of the Roman Empire and to the advent of Christianity. A third phase began with the twilight of the feudal and imperial world of the European Middle Ages, reaching a decisive point with the advent of humanism and of the Reformation. From that period on, the forces that once acted in an isolated and underground fashion have emerged and led every European trend in material and spiritual life, as well as in individual and collective life, in a downward trajectory, thus establishing one phase after another of what is usually referred to as the modern world. From then on, the process has become increasingly rapid, decisive, and universal, forming a dreadful current by which every residual trace of a different type of civilization is visibly destined to be swept away, thus ending a cycle and sealing the collective fate of millions. This is the case as far as the historical aspect is concerned, and yet this aspect is totally relative. If everything that is historical is included in what is modern, then to go beyond the modern world, which is the only way to reveal its meaning, is essentially a process of traveling beyond the limits that most people assign to history. It is necessary to understand that in this direction we no longer find anything that is susceptible again to becoming history. The fact that positive inquiry was not able to make history beyond a certain period is not at all a fortuitous circumstance, nor is it due to a mere uncertainty concerning sources and dates or to the lack of vestigial traces. In order to understand the spiritual background typical of every non-modern civilization, it is necessary to retain the idea that the opposition between historical times and prehistoric or mythological times is not the relative opposition proper to two homogeneous parts of the same time frame, but rather the qualitative and substantial opposition between times or experiences of time that are not of the same kind. Traditional man did not have the same experience of time as modern man. He had a supertemporal sense of time, and in this sensation lived every form of his world. Thus, the modern researchers of history at a given point encounter an interruption of the series and an incomprehensible gap, beyond which they cannot construct any certain and meaningful historical theory. They can only rely upon fragmentary, external, and often contradictory elements, unless they radically change their method and mentality. On the basis of these premises, the opposition of the traditional world to the modern world is also an ideal one. The character of temporality and of historicity is essentially inherent only to one of the two terms of this opposition, while the other term, which refers to the whole body of traditional civilizations, is characterized by the feeling of what is beyond time, namely, by a contact with metaphysical reality that bestows upon the experience of time a very different mythological form based on rhythm and space rather than on chronological time. Traces of this qualitatively different experience of time still exist as degenerated residues among some so-called primitive populations. Having lost that contact by being caught in the illusion of a pure flowing, a pure escaping, a yearning that pushes one's goals further and further away, and being caught in a process that cannot and does not intend to be satisfied in any achievement as it is consumed in terms of history and becoming, this is indeed one of the fundamental characteristics of the modern world and the limit that separates two eras, not only in a historical sense, but most of all in an ideal, metaphysical, and morphological sense. Therefore, the fact that civilizations of the traditional type are found in the past becomes merely accidental. The modern world and the traditional world may be regarded as two universal types and as two a priori categories of civilization. Nevertheless, that accidental circumstance allows us to state with good reason that wherever a civilization is manifested that has as its center and substance the temporal element, there we will find a resurgence, in a more or less different form, of the same attitudes, values, and forces that have defined the modern era in the specific sense of the term, and that wherever a civilization is manifested that has as its center and substance the supernatural element, there we will find a resurgence, in more or less different forms, of the same meanings, values, and forces that have defined archaic types of civilization. This should clarify the meaning of what I have called the dualism of civilization in relation to the terms employed, modern and traditional, and also prevent any misunderstandings concerning the traditionalism that I advocate. Quote, "These did not just happen once, but they have always been. Tauta de egenito, men ude pote esti de ei." The reason behind all my references to non-modern forms, institutions, and knowledge consists in the fact that they are more transparent symbols, closer approximations, and better examples of what is prior and superior to time and to history, and thus to both yesterday and tomorrow. It is these alone that can produce a real renewal and a new and perennial life in those who are still capable of receiving it. only those capable of this reception may be totally fearless and able to see in the fate of the modern world nothing different or more tragic than the vain arising and consequential dissolution of a thick fog which cannot alter or affect in any way the free heaven. So much for the fundamental thesis. At this point, by way of introduction, I would like to briefly explain the method I have employed. The above remarks will suffice to show how little I value all of what in recent times has officially been regarded as historical science in matters of religion, ancient institutions, and traditions, nor do I need refer to what I will say later concerning the origin, the scope, and the meaning of modern knowledge. I want to make it clear that I do not want to have anything to do with this order of things, as well as with any other that originates from modern mentality, and moreover, that I consider the so-called scientific and positive perspective, with all its empty claims of competence and of monopoly, as a display of ignorance in the best of cases. I say, in the best of cases. I certainly do not deny that from detailed studies of the scholars of different disciplines, what may emerge is useful, though unrefined material, that is often necessary to those who do not have other sources of information or who do not have the time or intention to dedicate themselves to gather and to examine what they need from other domains. And yet, at the same time, I am still of the opinion that wherever the historical and scientific methods of modern man are applied to traditional civilizations, other than in the coarser aspect of traces and witnesses, the results are almost always distortions that destroy the spirit, limit and alter the subject matter, and lead into the blind alleys of alibis created by the prejudices of the modern mentality as it defends and asserts itself in every domain. Very rarely is this destructive and distorting work casual. It almost always proceeds, even though indirectly, from hidden influences and from suggestions that the scientific spirits, considering their mentality, are the last to know. The order of things that I will mainly deal with in the present work, generally speaking, is that in which all materials having a historical and scientific value are the ones that matter the least. Conversely, all the mythical, legendary, and epic elements denied historical truth and demonstrative value acquire here a superior validity and become the source for a more real and certain knowledge. This is precisely the boundary that separates the traditional doctrine from profane culture. In reference to ancient times, this does not apply to the forms of a mythological or superhistorical life such as the traditional one, while from the perspective of science, what matters in a myth is whatever historical elements may be extracted from it. From the perspective that I adopt, what matters in history are all the mythological elements it has to offer, or all the myths that enter into its web, as integrations of the meaning of history itself. Not only the Rome of legends speaks clearer words than the historical Rome, but even the sagas of Charlemagne reveal more about the meaning of the King of the Franks than the positive chronicles and documents of that time, and so on. The scientific anathemas in regard to this approach are well known. Arbitrary, subjective, preposterous. In my perspective, there is no arbitrariness, subjectivity, or fantasy, just like there is no objectivity and scientific causality the way modern men understand them. All these notions are unreal. All these notions are outside tradition. Tradition begins wherever it is possible to rise above these notions by achieving a super-individual and non-human perspective. Thus, I will have a minimal concern for debating and demonstrating. The truths that may reveal the world of tradition are not those that can be learned or discussed. Either they are, or they are not. It is only possible to remember them. And this happens when one becomes free of the obstacles represented by various human constructions, first among which are all the results and the methods of specialized researchers. In other words, one becomes free of these encumbrances when the capacity for seeing from that non-human perspective, which is the same as the traditional perspective, has been attained. This is one of the essential protests that should be made by those who really oppose the modern world. Let me repeat that in every ancient persuasion, traditional truths have always been regarded as non-human. Any consideration from a non-human perspective, which is objective in a transcendent sense, is a traditional consideration that should be made to correspond to the traditional world. Universality is typical of this world. The axiom, quod ubique quod ab omnibus et quod semper, characterizes it. Inherent to the idea of traditional civilization is the idea of an equivalence or homology of its various forms realized in time and space. The correspondences may not be noticeable from the outside. One may be taken aback by the diversity of several possible and yet equivalent expressions. In some cases, the correspondences are respected in the spirit, in other cases, only formally and nominally. In some cases, there may be more complete applications of principles, in others, more fragmentary ones. In some, there are legendary expressions, in others, historical expressions. And yet there is always something constant and central that characterizes the same world and the same man and determines an identical opposition vis-à-vis everything that is modern. Those who begin from a particular traditional civilization and are able to integrate it by freeing it from its historical and contingent aspects, and thus bring back the generative principles to the metaphysical plane where they exist in a pure state, so to speak, they cannot help but recognize these same principles behind the different expressions of other equally traditional civilizations. It is in this way that a sense of certainty and of transcendent and universal objectivity is innerly established, that nothing could ever destroy, and that could not be reached by any other means. In the course of this book, I will refer to various Eastern and Western traditions, choosing those that exemplify through a clearer and more complete expression the same spiritual principle or phenomenon. The method that I use has as little in common with the eclecticism or comparative methodology of modern scholars as the method of parallaxes, which is used to determine the exact position of a star by reference to how it appears from different places. Also, this method has as little in common with eclecticism, to borrow an image of Ganon's, as the multilingual person's choice of the language that offers the best expression to a given thought. Thus, what I call traditional method is usually characterized by a double principle, ontologically and objectively by the principle of correspondence, which ensures an essential and functional correlation between analogous elements, presenting them as simple homologous forms of the appearance of a central and unitary meaning, and epistemologically and subjectively by the generalized use of the principle of induction, which is here understood as a discursive approximation of a spiritual intuition, in which what is realized is the integration and the unification of the diverse elements encountered in the same one meaning and in the same one principle. In this way, I will try to portray the sense of the world of tradition as a unity and as a universal type, capable of creating points of reference and of evaluation different from the ones to which the majority of the people in the West have passively and semi-consciously become accustomed. This sense can also lead to the establishment of the foundations for an eventual revolt, not a polemical, but a real and positive one, of the spirit against the modern world. In this regard, I hope that those who are accused of being anachronistic utopians unaware of historical reality will remain unmoved in the realization that the apologists of what is concrete should not be told, "Stop," or "Turn around," or "Wake up," but rather, quote, "Go ahead, achieve all your goals, break all the dams, faster, you are unbound. Go ahead and fly with faster wings, with an ever greater pride for your achievements, with your conquests, with your empires, with your democracies. The pit must be filled. There is a need for fertilizer for the new tree that will grow out of your collapse." Unquote. In the present work, I will limit myself to offering guiding principles, the application and the adequate development of which would require as many volumes as there are chapters. Thus, I will point out only the essential elements. The reader may wish to use them as the basis for further ordering and deepening the subject matter of each of the domains dealt with from the traditional point of view by giving to them an extension and a development that the economy of the present work does not allow for. In the first part, I will trace directly a kind of doctrine of the categories of the traditional spirit. I will indicate the main principles according to which the life of the man of tradition was manifested. Here the term category is employed in the sense of a normative and a priori principle. The forms and the meanings indicated should not be regarded as realities proper, inasmuch as they are or have been realities, but rather as ideas that must determine and shape reality in life. their value being independent from the measure in which their realization can be ascertained, since it will never be perfect. This should eliminate the misunderstandings and the objections of those who claim that historical reality hardly justifies the forms and the meanings, more on which later. Such a claim could eventually be validated without reaching the conclusion that in this regard everything is reduced to make-believe, utopias, idealizations, or illusions. The main forms of the traditional life as categories enjoy the same dignity as ethical principles. They are valuable in and of themselves and only require to be acknowledged and willed so that man may hold steadily to them and with them measure himself and life, just like traditional man has always and everywhere done. Thus, the dimension of history and of reality has here merely an illustrative and evocative scope for values that even from this point of view may not be any less actual today and tomorrow than what they could have been yesterday. The historical element will be emphasized in the second part of this work, which will consider the genesis of the modern world and the processes that have led to its development. Since the reference point, however, will always be the traditional world in its quality as symbolical, superhistorical, and normative reality, and likewise, since the method employed will be that which attempts to understand what acted and still acts behind the two superficial dimensions of historical phenomena, space and time, the final outcome will be the outline of a metaphysics of history. In both parts, I think that sufficient elements have been given to those who, today or tomorrow, already are or will be capable of an awakening. Part 1. The World of Tradition. Epigraph. The skillful masters of the Tao in old times, with a subtle and exquisite penetration, comprehended its mysteries and were deep also, so as to elude men's knowledge. Shrinking, looked they like those who wade through a stream in winter, irresolute, like those who are afraid of all around them, evanescent, like ice that is melting away, unpretentious, like wood that has not been fashioned into anything, vacant like a valley, and dull like muddy water. Who can make the muddy water clear? Who can secure the condition of rest? They who preserve this method of the Tao do not wish to be full of themselves. It is through their not being full of themselves that they can afford to seem worn and not appear to be new and complete. Tao Te Ching, 15. From R. Van Over, Chinese Mystics. Chapter 1. The Beginning. In order to understand both the spirit of tradition and its antithesis, modern civilization, it is necessary to begin with the fundamental doctrine of the two natures. According to this doctrine, there is a physical order of things and a metaphysical one. There is a mortal nature and an immortal one. There is the superior realm of being and the inferior realm of becoming. Generally speaking, there is a visible and tangible dimension and, prior to and beyond it, an invisible and intangible dimension that is the support, the source, and true life of the former. Anywhere in the world of tradition, both East and West and in one form or another, this knowledge, not just a mere theory, has always been present as an unshakable axis around which everything revolved. Let me emphasize the fact that it was knowledge and not theory. As difficult as it may be for our contemporaries to understand this, we must start from the idea that the man of tradition was aware of the existence of a dimension of being much wider than what our contemporaries experience and call reality. Nowadays, after all, reality is understood only as something strictly encompassed within the world of physical bodies located in space and time. Certainly, there are those who believe in something beyond the realm of phenomena. When these people admit the existence of something else, however, they are always led to this conclusion by a scientific hypothesis or law, or by a speculative idea, or by a religious dogma. They cannot escape such an intellectual limitation. Through his practical and immediate experiences, modern man, no matter how deep his materialistic or spiritual beliefs may be, develops an understanding of reality only in relation to the world of physical bodies, and always under the influence of his direct and immediate experiences. This is the real materialism for which our contemporaries should be reproached. All the other versions of materialism that are formulated in scientific or in philosophical terms are only secondary phenomena. The worst type of materialism, therefore, is not a matter of an opinion or of a theory, but it consists in the fact that man's experience no longer extends to non-physical realities. Thus, the majority of the intellectual revolts against materialistic views are only vain reactions against the latest peripheral effects stemming from remote and deeper causes. These causes, incidentally, arose in a different historical context from the one in which the theories were formulated. The experience of traditional man used to reach well beyond these limits, as in the case of some so-called primitive people, among whom we still today find a faint echo of spiritual powers from ancient times. In traditional societies, the invisible was an element as real, if not more real, than the data provided by the physical senses. Every aspect of the individual and of the social life of the people belonging to these societies was influenced by this experience. On the one hand, from the perspective of tradition, what today is usually referred to as reality was only a species of a much wider genus. On the other hand, invisible realities were not automatically equated with the supernatural. Traditionally speaking, the notion of nature did not correspond merely to the world of bodies and of visible forms, the object of research of contemporary secularized science, but on the contrary, it corresponded essentially to part of an invisible reality. The ancients had the sense of a dark netherworld, populated by obscure and ambiguous forces of every kind, the demonic soul of nature, which is the essential substratum of all nature's forms and energies, that was opposed to the superrational and sidereal brightness of a higher region. Moreover, the term nature traditionally included everything that is merely human, since what is human cannot escape birth and death, impermanence, dependence, and transformation, all of which characterize the inferior region. By definition, that which is has nothing to do with human and temporal affairs or situations, as in the saying, quote, "The race of men is one thing, and the race of gods is quite another," unquote. This saying retains its validity, even though people once thought that the reference to a superior, otherworldly domain could effectively lead the integration and the purification of the human element in the direction of the non-human dimension. Only the non-human dimension constituted the essence and the goal of any truly traditional civilization. The world of being and the world of becoming affect things, demons, and men. Every hypostatic representation of these two regions, whether expressed in astral, mythological, theological, or religious terms, reminded traditional man of the existence of the two states. It also represented a symbol to be resolved into an inner experience, or at least in the foreboding of an inner experience. Thus, in Hindu, and especially in Buddhist tradition, the idea of samsara, the current that dominates and carries away every form of the inferior world, refers to an understanding of life as blind yearning and as an irrational identification with impermanent aggregates. Likewise, Hellenism saw nature as the embodiment of the internal state of deprivation of those realities that, by virtue of having their own principle and cause outside of themselves, flow and run away indefinitely. Ei reonta. In their becoming, these realities reveal a primordial and radical lack of direction and purpose, and a perennial limitation. According to these traditions, matter and becoming express the reality that acts in a being as an obscure necessity or as an irrepressible indetermination, or as the inability to acquire a perfect form and to possess itself in a law. What the Greeks called anekaion and apeiron, the Orientals call adharma. Christian scholastic theology shared similar views, since it considered the root of every unredeemed nature in terms of cupiditas and appetitus innatus. In different ways, the man of tradition found in the experience of covetous identification, which obscures and impairs being, the secret cause of his existential predicament. The incessant becoming and the perennial instability and contingency of the inferior region appeared to the man of tradition as the cosmic and symbolical materialization of that predicament. On the other hand, the experience of asceticism was regarded as the path leading to the other region, or to the world of being, or to what is no longer physical but metaphysical. Asceticism traditionally consisted in values such as mastery over oneself, self-discipline, autonomy, and the leading of a unified life. By unified life, I mean an existence that does not need to be spent in search of other things or people in order to be complete and justified. The traditional representations of this other region were solar symbols, heavenly regions, beings made of light or fire, islands, and mountain peaks. These were the two natures. Tradition conceived the possibility of being born in either one, and also of the possibility of going from one birth to another, according to that saying, quote, "A man is a mortal god, and a god is an immortal man," unquote. The world of tradition knew these two great poles of existence, as well as the paths leading from one to the other. Tradition knew the existence of the physical world and the totality of the forms, whether visible or underground, whether human or subhuman and demonic, of hyperkosmia, a world beyond this world. According to tradition, the former is the fall of the latter, and the latter represents the liberation of the former. The traditional world believed spirituality to be something beyond life and death. It held that mere physical existence, or living, is meaningless unless it approximates the higher world, or that which is more than life, and unless one's highest ambition consists in participating in hyperkosmia and in obtaining an active and final liberation from the bond represented by the human condition. According to tradition, every authority is fraudulent, every law is unjust and barbarous, every institution is vain and ephemeral unless they are ordained to the superior principle of being, and unless they are derived from above and oriented upward. The traditional world knew divine kingship. It knew the bridge between the two worlds, namely, initiation. It knew the two great ways of approach to the transcendent, namely, heroic action and contemplation. It knew the mediation, namely, rights and faithfulness. It knew the social foundation, namely, the traditional law and the caste system, and it knew the political earthly symbol, namely, the empire. These are the foundations of the traditional hierarchy and civilization that have been completely wiped out by the victorious anthropocentric civilization of our contemporaries. Chapter 2. Regality. Every traditional civilization is characterized by the presence of beings who, by virtue of their innate or acquired superiority over the human condition, embody within the temporal order the living and efficacious presence of a power that comes from above. One of these types of beings is the pontifex, according to the inner meaning of the word and according to the original value of the function that he exercised. Pontifex means builder of bridges, or of paths. Pons, in ancient times, also meant path, connecting the natural and the supernatural dimensions. Moreover, the pontifex was traditionally identified with the king, Rex. Servius, a late 4th century commentator on Virgil's works, reports, quote, "The custom of our ancestors was that the king should also be pontifex and priest," unquote. A saying of the Nordic tradition reads, quote, "May our leader be our bridge," unquote. Thus, real monarchs were the steadfast personification of the life beyond ordinary life. Beneficial spiritual influences used to radiate upon the world of mortal beings from the mere presence of such men, from their pontifical mediation, from the power of the rights that were rendered efficacious by their power, and from the institutions of which they were the center. These influences permeated people's thoughts, intentions, and actions, ordering every aspect of their lives and constituting a fit foundation for luminous, spiritual realizations. These influences also made propitious the general conditions for prosperity, health, and good fortune. In the world of tradition, the most important foundation of the authority and of the right, jus, of kings and chiefs, and the reason why they were obeyed, feared, and venerated, was essentially their transcendent and non-human quality. This quality was not artificial, but a powerful reality to be feared. The more people acknowledged the ontological rank of what was prior and superior to the visible and temporal dimension, the more such beings were invested with a natural and absolute sovereign power. Traditional civilizations, unlike those of decadent and later times, completely ignored the merely political dimension of supreme authority, as well as the idea that the roots of authority lay in mere strength, violence, or natural and secular qualities such as intelligence, wisdom, physical courage, and a minute concern for the collective material well-being. The roots of authority, on the contrary, always had a metaphysical character. Likewise, the idea that the power to govern is conferred on the chief by those whom he rules, and that his authority is the expression of the community and therefore subject to its degrees, was foreign to tradition. It is Zeus who bestows the themistes on kings of divine origin, whereby themis, or law from above, is very different from what constitutes nomos, which is the political law of the community. The root of every temporal power was spiritual authority, which was almost a divine nature disguised in human form. According to an Indo-European view, the ruler is not a mere mortal, but rather a great deity standing in the form of a man. The Egyptian pharaoh was believed to be the manifestation of Ra, or of Horus. The kings of Alba and of Rome were supposed to be the incarnations of Zeus, the Assyrian kings of Baal, and the Persian shahs of the god of light. The Nordic Germanic princes were believed to derive from the race of Tius, of Odin, and of the Aesir, and the Greek kings of the Doric Achaean cycle were called Diotrepses, or Diogenes, in reference to their divine origin. Beyond the variety of mythical and sacred expressions, the recurrent view of kingship is expressed in terms of an immanent transcendence that is present and active in the world. The king, who is believed to be a sacred being and not a man, by virtue of his being, was already the center and apex of the community. In him was also the supernatural strength that made his ritual actions efficacious. In these actions, people could recognize the earthly counterpart of supernatural ruling, as well as the supernatural support of life in the world of tradition. For this reason, kingship was the supreme form of government and was believed to be in the natural order of things. It did not need physical strength to assert itself, and when it did, it was only sporadically. It imposed itself mainly and irresistibly through the spirit. In an ancient Indo-Aryan text, it is written, quote, "The dignity a god enjoys on earth is splendid, but hard to achieve for the weak. Only he who sets his soul on this objective is worthy to become a king." Unquote. The ruler appears as a, quote, "follower of the discipline that is practiced by those who are gods among men." Unquote. In tradition, kingship was often associated with the solar symbol. In the king, people saw the same glory and victory proper to the sun and to the light, the symbols of the superior nature, which every morning overcome darkness. Quote, "Every day he rises on Horus's throne as king of the living, just like his father, Ra, the sun." Unquote. And also, quote, "I have decreed that you must eternally rise as king of the north and of the south on the seat of Horus, like the sun." Unquote. These sayings from the ancient Egyptian royal tradition bear a striking similarity to the sayings of the Persian tradition, in which the king is believed to be of the same stock as the gods. Quote, "He has the same throne of Mithras, and he rises with the sun." Unquote. He is called Particeps Siderum, and, quote, "Lord of peace, salvation of mankind, eternal man, winner who rises in company of the sun." Unquote. In ancient Persia, the consecrating formula was, quote, "Thou art power, the force of victory, and immortal." Maid of gold, thou rise at dawn, together with Indra and with the sun." Unquote. In the Indo-Aryan tradition, in reference to Rohita, who is the conquering force and who personifies an aspect of the radiance of the divine fire, Agni, we find, quote, "By coming forward, he, Agni, has created kingship in this world. He has conferred on you, Rohita, majesty and victory over your enemies." Unquote. In some ancient Roman representations, the god Sol, the sun, presents the emperor with a sphere, which is the symbol of universal dominion. Also, the expressions Sol Conservator and Sol Dominus Romani Imperii, which are employed to describe Rome's stability and ruling power, refer to the brightness of the sun. The last Roman profession of faith was solar, since the last representative of the ancient Roman tradition, the Emperor Julian, consecrated his dynasty, his birth, and royal condition to the brightness of the sun, which he considered to be a spiritual force radiating from the higher worlds. A reflection of the solar symbol was preserved up to the time of Ghibelline emperors. One may still speak of a deitas solis, in reference to Frederick II of Hohenstaufen. This solar glory or victory in reference to kingship was not reduced to a mere symbol, but rather denoted a metaphysical reality. Eventually, it came to be identified with a non-human operating force, which the king did not possess in and by himself. One of the most characteristic symbolic expressions of this idea comes from the Zoroastrian tradition, wherein the Varano, the glory that the king possesses, is a supernatural fire characterizing heavenly and especially solar entities that allows the king to partake of immortality and that gives him witness through victory. This victory must be understood in such a way that the two meanings, the first mystical, the second military, material, are not mutually exclusive, but rather complementary. Among non-Persian people, this Varano was later confused with fate, tuke. With this meaning, it reappeared in the Roman tradition in the form of the royal fate that the Caesars ritually transmitted to each other, and in which the people recognized an active, triumphal undertaking of the personified destiny of the city, tuke poleaus, determined by the ritual of their appointment. The Roman regal attribute, felix, must be referred to this context and to the possession of an extranormal virtus. In the Vedic tradition, we find a parallel notion. Agni Vaishvarana is conceived as a spiritual fire that leads the conquering kings to victory. In ancient Egypt, the king was not called merely Horus, but Fighting Horus, Hor-Aha, to designate the victorious and glorious character of the solar principle present in the monarch. The Egyptian pharaoh, who was believed to descend from the gods, was enthroned as one of them, and later on in his life he was periodically reconfirmed in his role through rituals that reproduced the victory of the solar god Horus over Typhon Set, a demon from the netherworld. These rites were thought to have such a power as to evoke the force and the life that supernaturally encompassed the king's person. The hieroglyphic for force, was, is the scepter handled by gods and kings alike. In the oldest texts, the scepter is portrayed as the zigzag bolt of lightning. The regal force thus appears as a manifestation of the dazzling heavenly force. The combination of signs represented the concept of life force, anshus, from a word for fiery milk, which is the nourishment of the immortals. This word is not without relation to Oreos, the divine flame, at times life-giving, at other times dangerously destructive, which crowns the head of the Egyptian king in the shape of a serpent. In this traditional formulation, the various elements converge in the idea of a non-terrestrial power or fluid, Sa. This power consecrates and gives witness to the solar, triumphant nature of the king, and gushes forth from one king to the other, thus guaranteeing the uninterrupted and golden sequence in the divine lineage, which is legitimately appointed to the task of regere. Interestingly enough, the theme of glory as a divine attribute is found even in Christianity, and according to mystical theology, the beatific vision takes place within the glory of God. Christian iconography used to portray this glory as a halo around the person's head, thus visibly representing the meaning of the Egyptian aureus and of the glowing crown of the Persian and Roman solar kings. According to a Far Eastern tradition, the king, as a son of heaven who is believed to have non-human origins, enjoys the mandate of heaven, Tian Ming, which implies the idea of a real and supernatural force. This force that comes from heaven, according to Lao Tzu, acts without acting, Wei Wu Wei, through an immaterial presence, or by virtue of just being present. It is as invisible as the wind, and yet its actions are as ineluctable as the forces of nature. When this power is unleashed, the forces of common men, according to Meng Tzu, bend under it as blades of grass under the wind. Concerning Wu Wei, a text says, quote, "By its thickness and substantiality, sincerity equals earth, and by its height and splendor, it equals heaven. Its extent and duration are without limit. He who possesses this sincerity without showing himself, he will shine forth. Without moving, he will renovate others. Without acting, he will perfect them." Unquote. Only such a man, quote, "is able to harmonize the opposing strands of human society, to establish and to maintain moral order in the country." Unquote. Established in this force or virtue, the Chinese monarch, Wang, performed the supreme role of a center, or of a third power between heaven and earth. The common assumption was that the fortunes and misfortunes of the kingdom, as well as the moral qualities of his subjects, it is the virtue in relation to the being of the monarch and not his actions that carries positive or negative influences on them, secretly depended on the monarch's behavior. The central role exercised by the king presupposed that the king maintained the aforesaid triumphal inner way of being. In this context, the meaning of the famous saying, "immutability in the middle," may correspond to the doctrine according to which, quote, "in the immutability of the middle, the virtue of heaven is manifested." Unquote. If this principle was implemented as a general rule, nothing could have changed the arranged course of human events or those of the state. In general, the fact that the king's or chief's primary and essential function consisted in performing those ritual and sacrificial actions that constituted the center of gravity of life is a recurrent idea in a vast cycle of traditional civilizations, from pre-Columbian Peru to the Far East and including Greek and Roman cities. This idea confirms the inseparability of royal office from priestly or pontifical office. According to Aristotle, quote, "the kings enjoy their office by virtue of being the officiating priests at their community's worship." Unquote. The first duty of the Spartan kings was to perform sacrifices, and the same could be said about the first kings of Rome and of many rulers during the imperial period. The king, empowered with a non-terrestrial force, with its roots in something that is more than life, naturally appeared as one who could imminently actualize the power of the rites and open the way leading to the superior world. Thus, in those traditional forms of civilization in which there was a separate priestly class, the king, because of his original dignity and function, belonged to this class and was its true leader. In addition to early Rome, this situation was found both in ancient Egypt. In order to make the rites efficacious, the pharaoh repeated daily the prayer that was believed to renew the divine force in his person. And in Iran, where, as Xenophon recalls, the king, who, according to his function, was considered the image of the god of light on earth, belonged to the caste of Magi and was its leader. On the other hand, if among certain people there was the custom of deposing and even of killing the chief when an accident or a catastrophe occurred, for this seemed to signify a decrease in the mystical force of good fortune that gave one the right to be chief, this custom gives witness to the same order of ideas, although in the form of a superstitious degeneration. In the Nordic racial stocks up to the time of the Goths, and notwithstanding the principle of royal sacredness, the king was considered an Aesir, and as a demigod who wins in battle thanks to the power of his good fortune. An inauspicious event was understood not so much as the absence of the mystical power of fortune abiding in the king, but rather as the consequence of something that the king, as a mortal man, had done, thus compromising the objective effectiveness of his power. It was believed, for instance, that the consequence for failing to implement the fundamental Aryan virtue of always telling the truth, and thus being stained by lies, caused the glory, or the mystical efficacious virtue, to abandon the ancient Iranian king Yima. All the way up to the Carolingian Middle Ages and within Christianity itself, local councils of bishops were at times summoned in order to investigate what misdeed perpetrated by a representative of the temporal or ecclesiastical authority could have caused a given calamity. These are the last echoes of the above-mentioned idea. The monarch was required to retain the symbolic and solar dignity of invictus, sol invictus, helios aniketos, as well as the state of inner equilibrium that corresponds to the Chinese notion of immutability in the middle. Otherwise, the force and its prerogatives would be transferred to another person who could prove worthy of it. I will mention in this context a case in which the concept of victory became a focal point of various meanings. There is an interesting ancient saga of Nemes, king of the woods, whose royal and priestly office was supposed to be conferred on the person capable of catching him by surprise and slaying him. J.G. Fraser tracked down numerous traditions of the same kind all over the world. In this context, the physical combat aspect of the trial, if it had to occur, is only the materialistic transposition of some higher meaning, and it must be related to the general view of divine judgments, more on which later. Concerning the deepest meaning of the legend of Nemes king-priest, it must be remembered that according to tradition, only a fugitive slave, esoterically speaking, a being who had become free from the bonds of his lower nature, armed with a branch torn off a sacred oak, had the right to compete with the Rex Nemorensis, the king of the woods. The oak is the equivalent of the tree of the world, which in other traditions is frequently adopted as a symbol designating the primordial life force and the power of victory. This means that only a being who has succeeded in partaking of this force may aspire to take the place of the Rex Nemorensis. Concerning this office, it must be observed that the oak and the woods, of which Nemes priest-king was Rex, were related to Diana. In turn, Diana was the bride of the king of the woods. In some ancient Eastern Mediterranean traditions, the great goddesses were often symbolized by sacred trees. From the Hellenic myth of the Hesperides, to the Nordic myth of the goddess Idun, and to the Gaelic myth of the Mogmel, which was the residence of very beautiful goddesses and of the tree of victory, it is possible to notice traditional symbolic connections between women or goddesses, forces of life, immortality, wisdom, and trees. Concerning the Rex Nemorensis, we can recognize in the symbols employed that the notion of kingship derives from having married or possessed the mystical force of life, of transcendent wisdom and immortality that is personified both by the goddess and by the tree. Nemes' saga, therefore, incorporates the general symbol, which is found in many other myths and traditional legends, of a winner or of a hero who possesses a woman or a goddess. The goddess appears in other traditions either as a guardian of the fruits of immortality, such as the female figures in relation to the symbolical tree in the myths of Heracles, Jason, Gilgamesh, and so on, or as a personification of the occult force of the world, of life and non-human knowledge, or as the embodiment of the principle of sovereignty, the knight, or the unknown hero of the legend who becomes a king after taking as his bride a mysterious princess. Some of the ancient traditions about a female source of royal power may also be interpreted in this fashion. Their meaning, in that case, is exactly opposite to gynocracy, which will be discussed later. As far as the tree is concerned, interestingly enough, even in some medieval legends, it is related to the imperial ideal. The last emperor, before dying, will hang the scepter, the crown, and the shield in the dry tree, which is usually located in the symbolical region of Prester John, just like the dying Roland hung his unbreakable sword in the tree. This is yet another convergence of symbolical elements. For Fraser has shown that the relationship existing between the branch that the fugitive slave must break off Nemi's sacred oak in order to fight with Nemi's king, and the branch Aeneas carried to descend while alive into the invisible dimension. One of the gifts that Emperor Frederick II received from the mysterious Prester John was a ring that renders invisible and victorious the one who wears it. Invisibility, in this context, refers to the access to the invisible realm and to the achievement of immortality. In Greek traditions, the hero's invisibility is often synonymous with his becoming immortal. This was the case of Siegfried in the Nibelungen. 6. Who through the same symbolic virtue of becoming invisible, subjugates and marries the divine woman Brunhild. Brunhild, just like Siegfried in the Sigdrifamal 4-6, is the one who bestows on the heroes who awaken her the formulas of wisdom and of victory contained in the runes. Remnants of traditions in which we find the themes contained in the ancient saga of the King of the Woods last until shortly before the end of the Middle Ages. They are always associated with the old idea according to which a legitimate king is capable of manifesting in specific, concrete, and almost experimental ways the signs of his supernatural nature. The following is just one example. Prior to the 100 Years' War, Venice asked Philip of Valois to demonstrate his actual right to be king in one of the following ways. The first way, victory over a contender, whom Philip was expected to fight to the death in an enclosed area, reminds us of the Rex Nemorensis and of the mystical testimony inherent in every victory. As far as the other examples are concerned, we read in a text dating back to those times, quote, "If Philip of Valois is, as he affirms, the true king of France, let him prove the fact by exposing himself to hungry lions, for lions never attack a true king. Or let him perform the miraculous healing of the sick, as all the other true kings are wont to do. If he should fail, he would own himself to be unworthy of the kingdom." Unquote. A supernatural power, manifested through a victory or through a thaumaturgical virtue, even in times like Philip's, which are no longer primordial times, is thus inseparably connected with the traditional idea of real and legitimate kingship. Aside from the factual adequacy of single individuals to the principle and to the function of kingship, what remains is the view that, quote, "what has led people to venerate so many kings were mainly the divine virtues and powers which descended on the kings alone, and not on other men as well." Unquote. Joseph de Maistre wrote, quote, "God makes kings in the literal sense. He prepares royal races, maturing them under a cloud which conceals their origin. They appear at length crowned with glory and honor. They take their places, and this is the most certain sign of their legitimacy. The truth is that they arise, as it were, of themselves, without violence on their part and without marked deliberation on the other. It is a species of magnificent tranquility, not easy to express. Legitimate usurpation would seem to me to be the most appropriate expression, if not too bold, to characterize these kinds of origins which time hastens to consecrate." Chapter 3. Polar Symbolism. The Lord of Peace and Justice. It is possible to connect the integral and original understanding of the regal function with a further cycle of symbols and myths that point back in the same one direction through their various representations and analogical transpositions. As a starting point, we may consider the Hindu notion of the Chakravartin, or universal king. The Chakravartin may be considered the archetype of the regal function of which various kings represent more or less complete images and even particular expressions whenever they conform to the traditional principle. Chakravartin literally means Lord of the Wheel or Spinner of the Wheel. This notion brings us back again to the idea of a center that corresponds also to an inner state, to a way of being, or better yet, to the way of being. Actually, the wheel also symbolizes samsara, or the stream of becoming. The Hellenes called it kuklos tes genesios, the wheel of generation, or kuklos anankes, the wheel of fate. Its motionless center signifies the spiritual stability inherent in those who are not affected by this stream and who can organize and subject to a higher principle the energies and the activities connected to the inferior nature. Then the Chakravartin appears as the Dharmaraja, the Lord of the Law, or the Lord of the Wheel of the Law. According to Confucius, quote, "The practice of government by means of virtue may be compared to the pole star, which the multitudinous stars pay homage to while it stays in its place." Unquote. Hence the meaning of the concept of revolution, which is the motion occurring around an unmoved mover, though in our modern day and age it has become synonymous with subversion. In this sense, royalty assumes the value of a pole by referring to a general traditional symbolism. We may recall here, besides Midgard, the heavenly middle abode described in Nordic traditions, Plato's reference to the place where Zeus holds counsel with the gods in order to reach a decision concerning the fate of Atlantis. Quote, "He accordingly summoned all the gods to his own most glorious abode, which stands at the center of the universe and looks out over the whole realm of change." Unquote. The above-mentioned notion of Chakravartin is also connected to a cycle of enigmatic traditions concerning the real existence of a center of the world that exercises this supreme function here on earth. Some fundamental symbols of regality had originally a close relationship with these ideas. One of these symbols was the scepter, the main function of which is analogically related to the axis of the world. Another symbol is the throne, an elevated place. Sitting still on the throne evokes, in addition to the meaning of stability connected to the pole and to the unmoved mover, the corresponding inner and metaphysical meanings. Considering the correspondence that was originally believed to exist between the nature of the royal man and the nature produced by initiation, in the classical mysteries we find a ritual consisting of sitting still on a throne. This ritual appears to have been very important, since it was sometimes equated with initiation itself. The term tethruisenos, enthroned, is often synonymous with teletesmenos, initiate. In fact, in some instances, in the course of an initiation, the thronismos, or royal enthronement, preceded the experience of becoming one with the god. The same symbolism is embodied in the ziggurat, the Assyrian-Babylonian terraced pyramid, as well as in the master plan of the capital of the Persian kings, as an ekbatana, and in the ideal image of the Chakravartin's royal palace. In these places, we find the architectural expression of the cosmic order, complete in its hierarchy and in its dependence upon an unmoved center. From a spatial perspective, this center corresponded, within the building itself, to the king's throne. Similar to Hellas, in India, we find forms of initiation that employ the ritual of the so-called mandala. These forms dramatize the gradual ascent of the initiate from the profane and demonic space to a sacred space until he reaches a center. A fundamental ritual symbolizing this journey is called muktabhisheka, and it consists in being crowned or in being given a tiara. He who reaches the center of the mandala is crowned as king because he is now believed to be above the interplay of the forces at work in the inferior nature. It is interesting that the ziggurat, the sacred building towering above the city-state of which it was the center, was called cornerstone in Babylon and link between heaven and earth in Lhasa. The theme of the rock and of the bridge is pretty much summed up in the Far Eastern expression, quote, "third power between heaven and earth," unquote. The importance of these traces and correlations should not be overlooked. Moreover, stability has the same double dimension. It is at the center of the Indo-Aryan formula for the consecration of the kings. Quote, "Remain steady and unwavering. Do not give in. Be strong like a mountain. Stay still like the sky and the earth and retain control of power at all times. The sky, the earth, and the mountains are unmoved, as unmoved is the world of living beings and this king of men." Unquote. In the formulas of the Egyptian royalty, stability appears as an essential attribute that complements the attribute of power, life, already present in the sovereign. And just as the attribute of vital force, the correspondence of which with a sacred fire has already been emphasized, stability too has a heavenly counterpart. Its hieroglyphic, Djed, conveys the stability of the, quote, solar gods resting on pillars or on light beams, unquote. These examples bring us back to the system of initiations, since they are much more than abstract ideas. Like power and vital force, stability too, according to the Egyptian tradition, is simultaneously an inner state of being and an energy, a virtus that follows from one king to the next, and which sustains them in a supernatural way. Moreover, the Olympian attribute and the attribute of peace are connected to the condition of stability in the esoteric sense of the word. Kings, who, quote, derive their power from the supreme God and who have received victory at his hands, unquote, are, quote, lighthouses of peace in the storm, unquote. After glory, centrality, or polarity, and stability, peace is one of the fundamental attributes of regality that has been preserved until relatively recent times. Dante talked about the Imperator Pacificus, a title previously bestowed on Charlemagne. Obviously, this is not the profane and social peace pursued by a political government, a kind of peace that is, at most, an external consequence, but rather an inner and positive peace, which should not be divorced from the triumphal element. This peace does not convey the notion of cessation, but rather that of the highest degree of perfection, of a pure inner and withdrawn activity. It is a calm that reveals the supernatural. According to Confucius, a man destined to be a ruler, the virtuous, unlike ordinary men, quote, rests in rectitude and is stable and unperturbed, unquote. Quote, the men of affairs enjoy life, but the virtuous prolongs it, unquote. Hence that great calm that conveys the feeling of an irresistible superiority and terrifies and disarms the adversary without a fight. This greatness immediately evokes the feeling of a transcendent force that is already mastered and ready to spring forward, or the marvelous and yet frightful sense of the numen. The Pax Romana et Augusta, which is connected to the transcendent sense of the imperium, may be considered one of the several expressions of these meanings in the context of a universal historical realization. Conversely, the ethos of superiority over the world, of dominating calm, and of imperturbability combined with readiness for absolute command, which has remained the characteristic of various aristocratic types even after the secularization of nobility, must be considered an echo of that element that was originally the regal, spiritual, and transcendent element. The Chakravartin, besides being the Lord of Peace, is Lord of Law, or Cosmic Order, Rita, and the Lord of Justice, Dharmaraja. Peace and justice are two more fundamental attributes of royalty that have been preserved in Western civilization until the time of the Hohenstaufens and Dante, even though the political aspect predominated over the higher meaning presupposing it. Moreover, these attributes were also found in the mysterious figure of Melchizedek, King of Salem, one of the many representations of the function of the universal king. Guénon has pointed out that in Hebrew, Melchizedek means king of justice, while Salem, of which he is king, is not a city, but rather peace, at least according to Paul's exegesis. Tradition upholds the superiority of Melchizedek's royal priesthood over Abraham's. It is not without a deep reason that Melchizedek was present in the enigmatic medieval allegory of the three rings, and that he declared that neither Christianity nor Islam know any longer which is the true religion. Moreover, the royal religion of Melchizedek was often upheld by the Ghibelline ideology in the struggle against the Church. At this level, the expression King of Justice is the equivalent of the previously mentioned Dharmaraja, designating the universal king. From this expression we may gather that in this context, justice and peace do not have a secular meaning. In fact, dharma in Sanskrit also means proper nature of, or the law typical of a certain being. The correct reference concerns the particular primordial legislation that hierarchically orders, in a system oriented upwards, every function and form of life according to the nature of every being, svadharma, or, quote, according to justice and truth, unquote. Such a notion of justice is also characteristic of the Platonic view of the state. This view, rather than an abstract utopian model, should be regarded in many aspects as an echo of traditional orientations from an even more distant past. In Plato, the idea of justice, dikaiosune, of which the state should be the embodiment, is closely related to that of oikeopragia or quike suum, that is, with the principle according to which everybody should fulfill the function typical of his or her own nature. Thus, the king of justice is also the primordial legislator, or he who instituted the castes, assigned the offices, and established the rights. Or in other words, he who determined the ethical and sacred system that was called dharmanga in Aryan India, and that in other traditions was the local ritual system that determined the norms for regulating individual and collective life. This presupposes the royal condition enjoys a higher power of knowledge. The capability to deeply and perfectly understand the primordial laws of human beings is the basis of authority and of command in the Far East. The Mazdian royal glory, vora ikayani, is also the virtue of a supernatural intellect. And while according to Plato, the philosophers, hoi sophoi, should be at the top of the hierarchy of the true state, for him, the above-mentioned traditional idea takes on an even more specific form. For Plato, wisdom or philosophy is understood as the knowledge of that which is, rather than the knowledge of illusory, visible forms. The philosopher is one who can effectively formulate laws conforming to justice precisely because he has the direct knowledge of that which is supremely real and normative. The conclusion Plato draws is, quote, until philosophers are kings, or the kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophers, and political greatness and wisdom meet in one, and these commoner natures who pursue either to the exclusion of the other are compelled to stand aside, cities will never have rest from their evils, nor the human race itself, unquote. Chapter 4. The Law, the State, the Empire. The traditional society's view of both the law and the state is closely related to the order of ideas that I have been discussing so far. Generally speaking, a transcendent realism is the presupposition of the traditional notion of the law. Especially in Aryan formulations, the notion of law has an intimate relationship with the notions of truth, reality, and stability inherent to that which is. In the Vedas, the term rita often has the same meaning as dharma. It not only signifies the order found in the world as order, or cosmos, but it has a deeper meaning whenever it designates truth, law, or reality, just as its opposite, anrita, designates falsehood, evil, or unreality. Thus, the world of the law, and consequently of the state, came to be equated with the world of truth and of reality in the eminent sense of the word. As a natural consequence, traditional man either ignored or considered absurd the idea that one could talk about laws and the obedience due them if the laws in question had a mere human origin, whether individual or collective. Every law, in order to be regarded as an objective law, had to have a divine character. Once the divine character of a law was sanctioned and its origin traced back to a non-human tradition, then its authority became absolute. This law became then something ineffable, inflexible, immutable, and beyond criticism. Thus, every transgression of such law was regarded not so much as a crime against society, but rather and foremost as sacrilege, or as an act of impiety, asabia. or as an act that jeopardized the spiritual destiny of the person who disobeyed it, as well as of the people with whom that person was socially related. This is why, up to and including medieval civilization, rebellion against authority and the imperial law was considered as serious a crime as religious heresy. Thus the rebels were considered just like heretics, namely, as the enemies of their own natures, and as beings who contradict the law of their very own being. Aryan India employed a special expression to designate those who broke the caste law. They were called the fallen ones, or the lapsed, more on which later. The usefulness of the law in the modern sense of the word, that is, its collective and empirical usefulness, was never the true criterion adopted in ancient times. Not that this aspect was never considered, but it was rather thought to be an accessory or a consequential aspect in every law, once a law was sanctioned as true. After all, there are different views of what constitutes usefulness. The notion of usefulness is the ultimate materialistic criterion of modern society, though that was not the case in traditional societies, which rather regarded it as a means to be employed in the function of a higher purpose. But for a law to be considered useful, it was necessary to appear as something other than a mere and repealable creation of the human will. Once it was established that its authority originated from above, its usefulness and efficacy were definitively acknowledged. This certainty was never questioned, even in those cases in which experience, in the most immediate and unrefined meaning of the word, did not confirm and even prove such a law to be wrong somehow, since, as the saying goes, quote, "The web of heaven's way is complex and incomprehensible," unquote. This is why, in the traditional world, the creation of a system of laws and rituals was always attributed to divine legislators or to divine mediators. These beings, in turn, were considered as various forms or apparitions of the Lord of the Center, or King of Justice, the forms being determined by different geographical areas and by different populations. And even when in more recent times the electoral system was introduced, tradition retained a partial formal existence when the people's decision was not considered to be sufficient. In that case, in order for new laws to be finally ratified, it was necessary to obtain the approval of the pontifexes and to make sure that the diviners ascertained whether these laws enjoyed the gods' approval. Moreover, laws and institutions, as in the case of all traditional civilizations, were both from above and oriented upwards. A political, economic, and social order created merely for the sake of temporal life is exclusively characteristic of the modern world, that is, of the anti-traditional world. Traditionally, the state had a transcendent meaning and purpose that were not inferior to the ones the Catholic Church claimed for itself in the West as a manifestation of and a path to the world above. The very term state, in Latin status, from the Greek istanai, to stay, empirically may have derived from the form of social life taken up by nomadic populations once they permanently settled down. However, it may also point to a higher meaning, namely to an order concerned with hierarchical participation in a spiritual stability, as opposed to the contingent, unstable, changeable, chaotic, and particularistic character of a naturalistic existence. This order constituted the accurate reflection of the world of being in the world of becoming, hence the words pronounced in the course of a Vedic royal consecration, quote, "This world of the living is steady, and so is this king of the people," unquote. In this way, traditional states and empires often employed the symbols of centrality and of polarity that have been associated with the archetype of regality. Thus, while the ancient Chinese Empire was called the Middle Empire, and the seat of the world according to Nordic legends was called Midgard, the middle abode or center of the world, the capital of the Incas' solar empire was called Cuzco, or navel of the world. Likewise, in ancient Greece, Delphi enjoyed the same designation as the center of Doric civilization. It would be easy to find analogous references in different civilizations, all pointing to the ancient meaning of traditional states and organizations. Generally speaking, in prehistoric times, the symbolism of sacred stones already points to the same order of ideas, the alleged fetishism of the cult of the stones partially being a mere fancy of modern researchers. The omphalos, or sacred stone, is not a naive representation of the shape of the world. Its meaning in Greek, navel, brings it back to the idea of a center, of a stable point, and it can also be related to what may be called a sacred geography. The sacred stone is often found, and not without reason, in selected ritual places that served as traditional centers in relation to a given historical cycle or to a given people. The meaning of the sacred stone was often that of a foundation from above, especially when the stone was from the sky, namely an aerolith. Some examples are the lapis niger of the ancient Roman tradition and the stone of destiny, the black fatal stone figuring in the British and Celtic traditions, which was important for its alleged ability to recognize legitimate kings among various pretenders to the throne. Following the same order of ideas, in Wolfram von Eschenbach's view, the Grail was a mysterious divine stone that also had the power of revealing who was worthy of the royal dignity. Hence, the obvious meaning of the trial consisting in being able to draw a sword from a stone. Theseus in Hellas, Sohrab in Persia, King Arthur in ancient Britannia, and so on. The doctrine of the two natures, which is the foundation of the traditional view of life, is also reflected in the relationship that exists between the state and the people, the demos. The idea that the state derives its origin from the demos, and that the principle of its legitimacy and its foundation rests upon it, is an ideological perversion typical of the modern world, and essentially represents a regression. With this view, we regress to what was typical of naturalistic social forms lacking an authentic spiritual chrism. Once this direction was taken, an inevitable downward spiraling occurred, which ended with the triumph of the collectivistic world of the masses and with the advent of radical democracy. This regression proceeds from a logical necessity and from the physical law of gravity that affects falling bodies. According to the traditional view, on the contrary, the state was related to the people, just as the Olympian and Uranian principles are related to the chthonic and infernal world, or as idea, form, or nous are related to matter, nature, or hule, or as the luminous masculine, differentiating, individualizing, and life-giving principle is related to the unsteady, promiscuous, and nocturnal feminine principle. Between these two poles, there is a deep tension, which in the traditional world was resolved in the sense of a transfiguration and of the establishment of an order from above. Thus, the very notion of natural rights is a mere fiction, and the anti-traditional and subversive use of that is well documented. There is no such thing as a nature that is good in itself, and in which the inalienable rights of an individual, which are to be equally enjoyed by every human being, are preformed and rooted. Even when the ethnic substance appears to be somewhat well defined, in other words, when it presents some elementary forms of order, these forms, unless they are residues and traces of previous formative actions, do not have a spiritual value in and of themselves unless by participating in a higher order, such as when they are assumed in the state or an analogous traditional organization, they are first consecrated as being from above. In the end, the demos' substance is always demonic, in the ancient non-Christian and amoral sense of the word. It always requires a catharsis, or a liberation, before it can act as a force, a dynamis, and as the material of a traditional political system, and before it can favor the development of a differentiated and hierarchical order of dignity over and beyond a naturalistic substratum. In this regard, we shall see that the main principle upon which the differentiation between people and the hierarchy of the traditional castes is built has not been political or economical, but spiritual, and thus was developed an authentic system of participations, as well as the progressive stages of a conquest and a victory of the cosmos over chaos. In addition to the four major castes, the Indo-Aryan tradition knew a broader and more significant distinction that points to the duality of natures. I am referring to the distinction between the Arya, or Dvija, and the Shudra. The former were the nobles, or the twice-born, who represented the divine element, Daivya. The latter were beings who belonged to nature, and thus who represent the promiscuous substratum of the hierarchy that was gradually overcome by the formative influence exercised within the higher castes, from the heads of the households to the Brahmana. Strictly speaking, this influence was the original meaning of the state and of the law within the world of tradition. It had a meaning of supernatural formation, even where it did not manifest itself immediately in visible ways, because of either incomplete applications of the principle or later materialistic and degenerative processes. These premises are the foundation upon which the potential affinity between the principle of every state and that of universality is founded. Whenever an action takes place that is aimed at constituting life beyond the limits of nature and of contingent and empirical existence, it is unavoidable that some forms not connected to the particular will manifest themselves. The dimension of that which is universal may appear in different aspects and different degrees in various civilizations and traditional organizations. The formative process always encounters resistance from matter, which in its determinations caused by time and space acts in a differentiating and particularistic sense in relation to the effective historical application of the one principle that in itself is superior and antecedent to these manifestations. Nevertheless, there is no form of traditional organization which, despite any local characteristics, any empirical exclusivism, any autochthonism of the cults and institutions it jealously defends, that does not hide a higher principle. This principle is actualized whenever the traditional organization reaches the heights of the idea of the empire. Thus, there are occult ties of sympathy and of analogy between the individual traditional formations and something unique, indivisible, and perennial, and these ties are portrayed in many ways. Once in a while, it is possible to detect in certain historical institutions, such as monarchies and empires, an esoteric and universal core that transcends the specific geographical and historical dimensions of said institutions, thus culminating in a unity of a higher kind. Such are the imperial peaks of the world of tradition. Ideally, one same line runs from the traditional idea of law and state to that of empire. We have seen that the opposition between the higher castes, which are characterized by rebirth, and the inferior caste of the Shudra was considered by the Indo-Aryans as an opposition between the divine and the demonic element. In Iran, the higher castes were believed to correspond to emanations of the heavenly fire descended to earth, and more specifically upon three distinct peaks. After the glory, Vareno, the supreme form that was embodied in kings and priests, such supernatural fire descended hierarchically to castes or classes of the warriors and of the patriarchal wealthy leaders, the Rathaisha and the Vashtriya Ishyant, until it reached and glorified the lands occupied by Aryan descent. In ancient Persian tradition, this was the background against which a metaphysical view of the empire was formulated in the terms of reality unrelated to space and time. There are two possibilities. On the one hand, there is the Ashavan, the pure, the faithful on earth, and the blessed in heaven. The Ashavan is the one who boosts the power of the principle of light here on earth, in the domain proper to him. The Ashavan is exemplified by the members of the three classes, the lords of the ritual and of fire, who exercise an invisible power over occult influences, the warriors, whose job is to fight against barbarians and impious people, and finally, those who work on the dry and arid land, whose job is a militia, since fertility is almost a victory that increases the mystical virtus of the Aryan land. On the other hand, opposed to the Ashavan are the Anashavan, the impure ones, those without law, or those who oppose the principle of light. In this context, the empire as a traditional system governed by the King of Kings corresponds to what the principle of light has successfully snatched from the snares of the principle of darkness. the limit of the empire is illustrated by the myth of the hero Shaoshan, the universal lord of a future complete and victorious kingdom of peace. A similar idea is found in the legend according to which the Emperor Alexander the Great contained the onslaught of the peoples of Gog and Magog by building an iron wall. These people may represent in this context the demonic element that in traditional hierarchies was successfully subjugated. One day, these people will flood the earth in pursuit of conquest, but they will ultimately be challenged by figures who, according to medieval sagas, will embody the archetype of the leaders of the Holy Roman Empire. A similar idea is expressed in some Nordic traditions, with the image of the bulwarks that protect the middle abode, the legendary Midgard, from the elementary powers, and that one day will be overpowered during the twilight of the gods, the Ragnarökr. The relationship between Eternitas and Imperium is also found in the Roman tradition, hence the transcendent non-human character with which the notion of regere is associated. This is why the pagan world credited the gods for the greatness of Rome, the city of the eagle and of the axe. According to another view endowed with a deeper meaning, the world will not end as long as the Roman Empire existed. This idea is connected to the function of mystical salvation attributed to the empire, provided that the world is not understood in physical or political terms, but rather in terms of cosmos, and of a dam of order and stability containing the disruptive forces of chaos. In relation to this theme, the Byzantine continuation of the Roman ideal acquires a particular meaning owing to the markedly theological and eschatological nature animating that ideal. The empire, which even in this context is conceived as an image of the heavenly kingdom, is willed and preordained by God. In the empire, the earthly sovereign, the Basileus Autocrator, is himself an image of the Lord of the universe. As the Lord himself, the sovereign is alone and without a second. He presides over both the temporal and the spiritual domains, and his formal right is universal. This right extends even over people who have an autonomous government and who are not directly subjected to the real imperial power, any such government being considered barbaric and not according to justice, since it has a mere naturalistic foundation. The subjects of the empire are the Romans, Romaioi, no longer in an ethical and juridical sense, but in the sense of a superior dignity and chrism, since they live in the pax guaranteed by a law that is a reflection of the divine law. The imperial ecumene sums up the order of salvation as well as that of the law in the higher sense of the word. The ideal of the empire re-emerged one more time in the Ghibelline Middle Ages, with the same metahistorical content, that is, as a supernatural universal institution created by Providence as a remedium contra infirmitatem peccati, in order to straighten the fallen human nature and direct people to eternal salvation. This ideal was for all practical purposes paralyzed, both by the Church and by historical circumstances, which precluded its comprehension as well as its effective realization according to its higher meaning. Dante, for instance, from a traditional point of view, was correct in claiming for the empire the same origins and supernatural destiny of the Church. He was also correct in talking about the emperor as one who, quote, owning everything and no longer wishing for anything else, unquote, is free of concupiscence, and who can therefore allow peace and justice to reign and thus strengthen the active life of his subjects. After the original sin, this life can no longer resist the seductions of cupiditas unless a higher power controls it and directs it. Although he expressed traditionally correct views about the empire, Dante Alighieri was unable to carry these ideas beyond the political and material plane. In Dante's view, the emperor's perfect possession is not an inner possession, typical of those who are, but it is rather a territorial possession. Also, the cupiditas that he abhors is not the root of an unregenerated life tied to the law of becoming and lived out in a naturalistic state, but rather the cupiditas of the princes competing for power and riches. Again, according to him, peace is that of the world, which constitutes the anticipation of a different order beyond that of the empire and of a contemplative life in the ascetical Christian sense. Tradition lives on, however, although only in faint echoes. With the Hohenstaufen dynasty, tradition had a last bright flicker. Eventually, the empires would be replaced by imperialisms, and the state would be understood as a temporal, national, particularistic, social, and plebeian organization. Chapter 5. The Mystery of the Right. As the king by divine right was the center of the traditional state, two elements, right and faithfulness, fides, connected particular components and activities within the social order to this center, and allowed individuals to partake of the transcendent influence emanating from the sovereign. The right was the original cement, binding together traditional organizations, whether large or small, considered in their non-naturalistic dimension. The right was first of all the prerogative of the king, second, of the aristocratic or priestly classes and of the magistrates, whom the Greeks called hoi and itale, those whose responsibility is to perform sacrifices, and finally of the patres, or heads of households. Rites and sacrifices were regulated by detailed and strict traditional norms that left no room for anything arbitrary or subjective. The performance of rites and sacrifices was imperative, jus strictum. A ritual or sacrifice that was neglected or performed by an unqualified person, or performed in a way that did not conform to traditional rules, was considered a cause of misfortune for both individuals and society, since it unleashed dreadful powers both in the moral and in the material order. Conversely, in the classical world, it was said that the priest in charge of the holy fire saved the city through his ritual, day after day. In the Chinese tradition, to establish the rites was the first of the three most important things in the government of an empire, since the rites were the, quote, channels by which we can apprehend the ways of heaven, unquote. In the Hindu tradition, the sacrificial sites were considered to be the seats of the cosmic order, or Rita itself. It is very significant that the expression Rita, Artha in Persian, appears in connection with analogous conceptions as the root of the Latin word ritus, ritual action. In the ancient traditional way of life, both at an individual and at a collective level, every action was connected with a determined ritual element that acted as its support and as the transfiguring and guiding element from above. The tradition of rites and sacrifices, which was often confused with the legislative tradition, hence the notion of jus sacrum, referred both in the private and in the public dimensions to a non-human being or to a being who had transcended the human condition. This can hardly be comprehended by the modern, secular mentality that views every ritual either as an outdated superstition or as a mere ceremony to be appreciated merely for the sake of its symbolical, aesthetical, or emotional value. At this point, I wish to discuss some aspects and meanings of this particular form of the traditional spirit. As far as sacrifice is concerned, according to a text universally regarded as very old, Brahman, quote, which in the beginning constituted the entire universe, created a higher and more perfect form of itself, unquote, from which the gods of the warriors, Indra, Mitra, and so on, came into existence. The primordial power's ability to go beyond itself, an act that is credited with the origination of entities that are the heavenly archetypes of the divine and triumphal regality, is strictly connected with the nature of an entire class of sacrifices. A similar idea is found in a cycle of other myths in which we witness a fundamental identity between heroes and gods who fight victoriously against the personifications of the forces of chaos. This is the same notion of a primordial power that reacts against itself, frees itself, and ascends to a higher plane of being that defines its peculiar divine aspect, the Upanishad's highest and most perfect form of itself. This plane of being often manifests itself in a law or in a principle of order. For example, the Chaldean hero Marduk, who overcame Tiamat, the demon of chaos, is a cosmic principle of order. In Hindu cosmogony, the vital force produces the one of creation through asceticism, tapas tapyati. In the Nordic tradition, the same idea is expressed through Odin's sacrifice to the cosmic tree Yggdrasil, through which Odin draws out of the abyss the transcendent wisdom contained in the runes and puts it to good use. Also, in one specific version of this myth, Odin, who is viewed as a king, through his sacrifice points the way that leads to Valhalla, namely, to the type of action that allows a person to partake of the heroic, aristocratic, and Uranian immortality. According to its original meaning, the type of sacrifice to which I refer corresponds to either a similar action that generates a god or hero, or to its repetition, which is connected to a sacrificial tradition centered on that particular god or hero. This repetition either renews the effective power of that god or reproduces it and develops it within the order of a given community. In the Egyptian tradition, these meanings find a very important expression. According to a myth, Osiris is believed to be the one who taught mankind how to perform rites as well as the sacred art of temple construction. Osiris is also the god of rites, since he himself, first among all gods, went through sacrifice and experienced death. His death and dismemberment by Set are related to his, quote, being the first to penetrate the unknown of the otherworld and to his becoming a being who knows the great secret, unquote. The myth is developed in the saga of Horus, son of Osiris, who resurrects his father. Horus finds the proper rites, ku, that give back to Osiris, who has gone into the otherworld, or, strictly speaking, into the supernatural, the form that he previously had. Quote, through death and rites, Osiris, the first among all beings, knew the mystery and a new life. This science and this life were the privilege of beings who were considered divine. It is from this perspective that Osiris was thought to have initiated both men and gods into sacred rituals. He had shown to beings who inhabit the heavens and earth how to become a god, unquote. From then on, the cult belonging to all divine beings or deified beings consisted in reenacting the mystery of Osiris. This was true first of all for the king. The sacrificial mystery of Osiris was repeated not only in the ritual of the enthroning and in the solemn rite called Sed, repeated every 30 years, but also in the daily cult, which aimed at renewing in the pharaoh the transcendent influence associated with his function. The king publicly acknowledged his kingship and paid homage to Osiris by piecing him back together and by ritually renewing his death and victory. The king was called Horus who shapes the father, Osiris, and also, quote, the giver of life, or he who through the rite makes divine life arise in a regal fashion like the sun, unquote. The sovereign became Horus who resuscitated Osiris or was the resurrected Osiris himself. Similarly, in the mysteries, the initiates often took their name from the god who had founded those same mysteries, since the initiation reproduces the same act that constitutes the essence of the god, thus determining an analogical similarity of natures. Sometimes this similarity is figuratively described as incarnation or generation. What has been said also applied to the rite in general, that is, to the rite dedicated to the hero, or to the founding father, to whom the traditional patrician family lines often attributed their non-material origins as well as the principle of their rank and of their rights. It also applied to the rite dedicated to the cult of the founders of an institution, of a legislation, or of a city who were believed to be non-human beings. In these instances, too, it was believed that in the origins an action analogous to a sacrifice took place that produced a supernatural quality that remained as a potential spiritual legacy within the stock as the soul of those institutions, laws, or foundations. In these cases, rites and various ceremonies help to actualize and to nourish that original influence, which by virtue of its own nature appeared to be a principle of well-being, good fortune, and happiness. Having clarified the meaning of a relevant body of traditional rites allows me to establish an important point. There are two elements within the traditions of those civilizations or of those castes characterized by a Uranian chrism. The first element is a materialistic and a naturalistic one. It consists of the transmission of something related to blood and race, namely, a vital force that originates in the subterranean world together with the elementary, collective, and ancestral influences. The second element is from above, and it is conditioned by the transmission and by the uninterrupted performance of rites that contain the secret of a certain transformation and domination realized within the above-mentioned vital substratum. The latter element is the higher legacy that confirms and develops the quality the divine forefather has either established ex novo or attracted from another world. This quality originates the royal stock, the state, the city, or the temple, and the caste, the gens, or the patrician family according to the supernatural dimension that acts as a form, shaping chaos. Both of these elements were found in the higher types of traditional civilizations. This is why the rites could appear to be, quote, manifestations of the heavenly law, unquote, according to a Chinese saying. The unfolding of the ritual action par excellence in its most complete form, for example, the Vedic sacrifice, reveals three distinct phases. First of all, there was a ritual and spiritual purification on the part of the person performing the sacrifice that put him in real contact with invisible forces and facilitated the possibility of his dominating them. What followed was an evocative process that produced a saturation of these energies either within the person performing the sacrifice, within the victim, or within both, or even within a third element that varied according to the structure of the rite. Finally, there was an action that induced a crisis, for example, the slaying of the victim, and that actualized the presence of the god out of the substance of the evoked influences. With the exception of those cases in which the rite is aimed at creating a new entity destined to be the soul or the genius of a new tradition, a new city or a new temple, traditionally even the construction of cities and temples had a supernatural counterpart, what took place was something similar to the releasing and the resealing of hidden forces. In other words, what took place was the evocative renewal of the contact with the infernal forces that acted as the substratum of a primordial deification, as well as with the violence that freed and elevated them to a higher form. This explains the danger believed to be associated with the repetition of a traditional rite, and also the reason why the person performing the sacrifice was called virile hero. A rite that fails or that goes wrong or that deviates in any way from its original form wounds and defaces a god. It is sacrilegium. Once a law has been altered, the seal of a supernatural dominion is broken, and dark, ambiguous, and dreadful forces are unleashed. Even neglecting a rite has a similar effect. It lessens the presence of the god in the relationship with those who are guilty of such neglect, and it strengthens those energies that were tamed and restrained in the god himself. In other words, it opens the doors to chaos. Conversely, a correctly performed and diligent sacrificial action was reputed to be the support that men and gods provide for each other in their mutual interest. The fate awaiting those who no longer have any right is the infernal regions. They fall from the supernatural order they had partaken of into the states of the lower nature. It has been said that only the sacrificial action does not create a bond. Olympiodorus wrote that the whole world is one great symbol, since it reflects invisible realities through sensible forms. Plutarch wrote, quote, "Among the things that belong to a higher order, there are secret connections and correspondences, just like the order of natural phenomena. These connections cannot be recognized other than through experience, traditions, and universal consensus." Unquote. A characteristic expression of Jewish esotericism is, quote, "Through the impulse from below there is a stirring above, and through the impulse from above there is a stirring higher up still. Thus, by the impulse of the smoke of sacrifice from below, the lamp is kindled above, and when this is kindled, all the other lamps are kindled, and all the worlds are blessed from it. Thus, by the impulse of the sacrifice is the mainstay of the world and the blessing of all worlds." Unquote. This may be considered the general profession of faith of traditional civilizations. According to modern man, both causes and effects are relegated to the physical plane, framed within time and space. According to traditional man, the physical plane merely contains effects. Nothing takes place in this world that did not originate first in the next world or in the invisible dimension. In this sense, too, it is possible to see how the right takes hold and affects the development of all actions, destinies, and ways of traditional life. In traditional societies, the action par excellence consisted in shaping events, relations, victories, and defense mechanisms through the right, that is, in preparing causes in the invisible dimension. Any material action not connected to this supreme action was impaired by a radical contingency. The very soul of an individual was inadequately protected from the dark and elusive forces acting within human passions, thoughts, and inclinations, and behind the scenes of nature and of history. All things considered, it is difficult to label as fanciful the fact that traditionally, the performance of the right was considered one of the fundamental principles in the hierarchical differentiation of people, and generally speaking, it was closely associated with every authority within the state, the gens, and the family itself. It is possible to reject the traditional world en bloc, but it is not possible to deny the intimate logical connection of all its parts, once its foundation has been properly understood. Chapter 6. On the primordial nature of the patriciate. The Indo-Aryan civilization exemplifies one of the most thorough applications of the foregoing principles. In this civilization, the Brahmana caste was not at the top of the social hierarchy by virtue of its material strength or its wealth, or even of its para-ecclesiastical organization. Only the sacrificial rite, which was its privilege, determined its higher status vis-à-vis other castes. By permeating those who performed them with some kind of dreadful and beneficial psychic power, the rite and the sacrifice allowed the Brahmana to partake of the same nature as the evoked powers. Not only would this quality abide in that person forever, making him directly superior to and revered and feared by others, but it would also be transmitted to his descendants. Having entered into the bloodstream as some sort of transcendent legacy, this quality would become the characteristic feature of a race that is activated in individuals by the rite of initiation. The dignity of a caste was determined both by the difficulty and by the usefulness of the functions it exercised. Because of the above-mentioned presuppositions, in the world of tradition, nothing was cherished more than the spiritual influences that the rite could activate through its necessitating action. Nothing appeared as difficult as entering into a real and active relationship with the invisible forces that were ready to overcome the imprudent person who dared to confront them without possessing the necessary qualifications and knowledge. For this reason, the Brahmana caste, despite the fact that it was scattered throughout India, could evince the respect of the masses and enjoy a prestige that no tyrant ever enjoyed, no matter how well armed. In China, as well as in Greece and ancient Rome, the patriciate was essentially characterized by the possession and by the practice of those rites that were connected to the divine power emanating from the founder of a family. In China, only the patricians practiced the rites, yi li, while the plebeians merely had customs, su. There is a Chinese saying, quote, "The rites are not the legacy of ordinary people," unquote, which corresponds to the famous saying of Appius Claudius, quote, "Auspicia sunt patrum," unquote. A Latin expression characterized the plebeians as gentem non habent, people who have no rights nor ancestors. This is why in ancient Rome the patricians viewed the plebeians' lifestyle and sexual coupling as similar to that of wild animals, more ferarum. Thus, the supernatural element was the foundation of the idea of a traditional patriciate and of legitimate royalty. What constituted an ancient aristocrat was not merely a biological legacy or a racial selection, but rather a sacred tradition. In fact, even an animal may have biological and racial purity. After all, in the caste system, The laws of blood, heredity, and endogamic restrictions did not apply only to the Brahmana, but to the other castes as well. It was not in this sense that the plebeian was said to lack ancestors. The true principle of the differentiation between patricians and plebeians was that the ancestors of the plebeian and of the slave were not divine ancestors, divi parentes, like the ancestors of the patrician stocks. No transcendent quality or form entrusted to a rigorous and secret ritual tradition was transmitted to them through the blood. The plebeians lacked that power through which the members of the aristocracy could directly celebrate their own cults or be members of the priestly class, as was the case in the ancient classical world, in ancient northern and Germanic races, in the Far East, and so on. The plebeians did not have the privilege of the second birth that characterized the Arya, the noble, and the Manudharma Shastra does not hesitate to say that even an Arya is not superior to the Shudra until he has been born again. The plebeians were not purified by any of the three heavenly fires that in ancient Iran were believed to act as the occult souls of the three higher castes in the empire. The plebeians also lacked the solar element that in ancient Peru characterized the race of the Incas. The plebeians' promiscuity had no limits. They had no true cult of their own, and in a higher sense they had no founding father. Patram quiere non possunt. Therefore, the plebeians' religion could not help but have a collective and chthonic character. In India, their religion was characterized by frenzied and ecstatic forms, more or less connected to the substratum of pre-Aryan races. In the Mediterranean civilizations, the plebeians' religion was characterized by the cult of the mothers and by subterranean forces instead of the luminous forms of the heroic and Olympian tradition. The plebeians, who in ancient Rome were called children of the earth, had a religious devotion to the feminine deities of the earth. Even in China, the official aristocratic religion stood in contrast with the practices of those who were often called obsessed, Ling Pao, and with the popular cults of a Mongolian and shamanic type. We find the supernatural conception of the aristocracy also in ancient Teutonic traditions, not only because in these traditions every leader was at the same time the high priest of his people and of his lands, but also because claiming as an ancestor a divine being was enough to separate a family from all the others. A king was then chosen exclusively from among the members of these privileged families. This is why the king enjoyed a different dignity from that enjoyed, for instance, by a military leader, a dux or herzogo, who was occasionally appointed in military situations on the basis of his recognized individual talents. It seems that the ancient Norwegian kings celebrated the rites by themselves, without the help of the priestly class. Even among the so-called primitive populations, those who had not been initiated were looked down upon by their own people and excluded from all the military and political privileges of their clan. Before undergoing rites that were destined to transform one's innermost nature and that were often associated with hard trials and with a period of isolation, a person was not considered to be a true man, but rather seen as belonging to the same class as women, children, and animals. An individual became a member of the group of true men who control the community only through the new life awakened in him by initiation, almost as if he partook of a mystery or joined an order. Once an individual partakes of this new life, which is almost unrelated to the old one, he receives a new name, a new language, and new attributions. Thus, authors such as H. Schurz have rightfully seen in this the germ of true political unity. This insight corroborates what I have said before concerning the plane proper to any traditional state, which is different from the plane typical of any unity built on merely naturalistic premises. These virile groups, in German, Männerbünde, to which one is admitted after a regeneration that truly confers manhood and differentiates a person from all other members of the community, enjoy power, imperium, and an undisputed prestige. Only in recent times has aristocracy, like royalty, taken on a mere secular and political character. In the beginning, aristocracy and royalty were based on character, race, honor, valor, and faithfulness, en noblesse d'épée and en noblesse de cœur. In later times, a plebeian view of the aristocracy arose that denied even the privileges of blood and tradition. A typical example of the latter view is the so-called aristocracy of culture, or the aristocracy of intellectuals that arose as a byproduct of bourgeois civilization. During a census taken in the reign of Frederick the Great, the head of an ancient German noble family humorously replied, "Analphabet wegen des hohen Adels," in reference to the ancient notion of the British lords who were considered, quote, experienced in the law and learned, even though they may not know how to read, unquote. The truth is that though in the context of a normal hierarchical view, the principle that determined the precise ontological and essential differences between people and was at the basis of the notion of aristocracy and of its privileges was never intellectuality, but rather spirituality. The tradition was preserved, though in an attenuated form, up to the time of the knightly nobility, where it was embodied in a somewhat ascetical and sacral aspect in the great medieval orders. At that point, the nobility already had its main reference point in the sacred, not in, but outside of itself, and in a separate class, namely the clergy, although the clergy represented a spirituality that was still a far cry from the spirituality of the primordial elites. The ritual and sacral element was the foundation of the authority of both the higher castes and of the father in the ancient patrician family. In Western Aryan societies such as Greece and Rome, the pater familiae originally enjoyed a status similar to that of the priest-king. The term pater was synonymous with king, hence the words rex, anax, basileus. It conveyed the idea of a spiritual authority as well as that of power and majestic dignity. According to some views, with which I totally concur, the state is an application on a larger scale of the same principle that in the beginning constituted the patrician family. Therefore the pater, though he was the military leader and the lord of justice of his relatives and slaves, in primis et ante omnia, was the person entrusted with performing those traditional rites and sacrifices proper to every family, the rites and sacrifices that constituted its non-human legacy. This legacy, which emanated from the founding father, was represented by fire. For example, the 30 fires of the 30 families surrounding the central fire of Vesta in ancient Rome. This fire, which was fed with special substances and lit according to specific rituals and secret norms, was supposed to be kept burning at all times by every family as the living and tangible witness of its divine legacy. The father was the virile priest in charge of tending to the sacred family fire, but he was also the one who must have appeared like a hero to his children, relatives, and servants, or like the natural mediator of every efficacious relationship with the supernatural, or like the supreme vivifier of the mystical force of the ritual, which was present in the substance of fire, or like the incarnation of order, as Agni was to the Indo-Aryans, or like the principle that brings the gods to us, or like the firstborn from order, or like the son of strength, or like he who leads us away from this world to higher dimensions into the world of right action. The pater's main responsibility was to prevent the fire from going out, so that it might continue to reproduce, perpetuate, and nourish the mystical victory of the ancestor. This responsibility to the fire was the manifestation of the regal component of his family, with the pater being the, quote, Lord of the spear and of the sacrifice, unquote. In this way, the pater really constituted the center of the family. The entire rigorous constitution of traditional paternal rites flowed from this center as a natural consequence, and it subsisted even when the awareness of its primordial foundation was lost. In ancient Rome, anyone who, like the pater, had the ius quiritium, the right to bear the lance and to perform sacrifices, also had the right to own land. His privileges could never be abrogated. He spoke on behalf of the gods and on account of power. Just like the gods, he expressed himself through symbols and signs. He was immaterial. Originally, it was not possible, nulla auctoritas, to prosecute a patrician legally, since he was regarded as a minister of the gods, just like the king in recent times. If the patrician committed a crime in his mundus, the curia would only declare that he did something wicked, improbe factum. His rights over his relatives were absolute, jus vitae necisque. His superhuman character made it natural for him to sell and even to put to death his own children at his own discretion. It was in this spirit that the articulations of what Vico rightly called natural heroic rights, or divine rights of heroic people, were formulated. According to a patrician tradition, the right, which corresponded to a Uranian component, enjoyed primacy over the other elements of the same tradition that were related to nature. This can be established from several aspects of the ancient Greco-Roman laws. It has been rightfully said that, quote, in antiquity, what united the members of a family was something more powerful than birth, feelings, and physical strength. It was the cult of the hearth and of the ancestors. This cult shaped the family into a united body, both in this world and in the next. The ancient family was more a religious than a natural association. Unquote. The common ritual constituted the true bond of the family's unity, and often even of the gens itself. If an outsider was allowed to participate in the common rite, he thereby became an adoptive son who enjoyed those privileges that could also be taken away from a biological son guilty of neglecting the rite of his family, or from a son who was interdicted from participating in it. This obviously meant that according to the traditional idea, right, rather than blood, had the power to unite or to differentiate people. In India, Greece, and Rome, a woman had to mystically join her future husband's family or gens through the rite. The bride, before being a man's bride, was the bride of Agni, or the mystical fire. Those who were allowed to participate in the cult proper of a patrician stock were thereby allowed to enjoy an ennobling mystical participation that conferred upon them some of the privileges of that particular stock, while at the same time they committed their future offspring to it. Consequently, it is possible to understand the sacred aspect of the feudal principle as it previously emerged in ancient Egypt, since through the mystical gift of life emanating from him, the king gathered around himself a body of faithful subjects who were elevated to the priestly dignity. Analogous ideas can be found in Peru among the Incas, the children of the sun, and to a certain extent even among the Japanese feudal nobility. In India, one finds the idea, which should be reduced to the doctrine of the sacrifices in general, of a family line of male descendants, primogeniture, that is strictly related to the problem of immortality. The firstborn, who alone has the right to invoke Indra, the heavenly warrior god, is seen as the one whose birth frees the father of his debt to the ancestors. Thus, it is said that the firstborn frees or saves, triate, the ancestors in the world beyond. The firstborn, standing on the battlefield, represented by this earthly existence, confirms and continues the line of influence that constitutes the ancestor's substance and that is carried on in the bloodstream as a purifying fire. It is significant that the firstborn is believed to have been generated in order to fulfill a duty to this ritual commitment that is not affected by human feelings or ties. It is not impossible, therefore, that in some cases a family derived by adaptation from a superior and purely spiritual type of unity found in older times. For instance, Lao Tzu hinted that the family arose at the end of a relationship of direct participation through blood with the original spiritual principle. A similar idea still echoes as a residue in the priority acknowledged by several traditions of spiritual paternity over natural paternity, or of a second birth versus natural birth. In ancient Rome, for instance, we could refer to the inner aspect of the dignity conferred at the time of adoption, which was understood as an immaterial and supernatural filiation that was believed to take place under the aegis of Olympian deities. At one point in time, adoption was also chosen as the basis for the continuation of the imperial function. According to an ancient Hindu text, quote, that his mother and father produced him through mutual desire, and he was born in the womb, he should regard as his mere coming into existence. But the birth that a teacher produces for him is real, free from old age, and free from death." Unquote. In this way, natural relationships not only are secondary, but they may also be reversed. Thus, according to the same text, quote, "The Brahmana who brings about the Vedic birth of an older person and who teaches him his own duties becomes his father, according to law, even if he is himself a child." Unquote. Wherever the law of patria potestas was considered from a social and juridical point of view to be absolute and almost superhuman, such a law could enjoy this spiritual character only if it had, or if it originally had, such a justification in the order of spiritual paternity, and also if it was related to blood ties as the soul is related to the body, within the organic unity of the family stock. I will not dwell further on these concepts. However, it is noteworthy that a body of ancient beliefs also postulates the idea of a unity that is not merely biological, but psycho-spiritual as well. Thus, the guilt of a family member was believed to affect the entire family, and also, according to this idea, a family member may redeem another or carry out an act of vengeance on behalf of another, and so on. In all of these aspects, one finds repeated confirmation of the view according to which traditional institutions were ordered from above and were not based on nature, but on sacred legacies and on spiritual actions that bind, free, and shape nature. In the divine dimension, what counts is the blood, theoi, sunaimoi, and the family, theoi, and genes. The state, the community, the family, bourgeois feelings, duties in the modern, profane, human, and social sense of the word, all these are human fabrications, things entirely made up and existing outside the realm of traditional reality, in the world of shadows. The light of tradition did not know any of these things. Chapter 7. Spiritual Virility. So far, I have discussed the roles that the sacred, the gods, the priestly class, and the rites played in traditional societies. In the world of tradition, these things hardly correspond to categories typical of the domain of religion in the current sense of the word, based as it is on the notion of deities conceived as self-sufficient beings and the notion of God as a personal being who providentially rules the universe. Moreover, the cult is essentially characterized by an affective disposition and by a sentimental and devotional relationship of the believer to this supreme being or deities. In this type of relationship, the moral law plays a fundamental role. One would look in vain for religion in the original forms of the world of tradition. There are civilizations that never named their gods or attempted to portray them. At least this is what is said about the ancient Pelasgians. The Romans themselves, for almost 2 centuries, did not portray their deities. At most, they represented them with a symbolical object. What characterizes the primordial times is not animism, the idea that an anima is the foundation of the general representation of the divine and of the various forces at work in the universe, but rather the idea or perception of pure powers, adequately represented by the Roman view of the noumen. The noumen, unlike the notion of deus, as it later came to be understood, is not a being or a person, but a sheer power that is capable of producing effects, of acting, and of manifesting itself. The sense of the real presence of such powers, or noumena, as something simultaneously transcendent and yet immanent, marvelous yet fearful, constituted the substance of the original experience of the sacred. A well-known saying of Servius emphasizes that in the origins, religion consisted in nothing else but experience. Even though more conditioned points of view were not excluded from exotericism, those traditional forms reserved for the common people, inner doctrines were characterized by the teaching that the personal forms of deities, variously objectified, are only symbols of super-rational and superhuman ways of being. As I have said, the center consisted in the real and living presence of these states within an elite, or in the ideal of their realization through what in Tibet is called the direct path, and which generally corresponds to initiation conceived as an ontological change of nature. The saying from the Upanishads that best represents the traditional inner doctrine is, quote, "So whoever worships another divinity than himself, thinking, he is I and I another, he knows not. He is like a sacrificial animal for the gods." Unquote. With regard to the rite, there was nothing religious about it, and little or no devout pathos in those who performed it. The rite was rather a divine technique, a determining action upon invisible forces and inner states similar in spirit to what today is obtained through physical forces and states of matter. The priest was simply a person who, by virtue of his qualification and the virtus intrinsic to the rite itself, was capable of producing results through this technique. Religion was the equivalent of the indigitamenta of the ancient Roman world, namely, of the body of formulations used with different noumena. Thus, it is easy to see that prayers, fears, hopes, and other feelings displayed before what has the character of noumen had as little meaning and effect upon it as if one of our contemporaries were to employ prayers when confronting a machine. Instead, what was at stake was to be able to understand such relationships so that once a cause was established through a correctly performed rite, a necessary and constant effect would ensue on the plane of powers and invisible forces and states of being. Thus, the law of action reigns supreme. But the law of action is also the law of freedom. No bond can be spiritually imposed on beings who neither hope nor fear, but rather act. Thus, in the older Indo-Aryan view of the world, only the Brahmana caste, consisting as it did of superior natures, could tower over everybody else, since it ruled over the power of the right, or of Brahman, understood in this context as the vital and primordial principle. The gods themselves, when they are not personifications of the ritual action, that is, beings who are actualized or renewed by this action, are spiritual forces that bow before this caste. According to the Far Eastern tradition, the person who has authority also enjoys the dignity of a, quote, third power between heaven and earth, unquote. In ancient Egypt, even the great gods could be threatened with destruction by priests who knew special sacred incantations. Chemoteph, his mother's bull, was the title of the Egyptian king, emphasizing that as a man, the king possesses the primordial substance. He affects the divine more than being affected by it. One of the formulations recited by the Egyptian kings before the performance of the rites was, quote, "O gods, you are safe if I am safe. Your doubles are safe if my double is at the head of all living doubles. Everybody lives if I live." Unquote. Formulations of glory, power, and total identification are recited by the soul, rendered like Osiris in the course of its trials. These trials, in turn, can be assimilated to various degrees of solar initiation. Similar traditions are perpetuated wherever in Alexandrian literature mention is made of the holy race of people without kings, a race autonomous and immaterial that acts without being acted upon. This race is believed to be endowed with a sacred science centuries old that is proper to the lords of the spirit and of the temple, and communicated only to kings, princes, and priests. This science is related to the rituals of the pharaohs, and later on it came to be known in the Western world as Ars Regia. In the higher forms of the luminous Aryan spirituality, whether in Greece, ancient Rome, or the Far East, the role played by doctrine was minimal. Only the rituals were mandatory and absolutely necessary. Orthodoxy was defined through rituals and practices and not through dogmas and theories. Sacrilege and impiety, asebeia, did not consist in not believing, but rather in neglecting rites. This does not amount to formalism, as modern historians, who are more or less influenced by a Protestant mentality, would have us believe, but rather to the pure law of spiritual action. In the Doric Achaean ritual, the relationship with the divine was not based on feelings, but on an attitude characterized by do ut des. Even the gods presiding over funerals were not treated very religiously. They did not love men, nor were they loved by them in return. The reason behind their cult was to propitiate them and to prevent them from exercising an unfavorable action. The expiatio itself originally had the character of an objective operation, such as a medical procedure for an infection, without resembling either a punishment or an act of repentance on the part of a soul. The formulations employed by every patrician family and by every ancient city in their relationship with the forces controlling their destinies had been previously employed by their divine forefathers to overcome spiritual forces, noumena. Thus, these formulations were merely the legacy of a mystical domain. They were not the effusion of feelings, but a supernaturally efficacious weapon, provided that not a single technique was changed in the course of the rite. Wherever the traditional principle was applied in its entirety, it is possible to find, in its hierarchical differentiations, a transcendent virility that finds its best symbolical expression in the synthesis of the two attributes of the Roman patrician class, namely, the lance and the rite. There one also finds beings who are reges sacrorum, innerly free, and often consecrated by Olympian immortality. With regard to invisible and divine forces, these beings exercise the same function of centrality and the same role that leaders exercise among human beings. A very long downward path or degenerated process unwinds from this peak to what is currently and commonly considered religion and priesthood. The world of animism represents a fall from and an attenuation of the world perceived under the species of powers and of noumena. This attenuation and degeneration was destined to increase with the shift from the world in which souls were inherent in things and in the elements to a world in which the gods were conceived as persons in an objective sense rather than as figurative allusions to non-human states, forces, and possibilities. When the efficacy of the rite disappeared, man was motivated to give a mythological individuality to those forces with which he had previously dealt according to simple relationships of technique, or which, at most, he had conceived under the species of symbols. Later on, man conceived these forces in his own image, thus limiting human possibilities. He saw in them personal beings who were more powerful than he was, and who were to be addressed with humility, faith, hope, and fear, not only to receive protection and success, but also liberation and salus, in its double meaning of health and salvation. The hyper-realistic world that was substantiated with pure and sheer action was replaced with a sub-real and confused world of emotions, imagination, hopes, and fears. This world became increasingly human and powerless as it followed various stages of the general involution and alteration of the primordial tradition. Only vis-à-vis this decadence is it possible to distinguish the regal and the priestly functions. Even when a priestly class ruled without departing from the purer traditional spirit, as in the case of ancient India, it had a much more magical and regal rather than religious character, in the usual sense of the word religious. When I say magical, I do not mean what today the majority of people think when they hear the term magic, which is almost always discredited by prejudices and counterfeits. Nor do I refer to the meaning the term acquires when referred to the sui generis empirical science typical of antiquity, which was rather limited in its scope and effects. Magic in this context designates a special attitude toward spiritual reality itself, an attitude of centrality that is closely related to regal tradition and initiation. Secondly, it does not make sense to emphasize the relationship between the magical attitude, the pure ritual, the impersonal, direct, and numinous perception of the divine, and the way of life of savage tribes, which according to the Judeo-Christian mentality are still unaware of true religiosity. In most cases, savage tribes should not be considered as pre-civilized states of mankind, but rather as extremely degenerated forms of remnants of very ancient races and civilizations. Even though the above-mentioned particulars are found among savage tribes and are expressed in materialistic, dark, and shamanic forms, this should not prevent us from recognizing the meaning and the importance they assume once they are brought back to their true origins. Likewise, magic should not be understood on the basis of those wretched and degenerated remnants, but rather on the basis of the forms in which it was preserved in an active, luminous, and conscious way. These forms coincide with what I have called the spiritual virility of the world of tradition. It does not come as a surprise that the most noted modern historians of religion have no idea whatsoever about this concept. The confusions and the prejudices found in their highly documented works are most unfortunate. Chapter 8. The Two Paths in the Afterlife. At this point, it is necessary to discuss the connection between the order of ideas I have outlined so far and the problem of one's destiny in the afterlife. In this context, too, reference should be made to teachings that have almost entirely been lost in recent times. The belief that everybody's soul is immortal is rather odd. Very little evidence of it can be found in the world of tradition. In tradition, a distinction was made between true immortality, which corresponded to participation in the Olympian nature of a god, and mere survival. Also, various forms of possible survival came into play, and the problem of the post-mortem condition of each individual was analyzed, always taking into consideration the various elements present in the human aggregate, since man was far from being reduced to the simple binomial soul-body. What continuously emerges in various forms in ancient traditions is the teaching that in man, in addition to the physical body, there are essentially three entities or principles, each endowed with its own character and destiny. The first principle corresponds to the conscious I, typical of the waking state, which arose with the body and was formed in parallel with its biological development. This is the ordinary personality. The second principle was called demon, mones, lar, and even double. The third and last principle corresponds to what proceeds from the first entity after death. For most people, it is the shadow. As long as a person belongs to nature, the ultimate foundation of a human being is the daemon, or demon, daimon in Greek. In this context, the term does not have the evil connotation Christianity bestowed upon it. When man is considered from a naturalistic point of view, the demon could be defined as the deep force that originally produced consciousness in the finite form that is the body in which it lives during its residence in the visible world. This force eventually remains behind the individual, in the preconscious and in the subconscious dimensions, as the foundation of organic processes and subtle relations with the environment, other beings, and with past and future destiny. These relations usually elude any direct perception. In this regard, in many traditions, the demon corresponds to the so-called double, which is perhaps a reference to the soul of the soul, or the body itself. This double has often been closely associated with the primordial ancestor, or with the totem, conceived as the soul and the unitary life that generated a stock, a family, a gens, or a tribe, and therefore it has a broader sense than the one given to it by some schools of contemporary ethnology. The single individuals of a group appear as various incarnations or emanations of this demon or totem, which is the spirit pulsating in their blood. They live in it, and it lives in them, though transcending them, just as the matrix transcends the particular forms it produces out of its own substance. In the Hindu tradition, the demon corresponds to that principle of man's inner being called linga sarira. The word linga contains the idea of a generating power, hence the possible derivation of genius from genera, which means to act in the sense of begetting, and hence the Roman and Greek belief that the genius, or lar, demon, is the same procreating force without which a family would become extinct. It is also very significant that totems have often been associated with the souls of selected animal species, and that especially the snake, essentially a telluric animal, has been associated in the classical world with the idea of demon or of genius. These two instances bear witness to the fact that in its immediacy this force is essentially subpersonal and belongs to nature and to the infernal world. Thus, according to the symbolism of the Roman tradition, the seat of the Lares is underground. They are in the custody of a female principle, Mania, who is the Mater Larum. According to esoteric teachings, at the death of the body, an ordinary person usually loses his or her personality, which was an illusory thing even while that person was alive. The person is then reduced to a shadow, that is itself destined to be dissolved after a more or less lengthy period, culminating in what was called the second death. The essential vital principles of the deceased return to the totem, which is a primordial, perennial, and inexhaustible matter. Life will again proceed from this matter and assume other individual forms, all of which are subject to the same destiny. This is the reason why totems, manes, lares, or penates, the gods of the Roman people, quote, to whom we owe the breath within us, and by whom we possess our bodies and our power of thought, unquote, were identified with the dead. The cult of the ancestors, the demons, and the invisible generating force that is present in everybody was often confused with the cult of the dead. The souls of the deceased continued to exist in the deimanes, into whom they were dissolved, but also in those forces of the stock, the race, or the family in which the life of these deimanes were manifested and perpetuated. This teaching concerns the naturalistic order. There is, however, a second teaching relating to a higher order and a different, more privileged, aristocratic, and sacred solution to the problem of survival after death. It is possible to establish a connection here with the ideas expressed above concerning those ancestors who, through their victory, bestowed a sacred legacy upon the ensuing patrician generations that reenact and renew the rite. The heroes, or demigods, to whom the higher castes and the noble families of traditional antiquity traced their lineage, were beings who, at death, unlike most people, or unlike those who had been defeated in the trials of the afterlife, did not emanate a shadow or the larva of an ego that was eventually destined to die anyway. Instead, they were beings who had achieved the self-subsistent, transcendent, and incorruptible life of a god. They were those who had overcome the second death. This was possible because they had more or less directly imposed upon their own vital force that change of nature I mentioned before when talking about the transcendent meaning of sacrifice. Ancient Egyptian traditions clearly articulated the task of creating out of the Ka, another name for the double or the demon, some kind of new, incorruptible body, Sahu, that was supposed to replace the physical body and stand on its own feet in the invisible dimension. In other traditions, it is possible to find the identical concept under the names of immortal body, body of glory, or resurrection body. Therefore, if in their traditions the Greeks of Homer's time, as in the first Aryan period when the Vedas were written, did not contemplate the survival of the soul alone, but instead believed the survivors, those who had been kidnapped or made invisible by the gods and who had settled in the island of the blessed, where there is no death, retained soul and body in an indissoluble unity. This should not be understood as a coarse materialistic representation, as many historians of religion today are inclined to believe, but as the symbolic expression of the idea of an immortal body and the condition for immortality. This idea enjoyed its classical formulation in Far Eastern esotericism and more specifically in operative Taoism. The Egyptian Sahu, created by the rite, thanks to which the deceased can go on to live in the company of solar gods, indicates a body that has achieved a high degree of knowledge, power, and glory, and that has thus become everlasting and incorruptible. This body is referred to in the following formulation, quote, "Your soul lives, your body germinates eternally at Ra's command, without any diminution or defect, just like Ra's," unquote. In this context, the attainment of immortality or the victory over adverse powers of dissolution is related to wholeness, namely to the inseparability of the soul from the body, better yet, from a body that does not undergo decay. There is a very suggestive Vedic formula, quote, "Leaving behind every fault, go back home. Filled with splendor, be reunited with your body," unquote. The Christian dogma of the resurrection of the flesh that will take place on Judgment Day is the last echo of this idea, which can be traced back to prehistoric times. In these instances, death did not represent an end, but a fulfillment. It was a triumphal death, bestowing immortality, and was the reason why, in some Hellenic traditions, the deceased was called hero, and dying was called generating demigods, hieroha, ginesthai, or why the deceased was portrayed wearing a crown, often put on his head by the goddess of victory, made with the same myrtle that identified those who were going to be initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, or why in the Catholic liturgical language the day of death is called Dies Natalis, day of birth, or why in Egypt the tombs of the deceased who had been dedicated to Osiris were called houses of immortality, and the afterlife was conceived as the land of triumph, or why in ancient Rome the emperor's demon was worshipped as divine, and why the kings, legislators, victorious generals, and founders of those institutions or traditions that were believed to involve an action and a conquest beyond nature were worshipped as heroes, demigods, gods, and avatars of different deities. The sacred foundation of the authority the elders enjoyed in several ancient civilizations lies in similar ideas. People saw in their elders, who were closer to death, the manifestation of the divine force that was thought to achieve its full liberation at death. Thus, as far as the destiny of the soul after death is concerned, there are two opposite paths. The first is the path of the gods, also known as the solar path or Zeus's path, which leads to the bright dwelling of the immortals. This dwelling was variously represented as a height, heaven, or an island, from the Nordic Valhalla and Asgard to the Aztec Inca House of the Sun that was reserved for kings, heroes, and nobles. The other path is that trodden by those who do not survive in a real way, and who slowly yet inexorably dissolve back into their original stocks, into the totems that, unlike single individuals, never die. This is the life of Hades, of the infernals, of Niflheim, and of chthonic deities. This teaching is found in the Hindu tradition, where the expressions of Devayana and Pitarayana signify path of the gods and path of the ancestors, in the sense of the manes, respectively. It is also said, quote, "These two paths, one bright and the other dark, are considered eternal in the universe. In the former, man goes out and then comes back. In the latter, he keeps on returning." Unquote. The first path, leading to Brahman, namely to the unconditioned state, is analogically associated with fire, light, the day, and the 6 months of the solar ascent during the year. It leads to the region of thunderbolts, located beyond the door of the sun. The second path, which is related to smoke, night, and the 6 months of the sun's descent, leads to the moon, which is the symbol of the principle of change and becoming, and which is manifested here as the principle regulating the cycle of finite beings who continuously come and go in many ephemeral incarnations of the ancestral forces. According to an interesting symbolism, those who follow the lunar path become the food of the manes and are sacrificed again by them in the semen of new mortal births. According to another significant symbol found in the Greek tradition, those who have not been initiated, that is to say, the majority of people, are condemned in Hades to do the Danaides work, carrying water in amphorae filled with holes and pouring it into bottomless barrels, thus never being able to fill them up. This illustrates the insignificance of their ephemeral lives, which keep recurring over and over again pointlessly. Another comparable Greek symbol is Ocnus, who plaited a rope on the plains of Lethe. This rope was continually eaten by an ass. Ocnus symbolizes man's activity, while the ass traditionally embodies the demonic power. In Egypt, the ass was associated with the snake of darkness and with Am-Mit, the devourer of the dead. In this context, we again find the basic ideas concerning the two natures that I discussed in the first chapter. But here it is possible to penetrate deeper into the meaning of the existence in antiquity not only of two types of divinities, the former Uranian and solar, the latter telluric and lunar, but also of the existence of two essentially distinct types, at times even opposed to each other, of rite and cult. A civilization's degree of faithfulness to tradition is determined by the degree of the predominance of cults and rituals of the first type over those of the second type. Likewise, the nature and the function of the rites proper to the world of spiritual virility is specified. A characteristic of what today goes by the name of the science of religions is that whenever by sheer chance it finds the right key to solve a mystery, it reaches the conclusion that this key is good to solve all mysteries. Thus, when some scholars learned about the idea of the totem, they began to see totems everywhere. The totemic interpretation was shamelessly applied to the forms found in great civilizations, since some scholars thought that the best explanation for them could be derived from earlier studies on primitive tribes. Last but not least, a sexual theory of the totem eventually came to be formulated. I will not say that the shift from the totems of those primitive populations to a traditional regality was a historical development. At most, it was an evolution in an ideal sense. A regal or an aristocratic tradition arises wherever there is dominion over the totems, and not dominion of the totems, and wherever the bond is inverted and the deep forces of the stock are given a superbiological orientation by a supernatural principle in the direction of an Olympian victory and immortality. To establish ambiguous promiscuities that make individuals more vulnerable to the powers on which they depend as natural beings, thus allowing the center of their being to fall deeper and deeper into the collective and into the pre-personal dimensions, and to placate or propitiate certain infernal influences, granting them their wish to become incarnated in the souls and in the world of men. This is the essence of an inferior cult that is only an extension of the way of being of those who have no cult and no right at all. In other words, it is the characteristic of the extreme degeneration of higher traditional forms. To free human beings from the dominion of the totems, to strengthen them, to address them to the fulfillment of a spiritual form and a limit, and to bring them in an invisible way to the line of influences capable of creating a destiny of heroic and liberating immortality, this was the task of the aristocratic cult. When human beings persevered in this cult, the fate of Hades was averted, and the way of the mother was barred. Once the divine rights were neglected, however, this destiny was reconfirmed, and the power of the inferior nature became omnipotent again. In this way, the meaning of the above-mentioned Oriental teaching is made manifest, namely, that those who neglect the rights cannot escape hell, this word meaning both a way of being in this life and a destiny in the next. In its deepest sense, the duty to preserve, nourish, and develop the mystical fire, which was considered to be the body of the god of the families, cities, and empires, as well as, according to a Vedic expression, the custodian of immortality, without any interruption concealed the ritual promise to preserve, nourish, and develop the principle of a higher destiny and contact with the overworld that were created by the ancestor. In this way, this fire is most intimately related to the fire, which especially in the Hindu and in the Greek view, and, more generally speaking, in the Olympian Aryan ritual of cremation, burns in the funeral pyre. This fire was the symbol of the power that consumes the last remains of the earthly nature of the deceased until it generates beyond it the fulgurating form of an immortal. Chapter 9. Life and Death of Civilizations. In those areas in which tradition retained all of its vitality, the dynastic succession of sacred kings represented an axis of light and of eternity within the temporal framework, the victorious presence of the supernatural in the world, and the Olympian component that transfigures the demonic element of chaos and bestows a higher meaning to state, nation, and race. Even in the lower strata of society, the hierarchical bond created by a conscious and virile devotion was considered a means to approach and to participate in the supernatural. In fact, invested with authority from above, the simple law acted as a reference and a support that went beyond mere human individuality for those who could not light the supernatural fire for themselves. In reality, the intimate, free, and effective dedication of one's entire life to traditional norms, even when a full understanding of their inner dimension was not present to justify such an adherence, was enough to acquire objectively a higher meaning. Through obedience, faithfulness, and action in conformity with traditional principles and limitations, an invisible force shaped such a life and oriented it toward that supernatural axis that in others, in those privileged few at the top of the hierarchy, existed as a state of truth, realization, and light. In this manner, a stable and lively organism was formed that was constantly oriented toward the overworld and sanctified in power and in act according to its hierarchical degrees in the various domains of thinking, feeling, acting, and struggling. Such was the climate of the world of tradition. Quote, all of the exterior life was a rite, namely an approximation, more or less efficacious and depending on individuals and groups, to a truth that the exterior life cannot produce by itself, but that allows a person to realize oneself in part or entirely, provided it is lived in a saintly way. These people lived the same life that they led for centuries. They made of this world a ladder in order to achieve liberation. These peoples used to think, to act, to love, to hate, and to wage war on each other in a saintly way. They had erected the one temple among a great number of other temples through which the stream of the waters ran. This temple was the bed of the river, the traditional truth, the holy syllable in the heart of the world." Unquote. At this level, to leave the parameters of tradition meant to leave the true life. To abandon the rites, alter or violate the laws, or mix the castes corresponded to a regression from a structured universe, a cosmos, back into chaos, or to a relapse to the state of being under the power of the elements and of the totems, to take the path leading to the hells, where death is the ultimate reality and where a destiny of contingency and of dissolution is the supreme rule. This applied to both single individuals and to entire peoples. Any analysis of history will reveal that just like man, civilizations too, after a dawn and an ensuing development, eventually decline and die. Some people have attempted to discover the law responsible for the decline of various civilizations. I do not think that the cause or causes can be reduced to merely historical and naturalistic factors. Among various writers, de Gobineau is the one who probably better demonstrates the insufficiency of the majority of the empirical causes that have been adduced to explain the decline of great civilizations. He showed, for instance, that a civilization does not collapse simply because its political power has either been broken or swept away. Quote, "The same type of civilization sometimes endures even under a foreign occupation and defies the worst catastrophic events, while some other times, in the presence of mediocre mishaps, it just disappears." Unquote. Not even the quality of the governments, in the empirical, namely administrative and organizational sense of the word, exercises much influence on the longevity of civilizations. De Gobineau remarked that civilizations, just like living organisms, may survive for a long time, even though they carry within themselves disorganizing tendencies in addition to the spiritual unity that is the life of the one common tradition. India and feudal Europe, for example, show precisely the absence of both a unitary organization and a single economic system or form of legislation on the one hand, and a marked pluralism with repeatedly recurring antagonisms on the other. Not even the so-called corruption of morals, in its most profane and moralistically bourgeois sense, may be considered the cause of the collapse of civilizations. The corruption of morals at most may be an effect, but it is not the real cause. In almost every instance we have to agree with Nietzsche, who claimed that wherever the preoccupation with morals arises is an indication that a process of decadence is already at work. The mos of Vico's heroic ages has nothing to do with moralistic limitations. The Far Eastern tradition especially has emphasized the idea that morals and laws in general, in a conformist and social sense, arise where virtue and the way are no longer known. Quote, "When the Tao was lost, its attributes appeared. When its attributes were lost, benevolence appeared. When benevolence was lost, righteousness appeared. And when righteousness was lost, the proprieties appeared. Now propriety is the attenuated form of filial piety and good faith, and is also the commencement of disorder." Unquote. As far as the traditional laws are concerned, taken in their sacred character and in their transcendent finality, then just as they had a non-human value, Likewise, they could not be reduced in any way to the domain of morality in the current sense of the word. Antagonism between peoples or a state of war between them is in itself not the cause of a civilization's collapse. On the contrary, the imminent sense of danger, just like victory, can consolidate, even in a material way, the network of a unitary structure and heat up a people's spirit through external manifestations, while peace and well-being may lead to a state of reduced tension that favors the action of the deeper causes of a possible disintegration. The idea that is sometimes upheld against the insufficiency of these explanations is that of race. The unity and purity of blood are believed by some to be the foundation of life and the strength of a civilization. Therefore, the mixing and the ensuing poisoning of the blood are considered the initial cause of a civilization's decline. This, too, is an illusion, which among other things lowers the notion of civilization to a naturalistic and biological plane, since this is the plane on which race is thought of in our day and age. Race, blood, hereditary purity of blood, these are merely material factors. A civilization in the true traditional sense of the word arises only when a supernatural and non-human force of a higher order, a force that corresponds to the pontifical function, to the component of the right, and to the principle of spirituality as the basis of a hierarchical differentiation of people, acts upon these factors. At the origin of every true civilization there lies a divine event. Every great civilization has its own myth concerning divine founders. Thus, no human or naturalistic factor can fully account for it. The adulteration and decline of civilizations is caused by an event of the same order, though it acts in the opposite degenerative sense. When a race has lost contact with the only thing that has and can provide stability, namely, with the world of being, and when, in a race, that which forms its most subtle and yet most essential element has been lost, namely the inner race and the race of the spirit, compared to which the race of the body and of the soul are only external manifestations and means of expression, then the collective organisms that a race has generated, no matter how great and powerful, are destined to descend into the world of contingency. They are at the mercy of what is irrational, becoming, and historical, and of what is shaped from below and from the outside. Blood and ethnic purity are factors that are valued in traditional civilizations too. Their value, however, never justifies the employment, in the case of human beings, of the same criteria employed to ascertain the presence of pure blood in a dog or in a horse, as is the case in some modern racist ideologies. The blood or racial factor plays a certain role not because it exists in the psyche, in the brain, and in the opinions of an individual, but in the deepest forces of life that various traditions experience and act upon as typical formative energies. The blood registers the effects of this action, yet it provides through heredity a material that is preformed and refined so that through several generations, realizations similar to the original ones may be prepared and developed in a natural and spontaneous way. It is on this foundation, and on this foundation only, that, as we shall see, the traditional world often practiced the heredity of the castes and willed endogamous laws. If we refer, however, to the Indo-Aryan tradition, in which the caste system was the most rigorously applied, simply to be born in a caste, though necessary, was not considered enough. It was necessary for the quality virtually conferred upon a person at birth to be actualized by initiation. I have already mentioned that according to the Manu Dharma Shastra, unless a man undergoes initiation or second birth, even though he may be an Aryan, he is not superior to a Shudra. I also related how 3 special differentiations of the divine fire animated the 3 hierarchically higher Persian Pishtra, and that definite membership in one of them was sealed at the moment of initiation. Even in these instances, we should not lose sight of 2 factors being present, and never mistake the formative element for the element that is formed, nor the conditioning for the conditioned factor. Both the higher castes and traditional aristocracies, as well as superior civilizations and races, those that enjoy the same status that the consecrated castes enjoy vis-à-vis the plebeian castes of the children of the earth, cannot be explained by blood, but through the blood, by something that goes beyond blood and that has a metabiological character. When this something is truly powerful, when it constitutes the deeper and most stable nucleus of a traditional civilization, then that civilization can preserve and reaffirm itself, even when ethnical mixtures and alterations occur, no matter how destructive they may be. By reacting on the heterogeneous elements and by shaping them, by reducing them slowly but gradually to their own type, or by regenerating itself into a new, vibrant unity. In historical times, there are a number of cases of this: China, Greece, Rome, Islam. Only when a civilization's generating root from above is no longer alive and its spiritual race is worn out or broken does its decline set in, and this in tandem with its secularization and humanization. When it comes to this point, the only forces that can be relied upon are those of the blood, which still carries atavistically within itself, through race and instinct, the echo and the trace of the departed higher element that has been lost. It is only in this way that the racist thesis in defense of the purity of the blood can be validly upheld, if not to prevent, at least to delay the fatal outcome of the process of dissolution. It is impossible, however, to really prevent this outcome without an inner awakening. Analogous observations can be made concerning the value and the power of traditional forms, principles, and laws. In a traditional social order, there must be somebody in whom the principle upon which various institutions, legislations, and ethical and ritual regulations are based is truly active. This principle, though, must be an objective spiritual realization and not a simulacrum. In other words, what is required is an individual or an elite to assume the pontifical function of lords and mediators of power from above. Then even those who can only obey, but who cannot adopt the law other than by complying with the external authority and tradition, are able intuitively to know why they must obey. Their obedience is not sterile because it allows them to participate effectively in the power and in the light. Just as when a magnetic current is present in a main circuit, and induced currents are produced in other distinct circuits, provided they are syntonically arranged. Likewise, some of the greatness, stability, and fortune that are found in the hierarchical apex pass invisibly into those who follow the mere form and the ritual with a pure heart. In that case, the tradition is firmly rooted. The social organism is unified and connected in all of its parts by an occult bond that is generally stronger than external contingencies. When at the center, however, there is only a shallow function, or when the titles of the representatives of the spiritual and regal authority are only nominal, then the pinnacle dissolves and the support crumbles. A highly significant legend in this regard is that of the people of Gog and Magog, who symbolize chaotic and demonic forces that are held back by traditional structures. According to this legend, these people attack when they realize that there is no longer anybody blowing the trumpets on that wall upon which an imperial type has previously arrested their siege, and that it was only the wind that produced the sounds that they were hearing. Rites, institutions, laws, and customs may still continue to exist for a certain time, but with their meaning lost and their virtue paralyzed, they are nothing but empty shells. Once they are abandoned to themselves and have become secularized, they crumble like parched clay and become increasingly disfigured and altered, despite all attempts to retain from the outside, whether through violence or imposition, the lost inner unity. As long as a shadow of the action of the superior element remains, however, and an echo of it exists in the blood, the structure remains standing, the body still appears endowed with a soul, and the corpse, to use an image employed by de Gobineau, walks, and is still capable of knocking down obstacles in its path. When the last residue of the force from above and of the race of the spirit is exhausted, in the new generations nothing else remains. There is no longer a riverbed to channel the current that is now dispersed in every direction. What emerges at this point is individualism, chaos, anarchy, a humanist hubris, and degeneration in every domain. The dam is broken. Although a semblance of ancient grandeur still remains, the smallest impact is enough to make an empire or state collapse and be replaced with a demonic inversion, namely with the modern, omnipotent Leviathan, which is a mechanized and totalitarian collective system. From prehistoric times to our own day and age, this is what evolution has been all about. As we shall see, from the distant myth of divine regality through the descent from one caste to the next, mankind will reach the faceless forms of our contemporary civilization in which the tyranny of the pure demos and the world of the masses is increasingly and frightfully reawakening in the structures of mechanization. Chapter 10. Initiation and Consecration. Having defined the essence of both the pinnacle and center of a traditional civilization, it is necessary to describe briefly some of its external features that refer to already conditioned existential situations. This will enable me to indicate the origin of the first alteration of the world of tradition. The regal idea occurs in an already weakened form when it no longer becomes incarnated in beings who are naturally above human limitations, but rather in beings who must develop this quality within themselves. In the ancient Hellenic tradition, such a distinction corresponded analogically to that between a god, an Olympian ideal, and a hero. In terms of the Roman tradition, this distinction was formally sanctioned through the titles of Deus and Divus, the latter always designating a man who had become a god, the former designating a being who had always been a god. According to tradition, in Egypt, the regal race of the Theoi was replaced by that of the Hemitheoi, who corresponded to the heroes, who in turn precede in time the race of the Nekues, an expression subject to being referred mainly to human leaders. What emerges in this context is a situation in which there is a certain distance between the person and the function being exercised. In order for a person to embody a certain function, what is required is a specific action capable of producing in him a new quality. This action may appear either in the form of an initiation or of an investiture or consecration. In the first case, this action has a relatively autonomous and direct character. In the second case, it is mediated, or it takes place from the outside through a priestly caste distinct from the regal caste. As far as the regal initiation is concerned, it will suffice to repeat what has been said about the ritual, sacrificial, and triumphal actions that reenact those deeds attributed to a god or a hero with the intent of actualizing, evoking, or renewing the corresponding supernatural influences. This occurred in a very specific way in ancient Egypt. As I have said, the king at his enthronement reenacted the sacrifice that made Osiris a transcendent divinity. This rite was used not only as a way to renew the quality of a nature that was already divine by birth, but also, and foremost, as an initiation aimed at arousing the dimension of transcendence in the man who was destined to be king and at granting him the gift of life. As far as the details of similar rites are concerned, I will limit myself to describing the rite that in the Eleusinian mysteries corresponded to the bestowal of the regal title. The future king first spends some time in solitary confinement. Then he must swim across a river through blood and vortices. In other words, he crosses the stream of generation by means of his own strength, leaving behind on the riverbank his old body, soul, and personality. The river is later crossed again by boat, and the king wears animal skins. These skins apparently signified totemic powers that emerged as a consequence of the suspension of the ephemeral, external I, powers that represented the powers of the community. This symbolism was meant to establish a contact and an identification with the supernatural dimension. In the Bacchic ritual, after devouring the victims, the Corybantes wore their skins. This was meant as an identification with the god represented by the sacrificial victims and as the act of taking on his strength and nature. The Egyptian initiate, too, wore the skin of a victim representing Set. Thus, the overall symbolism of the new phase of the ritual probably refers to the achievement of a state in which one can undertake the symbolic crossing, thanks to which he will be qualified to become the leader, even after assuming certain powers related to the subterranean and vital dimension of the collective organism. The future king eventually reaches the other bank of the river, and now must climb to the top of a mountain. Darkness surrounds him, but the gods help him to climb the path and to rise several levels. We notice here a recurrence of well-known symbols: the dry land or island, the mountain or the height. Moreover, we find the idea of planetary influences. The rings may correspond to the Platonic 7 wheels of destiny, that one must overcome by climbing all the way to the symbolic region of the fixed stars, which represent the states of the pure world of being. This corresponds to the passage from the lesser to the greater mysteries and to the old distinction between the lunar and telluric rite and the solar and Olympian rite. The person who is to be initiated is welcomed by the other kings and by the highest dignitaries. He walks into an illuminated temple in order to establish contact with the divine. He is reminded to fulfill the main duties of a king. He finally receives the robes and the insignia of his dignity and sits on the throne. In Egypt, the rite of regal initiation included 3 separate moments corresponding to the above-mentioned phases. First came a purification, then the rite of the reception of the supernatural fluid symbolized by the crown, aureus, or by the double crown. The crown was often called the great sorceress, who establishes at the right and left hand of the king the gods of eternity and of stability. And finally, the ascent to the temple representing the other world, Padawat, and the embrace of the solar god, which was the definitive consecration that sanctified this new immortalizing birth and his divine nature, and by virtue of which the Egyptian king appeared as the son of the same god. The Eleusinian rite is one of the most complete rites of regal initiation. Allegedly, each of the symbols employed therein corresponded to a particular inner experience. Though at this time I do not intend to describe the means through which similar experiences were induced or what they were all about, I wish to emphasize that in the world of tradition, initiation in its highest forms was conceived as an intensely real operation that was capable of changing the ontological status of the individual and of grafting onto him certain forces of the world of being, or of the overworld. The title of Rex, in Greek Basileus, at Eleusis testified to the acquired supernatural dimension that potentially qualified the function of the leader. The fact that at the time of the Eleusinian mysteries this title certainly did not go together with effective political authority was due to the decadence of ancient Hellas. Because of this decadence, the ancient regal dignity was retained on a different plane than that of royal power, which by then had fallen into profane hands. This did not prevent temporal sovereigns in ancient times, however, from aspiring to achieve the dignity of an initiatory king, which was very different from the dignity that they actually enjoyed. Thus, for instance, when Hadrian and Antonius were already Roman emperors, they received the title of king only after being initiated at Eleusis. According to concordant testimonies, the quality bestowed by initiation is distinct from and unrelated to any human merit. All of the human virtues combined could not produce this quality, just as, to a certain extent, no human sin could affect it. An echo of this notion was preserved in the Catholic view, according to which the priestly dignity, which is transmitted sacramentally, cannot be effaced by any moral sin committed by the person endowed with it, since it remains in that person as an indoles indelibilis, an indelible mark. Psalm 110, verse 4. You are a priest forever. Moreover, as in the case of the Mazdian notion of glory and of the Chinese notion of virtue, the priestly dignity corresponded to an objective power. In ancient China, a distinction was made between those who were naturally endowed with knowledge and virtue, those who were capable of, quote, fulfilling heaven's law with calm and imperturbability and no help from the outside, unquote, are at the pinnacle and are perfected and transcendent men, and those who achieve them by, quote, disciplining themselves and by returning to the rites, unquote. The discipline, siu-ki, that is suitable to the latter men, and that is the equivalent of initiation, was considered only as a means to the real creation of that superior man, kyun-tse, who could legitimately assume the function proper to the supreme hierarchical apex by virtue of the mysterious and real power inherent in him. The distinctive feature of what makes one a king is more evident when a consecration, rather than an initiation, occurs. For instance, only the characteristic special investiture that turns the already crowned Teutonic prince into the Romanorum Rex can bestow upon him the authority and the title of leader of the Holy Roman Empire. Plato wrote, quote, "In Egypt, no king is allowed to rule without belonging to the priestly class. If by any chance a king of another race rises to power through violence, he eventually needs to be initiated into this class." Unquote. Likewise, Plutarch wrote that, quote, "A king chosen from among the warriors instantly became a priest and shared in the philosophy that is hidden for the most part in myths and stories that show dim reflections and insights of the truth." Unquote. The same was true for the Parsis. It was precisely because the Persian great kings were elevated to the dignity of magi at the time of their enthronement, and thus reunited the two powers, that Iran did not experience conflicts or antagonisms between royalty and priesthood during the better period of its tradition. At the same time, it must be noted that traditionally, while those who had received the initiation were kings, the opposite was also true, namely, the fact that often the initiation and the priestly function itself were considered a prerogative of kings and of aristocratic castes. For instance, in the Homeric hymn to Demeter, the goddess allegedly restricted to the 4 Eleusinian princes and to their descendants the celebration of the cult and the knowledge of sacred orgies, by virtue of which, at death, one does not incur the same fate as others. Ancient Rome struggled for a long time against the plebeian prevarication and insisted that the priests of the higher collegia, and especially the consuls, who had originally enjoyed a sacred character themselves, were to be chosen only from patrician families. In this context, the need for a unitary authority was affirmed together with the instinctive acknowledgement that such an authority has a stronger foundation in those cases in which the race of the blood and the race of the spirit converge. Let us now examine the case of kings who have not been raised to a super-individual dignity through initiation, but rather through an investiture, or a consecration that is mediated by a priestly caste. This form is typical of more recent historical times. The primordial theocracies did not derive their authority from a church or from a priestly caste. The Nordic kings were kings immediately by virtue of their divine origin, and just like the kings of the Doric-Achaean period, they were the only celebrants of sacrificial actions. In China, the emperor received his mandate directly from heaven. Until recently in Japan, the ritual of enthronement took place in the context of the individual spiritual experience of the emperor, who established contact with the influences of the regal tradition without the presence of an officiating clergy. Even in Greece and in Rome, the priestly collegia did not make kings through their rites, but limited themselves to exercising the divinatory science in order to ascertain whether the person appointed to exercise the regal function was found pleasing to the gods. In other words, it was an issue of acknowledgement and not of investiture, as in the ancient Scottish tradition concerning the so-called Stone of Destiny. Conversely, at the origins of Rome, the priesthood was conceived as some kind of emanation of the primitive regality, and the king himself promulgated the laws regulating the cult. After Romulus, who was himself initiated to the divinatory art, Numa delegated the typically priestly functions to the collegium of the Flamines, which he himself instituted. At the time of the empire, the priestly body was again subjected to the authority of the Caesars, just like the Christian clergy later became subjected to the Byzantine emperor. In Egypt, until the 21st dynasty, the king delegated a priest, designated as the king's priest, nutir hon, to perform the rites only sporadically, and the spiritual authority itself always represented a reflection of the royal authority. The Paleo-Egyptian nutir hon parallels the role often played in India by the Purohita, who was a brahmana employed at court and in charge of performing fire sacrifices. The Germanic races ignored consecration up to the Carolingian era. Charlemagne crowned himself, and so did Louis the Pious, who later crowned his own son Lothar without any direct involvement on the part of the Pope. The same holds true for the earlier forms of all traditional civilization, including the historical cycles of pre-Columbian America, and especially for the Peruvian dynasty of the Solar Masters, or Incas. On the contrary, when a priestly caste or a church claims to be the exclusive holder of that sacred force that alone can empower the king to exercise his function, this marks the beginning of an involutive process. A spirituality that in and of itself is not regal, and conversely, a regality that is not spiritual, eventually emerged. This spirituality and this regality enjoyed separate existences. Also, a feminine spirituality and a material virility began to coexist jointly with a lunar sacredness and a material solarity. The original synthesis, which corresponded to the primordial regal attribute of the glory or of the celestial fire of the conquerors, was dissolved and the plane of absolute centrality was lost. We shall see later on that such a split marks the beginning of the descent of civilizations in the direction that has led to the genesis of the modern world. Once the fracture occurred, the priestly caste portrayed itself as the caste in charge of attracting and transmitting spiritual influences, but without being capable of constituting their dominating center within the temporal order. This dominating center, instead, was virtually present in the quality of a warrior or a nobleman of the king, to whom the rite of consecration communicated these influences, the Holy Spirit in the Catholic tradition, so that he may assume them and actualize them in an efficient form. Thus, in more recent times, it is only through this priestly mediation and through a rite's virtus deificans that the synthesis of the regal and priestly dimensions is reconstituted, a synthesis that is supposed to be the supreme hierarchical peak of a traditional social order. It is only in this way that the king again can be something more than a mere mortal. Likewise, in the Catholic ritual, the dress a king was supposed to wear before the rite of investiture was simply a military dress. It was only in later times that a king began to wear the regal dress during the ceremony and began the tradition of sitting on an elevated place that had been reserved for him in the church. The rigorously symbolical meaning of the various phases of the ceremony had been preserved almost up to modern times. It is significant to find in older times the recurrent use of the expression regal religion, for which the enigmatic figure of Melchizedek was often evoked. Already in the Merovingian era, in reference to the king, we find the formula, Melchizedek noster, merito rex atque sacerdos. The king, who during the rite took off the dress that he previously put on, was believed to be the one who, quote, leaves the mundane state in order to assume the state of regal religion, unquote. In AD 769, Pope Stephanus III reminded the Carolingians that they were a sacred race and a royal priesthood. Vos gens sancta estis, atque regalis estis sacerdotium. Regal consecration was bestowed through anointing. Back in those times, this rite differed from the rite of consecration of bishops only in a few minor details, and therefore the king became as holy as a priest before men and God. Anointing, which belonged to the Jewish tradition and which was eventually taken up again by Catholicism, was the habitual rite employed to transfer a being from a profane into a sacred world. According to the Ghibelline ideal, it was thanks to his virtue that the consecrated person became a deus homo, in spiritu et virtute Christus Domini, in una eminentia divinificationis, sumus et instructor sanctae ecclesiae. Therefore it was said that, quote, the king must stand out from the mass of lay people, since he participates in the priestly function by his having been anointed by consecrated oil, unquote. The anonymous author of York wrote, quote, the king, the Christ anointed of the Lord, cannot be regarded as being a layman, unquote. In the sporadic emergence of the idea that the rite of regal consecration has the power to erase every sin committed, including those that involve the shedding of blood, we find an echo of the above-mentioned initiatory doctrine concerning the transcendence of the supernatural quality vis-à-vis any human virtue or sin. In this chapter, I have discussed initiation in relation to the positive function of regality, even when considered in material terms. I have also mentioned instances in which the initiatory dignity separated itself from that function, or better, instances in which that function separated itself from the initiatory dignity by becoming secularized and by taking on a merely warrior or political character. Initiation must also be considered, however, as an independent category of the world of tradition without a necessary relation to the exercise of a visible function at the center of a society. Initiation, high-level initiation, not to be confused with initiation that is related to the regimen of the castes or to the traditional professions and the various artisan guilds, has defined, in and of itself, the action that determines an ontological transformation of man. High-level initiation has generated initiatory chains that were often invisible and subterranean, and that preserved an identical spiritual influence and an inner doctrine superior to the exoteric and religious forms of a historical tradition. There are even instances in which the initiate has enjoyed this distinct character in a normal civilization, and not only during the ensuing period of degeneration and inner fracture of the traditional unity. This character has become necessary and all-pervasive, especially in Europe in these latter times, because of the involutive processes that have led both to the organization of the modern world and to the advent of Christianity. Hence the merely initiatory character of the Hermetic Rex, of the Rosicrucian Emperor, and so on. Chapter 11. On the hierarchical relationship between royalty and priesthood. If, on the one hand, the original synthesis of the two powers is re-established in the person of the consecrated king, on the other hand, the nature of the hierarchical relationships existing in every normal social order between royalty and priestly caste or church, which is merely the mediator of supernatural influences, is very clearly defined. Regality enjoys primacy over the priesthood, just as, symbolically speaking, the sun has primacy over the moon and the man over the woman. In a certain sense, this is the same primacy over Abraham's priesthood that was traditionally attributed to the priestly regality of Melchizedek, who performed sacrifices in the name of the Almighty, the God of victory. Genesis chapter 14, verse 20, God Most High, who delivered your foes into your hand. As I have said, the medieval apologists of the Ghibelline ideal occasionally referred to the symbol of Melchizedek when laying claim over and against the Church to the privileges and to the supernatural dignity of the monarchy. When referring to thoroughly traditional civilizations, it is helpful to employ Aryan or Indo-Aryan texts in order to emphasize that even in a civilization that appears to be characterized mainly by the priestly caste, the notion of the correct relationship between two dignities was preserved to a large extent. In these texts, which I have previously quoted, it is said that the stock of the warrior deities arose from Brahman as a higher and more perfect form than Brahman itself. Reading on, quote, "This is why nothing is greater than the warrior nobility, kshatram. The priests, brahmana, themselves venerate the warrior when the consecration of the king occurs." Unquote. In the same text, the priestly caste that was assimilated to that Brahman, understood here in an impersonal manner and in an analogous sense to what in Christianity is considered to be the power, or dunamis, of the Holy Spirit, which is in its safekeeping, was represented as a mother or as a maternal matrix, a yoni, in relation to the warrior or regal caste. This is particularly meaningful. The regal type is presented here according to its value as male principle, which surpasses, individuates, masters, and rules triumphantly over the spiritual force, which is conceived of as a mother and as a female. Reference was made to ancient traditions concerning a type of regality that was attained by marrying a divine woman, often portrayed as a mother. This symbolizes incest, whereby the Egyptian king, in a broader context, was given the title of his mother's bull. We are again led to the same point. Therefore, even when the rite of investiture is considered necessary, this does not establish or acknowledge the subordination of the king per se to the priestly caste. After the race of beings who are by nature more than mere human beings became extinct, a king was, prior to his consecration, simply a warrior, provided that he did not individually rise to something higher through other means. But in the rite of consecration, the king, rather than receiving, assumes a power that the priestly class does not own, but rather has in custody. This power is then supposed to rise to a higher form that it did not possess before. Also, in consecration, the virile and warrior quality of the person to be initiated frees itself and rises to a higher plane. It then acts as an axis or as a pole of the sacred force. This is why the officiating priest must worship the king whom he consecrates, although the latter, according to a text, owes to the Brahmana the respect owed to a mother. In the Manudharma Shastra itself, although the primacy of the Brahmana is upheld, the latter is compared to the water and to the stone, while the Kshatriya is compared to the fire and to iron. The text goes on to say that, quote, "Rulers do not prosper without priests, and priests do not thrive without rulers," unquote. And that, quote, "The priest is said to be the root of the law, and the ruler is the peak," unquote. Odd as it may seem, these ideas originally were not totally alien to Christianity itself. According to the testimony of Einhard, after Charlemagne was consecrated and hailed with the formula, "Long life and victory to Charles the Great, crowned by God, great and peaceful Emperor of the Romans," the Pope, quote, "prostrated himself," adoravit, before Charles, according to the ritual established at the time of the ancient emperors, unquote. In the time of Charlemagne and of Louis the Pious, as in the time of the Christian Roman and Byzantine emperors, the ecclesiastical councils were summoned, authorized, and presided over by the prince, to whom the bishops presented the conclusions they had reached, not only in matters of discipline, but in matters of faith and doctrine as well, with the formula, quote, "O your lordship and emperor, may your wisdom integrate what is found lacking, correct what is against reason," unquote. Almost as in an echo, this bears witness to the fact that the ancient primacy and an undeniable authority over the priesthood, even in matters of wisdom, was attributed to the ruler. The liturgy of power, typical of the primordial tradition, still subsist. It was not a pagan, but Bossuet, a Catholic bishop, born 1627, died 1704, who declared in modern times that the sovereign is the image of God on earth, and who exclaimed, quote, "You are divine, though you are subject to death, and your authority does not die," unquote. When the priestly caste, however, by virtue of the consecration that it administers, demands that the regal authority should recognize the hierarchical superiority of the priesthood, following Hebrews chapter 7, verse 7, unquestionably a lesser person is blessed by a greater, and demands that the regal authority be subjected to it. Such was, in Europe, the Church's claim during the struggle over the investiture. This amounts to a full-blown heresy, totally subversive of traditional truths. In reality, as early as in the dark ages of prehistory, we can detect the first episodes of the conflict between regal and priestly authority, since they both claim for themselves the primacy that belongs to what is prior and superior to each of them. Contrary to common opinion, in the beginning this contrast was not motivated at all by a yearning for political hegemony. The cause of this conflict had a deeper root in two opposing spiritual attitudes. According to the prevalent form he was destined to assume after the differentiation of dignities, the priest is by definition always an interpreter and a mediator of the divine. As powerful as he may be, he will always be aware of addressing God as his Lord. The sacred king, on the other hand, feels that he belongs to the same stock as the gods. He ignores the feeling of religious subordination and cannot help but be intolerant of any claim to supremacy advanced by the priesthood. Later times witnessed the emergence of forms of an anti-traditional anarchy that was manifested mainly in two ways, either as a royalty that is mere temporal power in rebellion against spiritual authority, or as the spirituality of a lunar character in rebellion against a spirituality embodied by kings who were still aware of their ancient function. In both instances, heterodoxy was destined to emerge from the ruins of the traditional world. The first path will lead to the hegemony of the political element, the secularization of the idea of the state, the destruction of every authentic hierarchy, and last but not least to the modern forms of an illusory and materialistic virility and power that are destined to be swept away by the power of the world of the masses in its collectivist versions. The second path will run parallel to the first. It will initially be manifested through the advent of the civilization of the mother and through its pantheist spirituality, and later on through the varieties of what constitutes devotional religion. The Middle Ages were the theater of the last great episode in the above-mentioned conflict between the religious universalism represented by the Church and the regal ideal embodied, though not without some compromises, in the Holy Roman Empire. According to the regal ideal, the emperor is really the caput ecclesiae, not in the sense that he takes the place of the head of the priestly hierarchy, the pope, but in the sense that only in the imperial function may the force that is represented by the Church and that animates Christianity efficaciously impose its dominion. In this context, quote, "The world, portrayed as a vast unitary whole represented by the Church, was perceived as a body in which the single members are coordinated under the supreme direction of the emperor, who is at the same time the leader of the realm and of the Church." Unquote. The emperor, although he was constituted as such by the right of investiture that followed the other investitures relative to his secular aspect of Teutonic prince, claimed to have received his right and his power directly from God, and claimed to acknowledge only God above himself. Therefore, the role of the head of the priestly hierarchy who had consecrated him could logically be only that of a mere mediator, unable, according to the Ghibelline ideal, to revoke by means of excommunication the supernatural force with which the emperor had been endowed. Before the Gregorian interpretation subverted the very essence of the ancient symbols, the old tradition was upheld in lieu of the fact that the empire had always and everywhere been compared to the sun, as the Church had been compared to the moon. Moreover, even at the times of her highest prestige, the Church attributed to herself an essentially feminine symbolism, that of a mother, in relation to the king, whom she viewed as her son. The Upanishad's designation, the Brahmana as the mother of the Kshatram, appears again in this symbolism, this time in concomitance with the supremacist fancies of a gynecocratic civilization marked by an anti-heroic subordination of the son to the mother and by an emphasis on the mother's privileges. After all, based on what I have discussed so far, it is clear that the very assumption of the title of Pontifex Maximus by the head of the Christian religion, the Pope, turned out to be more or less a usurpation, since Pontifex Magnus was originally a function of the king and of the Roman Augustus. Likewise, the characteristic symbols of the papacy, the double keys and the ship, were borrowed from the ancient Roman cult of Janus. The papal tiara itself derives from a dignity that was not religious or priestly, but essentially initiatory, and from the dignity proper of the Lord of the Center or of the Sovereign of the Three Worlds. In all this we can visibly detect a distortion and an abusive shift of dimension that, although they occurred in a hidden way, are nevertheless real and testify to a significant deviation from the pure traditional ideal. Chapter 12. Universality and Centralism. The ideal of the Holy Roman Empire points out the decadence the principle of regere, or ruling, is liable to undergo when it loses its spiritual foundation. I will here anticipate some of the ideas I intend to develop in the second part of this work. In the Ghibelline ideal of the Holy Roman Empire, two beliefs were firmly upheld: that the regnum had a supernatural origin and a metapolitical and universal nature, and that the emperor, as the lex animata in terris, and as the peak of the ordinatio ad unum, was aliquod unum quod non est pars, to quote Dante, and the representative of a power transcending the community he governed. In the same way, the empire should not be confused with any of the kingdoms and nations that it encompassed, since in principle it was something qualitatively other, prior, and superior to each of them. There was no inconsistency, as some historians would have us believe, in the medieval contrast between absolute right, above all places, races, and nations, that the emperor claimed for himself by virtue of having been regularly invested and consecrated, and the practical limitations of his material power vis-à-vis the European sovereigns who owed him obedience. The nature of the plane of every universal function that exercises an all-encompassing, unifying action is not a material one, as long as such a function does not assert itself as a mere material unity and power. It is worthy of its goals. Ideally speaking, the various kingdoms were not supposed to be united to the empire through a material bond, whether of a political or a military nature, but rather through an ideal and spiritual bond, which was expressed by the characteristic term fides, which in medieval Latin had both a religious meaning and the political and moral meaning of faithfulness or devotion. The fides, elevated to the dignity of a sacrament, the sacramentum fidelitatis, and the principle of all honor, was the cement that unified the various feudal communities. Faithfulness bound the feudal lord to his prince, who was himself a feudal lord of a higher rank. Moreover, in a higher, purified, and immaterial form, faithfulness was the element required to bring back these partial units, or singulae communitates, to the center of gravity of the empire, which was superior to them all since it enjoyed such a transcendent power and authority that it did not need to resort to arms in order to be acknowledged. This is also why, in the feudal and imperial Middle Ages, as well as in any other civilization of a traditional type, unity and hierarchy were able to coexist with a high degree of independence, freedom, and self-expression. Generally speaking, and especially in typically Aryan civilizations, there were long periods of time in which a remarkable degree of pluralism existed within every state or city. Families, stocks, and gentes made up many small-scale states and powers that enjoyed autonomy to a large degree. They were subsumed in an ideal and organic unity, though they possessed everything they needed for their material and spiritual life: a cult, a law, a land, and a militia. Tradition, the common origin, and the common race, not just the race of the body, but the race of the spirit, were the only foundations of a superior organization that was capable of developing into the form of the empire, especially when the original group of forces spread into a larger space when it needed to be organized and unified. A typical example is the early history of the Franks. Frank was synonymous with being free, and the bearer by virtue of one's race of a dignity that in their own eyes made the Franks superior to all other people. In the words of Turpinus, quote, Francus liber dicitur, quia super omnes gentes, alias decus, et dominatio illi debetur. Unquote. Up to the 9th century, sharing the common civilization of and belonging to Frankish stock were the foundations of the state, although there was no organized and centralized political unity coextensive with a national territory as in the modern idea of a state. Later on, in the Carolingian development that led to the establishment of the empire, Frankish nobility was scattered everywhere. These separated and highly autonomous units, which still retained an immaterial connection with the center, constituted the unifying vital element within the overall connection, like cells of the nervous system in relation to the rest of the organism. The Far Eastern tradition in particular has emphasized the idea that by leaving the peripheral domain, by not intervening in a direct way, and by remaining in the essential spirituality of the center, like the hub of the wheel effecting its movement, it is possible to achieve the virtue that characterizes the true empire, as the single individuals maintain the feeling of being free and everything unfolds in an orderly way. This is possible because, by virtue of the reciprocal compensation resulting from the invisible direction being followed, the partial disorders or individual wills will eventually contribute to the overall order. This is the basic idea behind any real unity and any authentic authority. On the contrary, whenever we witness in history the triumph of a sovereignty and of a unity presiding over multiplicity in a merely material, direct, and political way, intervening everywhere, abolishing the autonomy of single groups, leveling in an absolutist fashion every right and every privilege, and altering and imposing a common will on various ethnic groups, then there cannot be any authentic imperial power, since what we are dealing with is no longer an organism, but a mechanism. This type is best represented by the modern national and centralizing states. Wherever a monarch has descended to such a lower plane, in other words, wherever he has, in losing his spiritual function, promoted an absolutism and a political and material centralization by emancipating himself from any bond owed to sacred authority, humiliating the feudal nobility, and taking over those powers that were previously distributed among the aristocracy, such a monarch has dug his own grave, having brought upon himself ominous consequences. Absolutism is a short-lived mirage. The enforced uniformity paves the way for demagogy, the ascent of the people, or demos, to the desecrated throne. This is the case with tyranny, which in several Greek cities replaced the previous aristocratic, sacral regime. This is also somewhat the case with ancient Rome and with Byzantium in the leveling forms of the imperial decadence. And finally, this is the meaning of European political history after the collapse of the spiritual ideal of the Holy Roman Empire and the ensuing advent of the secularized nationalist monarchies up to the age of totalitarianism as a terminal phenomenon. It is hardly worth talking about the great powers that arose from the hypertrophy of nationalism that was inspired by a barbaric will to power of a militaristic or economic type, and that people call empires. Let me repeat that an empire is such only by virtue of higher values that have been attained by a given race, which first of all had to overcome itself and its naturalistic particularities. Only then will a race become the bearer of a principle that is also present in other peoples, endowed with a traditional organization, although this principle is present only in a potential form. In this instance, the conquering material action presents itself as an action that shatters the diaphragms of empirical separation and elevates the various potentialities to the one and only actuality, thus producing a real unification. The principle die and become, which resembles being hit by Apollo's thunderbolt, to use the phrase of C. stating, is the elementary requirement for every stock striving to achieve an imperial mission and dignity. This is exactly the opposite of the morality of so-called sacred selfishness displayed by various nations. To remain limited by national characteristics in order to dominate on their basis other peoples or other lands is not possible other than through a temporary violence. A hand, as such, cannot pretend to dominate the other organs of the body. It can do so, however, by ceasing to be a hand and by becoming soul, or in other words, by rising up again to an immaterial function that is able to unify and to direct the multiplicity of the particular bodily functions, being superior to each one of them, considered in and of themselves. If the imperialist adventures of modern times have failed miserably, often bringing to ruin the peoples that promoted them, or if they have been transformed into calamities of different kinds, the cause is precisely the absence of any authentically spiritual, metapolitical, and metanationalistic element. That is replaced instead with the violence of a stronger power that nonetheless is of the same nature as those minor powers it attempts to subdue. If an empire is not a sacred empire, it is not an empire at all, but rather something resembling a cancer within a system comprised of the distinct functions of a living organism. This is what I think about the degeneration of the idea of regere once it has become secularized and separated from the traditional spiritual basis. It is merely a temporal and centralizing idea. When considering yet another aspect of this deviation, one will notice that it is typical of all priestly castes to refuse to acknowledge the imperial function, as was the case of the Roman Church at the time of the struggle over the investitures, and to aim at a deconsecration of the concept of state and of royalty. Thus, often without realizing it, the priestly caste contributed to the formation of that lay and realistic mentality that unavoidably was destined to rise up against priestly authority itself, and to ban any of its effective interferences in the body of the state. After the fanaticism of the early Christian communities, which originally identified the ruling Caesar's empire with Satan's kingdom, the greatness of the Aeternitatis Romae with the opulence of the Babylonian prostitute, and the Lictorian conquests with a magnum latrocinium, and after the Augustinian dualism, which contrasted state institutions with the civitas Dei and considered the former as sinful, corpus diaboli, and unnatural devices, the Gregorian thesis eventually upheld the doctrine of the so-called natural right, in the context of which regal authority was divested of every transcendent and divine character and reduced to a mere temporal power transferred to the king by the people. According to this thesis, a king is always accountable to the people for his power, as every positive state law is declared contingent and revocable vis-à-vis that natural right. As early as the 13th century, once the Catholic doctrine of the sacraments was defined, regal anointing was discontinued and ceased to be considered, as it had been previously, almost on the same level as priestly ordination. Later on, the Society of Jesus often accentuated the anti-traditional lay view of royalty, even though they sided with the absolutism of those monarchies that were subservient to the Church. The Jesuits in some cases went as far as legitimizing regicide, in order to make it clear that only the Church enjoys a sacred character and that therefore every primacy belongs to her alone. As I have mentioned, however, exactly the opposite came true. The spirit that was evoked overcame those who evoked it. Once the European states became the expressions of popular sovereignty and found themselves governed merely by economic principles and by the acephalous organizations, such as the Italian city republics, that the Church had indirectly sponsored in their struggle against imperial authority, they became self-subsistent entities. These entities eventually became increasingly secularized and relegated everything that had to do with religion to an increasingly abstract, privatistic, and secondary domain, and even used religion as an instrument to pursue their own goals. The Gulf, Gregorian Thomist view, is the expression of an emasculated spirituality to which a temporal power is superimposed from the outside in order to strengthen it and render it efficient. This view eventually replaced the synthesis of spirituality and power, of regal supernaturality and centrality typical of the pure traditional idea. The Thomist worldview attempted to correct such an absurdity by conceiving a certain continuity between state and church and by seeing in the state a providential institution. According to this view, the state cannot act beyond a certain limit. The Church takes over beyond that limit as an eminently and directly supernatural institution by perfecting the overall socio-political order and by actualizing the goal that excedit proportionem naturalis facultatis humanae. While this view is not too far off from traditional truth, it unfortunately encounters, in the order of ideas to which it belongs, an insurmountable difficulty represented by the essential difference in the types of relationship with the divine that are proper to regality and to priesthood, respectively. In order for a real continuity, rather than a hiatus to exist between the two successive degrees of a unitary organization, scholasticism identified them with state and church, it would have been necessary for the Church to embody in the supernatural order the same spirit that the imperium, strictly speaking, embodied on the material plane. This spirit is what I have called spiritual virility. The religious view, typical of Christianity, however, did not allow for anything of this sort. From Pope Gelasius I onward, the Church's claim was that since Christ had come, nobody could be king and priest at the same time. Despite her hierocratic claims, the Church does not embody the virile solar pole of the Spirit, but the feminine lunar pole. She may lay claim to the key, but not to the scepter. Because of her role as a mediatrix of the divine, conceived theistically, and because of her view of spirituality as contemplative life, essentially different from active life, not even Dante was able to go beyond this opposition, the Church cannot represent the best integration of all particular organizations. That is to say, she cannot represent the pinnacle of a great, homogeneous, ordinatio ad unum, capable of encompassing both the peak and the essence of the providential design that is foreshadowed, according to the above-mentioned view, in single organic and hierarchical political unities. If a body is free only when it obeys its soul, and not a heterogeneous soul, then we must give credit to Frederick II's claim, according to which the states that recognize the authority of the empire are free, while those states that submit to the Church, which represents another spirituality, are the real slaves. Chapter 13. The Soul of Chivalry. As I have previously indicated, not only regality, but traditional nobility as well, was originally characterized by a spiritual element. As we did for regality, let us consider the case in which this element is not the natural, but rather the acquired possession of nobility. It follows that we find a gap analogous to that which exists between initiation and investiture. Investiture corresponds to what in the West was knightly ordination, and to what in other areas was the ritual initiation typical of the warrior caste. Initiation, a realization of a more direct, individual, and inner nature, corresponds to heroic action in a traditional sacral sense, which is connected to doctrines such as that of the Holy War and of the Mors Triumphalis. I will discuss the second possibility later. In this context, I will only discuss the spirit and the mystery of medieval knighthood as an example of the first possibility. To begin with, we must be aware of the difference that existed during the European Middle Ages between the feudal and knightly aristocracy. The former was connected to a land and to faithfulness, or fides, to a given prince. Knighthood, instead, appeared as a super-territorial and supranational community in which its members, who were consecrated to military priesthood, no longer had a homeland and thus were bound by faithfulness not to people, but on the one hand to an ethics that had as its fundamental values honor, truth, courage, and loyalty, and, on the other hand, to a spiritual authority of a universal type, which was essentially that of the empire. Knighthood, and the great knightly orders of the Christian ecumene, were an essential part of the empire, since they represented the political and military counterpart of what the clergy and the monastic orders represented in the ecclesiastical order. Knighthood did not necessarily have a hereditary character. It was possible to become a knight, as long as the person wishing to become one performed feats that could demonstrate both his heroic contempt for attachment to life as well as the above-mentioned faithfulness in both senses of the term. In the older versions of knightly ordination, a knight was ordained by another knight without the intervention of priests, almost as if, in the warrior, there was a force similar to a fluid that was capable of creating new knights by direct transmission. A witness to this practice is found in the Indo-Aryan tradition of warriors ordaining other warriors. Later on, a special religious rite was developed, aimed at ordaining knights. This is not all. There is a deeper aspect of European chivalry worth mentioning. The knights dedicated their heroic deeds to a woman. This devotion assumed such extreme forms in European chivalry that we should regard them as an absurd and aberrant phenomenon if taken literally. To avow unconditional faithfulness to a woman was one of the recurrent themes in chivalrous groups. According to the theology of the castles, there was little doubt that a knight who died for his woman shared the same promise of blessed immortality achieved by a crusader who had died to liberate the temple. In this context, faithfulness to God and to a woman appear to coincide. According to some rituals, the neophyte knight's woman had to undress him and lead him to the water so that he could be purified before being ordained. On the other hand, the heroes of daring feats involving a woman, such as Tristan and Lancelot, are simultaneously knights of King Arthur committed to the quest for the Grail, members of the same order of heavenly knights to which the Hyperborean Knight of the Swan belonged. The truth is that behind all this, there were esoteric meanings that were not disclosed to the judges of the Inquisition or to ordinary folks. Thus, these meanings were often conveyed in the guise of weird customs and of erotic tales. In a number of instances, what has been said about the knight's woman also applies to the woman celebrated by the Ghibelline Love's Lieges, which points to a uniform and precise traditional symbolism. The woman to whom a knight swears unconditional faithfulness, and to whom even a crusader consecrates himself. The woman who leads to purification, whom the knight considers his reward, and who will make him immortal if he ever dies for her. That woman, as it has been documented in the case of the worshippers of love, or Love's Lieges, is essentially a representation of holy wisdom, or a perceived embodiment, in different degrees, of the transcendent divine woman, who represents the power of a transfiguring spirituality and of a life unaffected by death. This motif, in turn, is part of a complete traditional system. There is, in fact, a vast cycle of sagas and myths in which the woman is portrayed according to this value. The same theme runs through the stories of Hebe, a perennial youth who becomes the spouse of the hero Heracles in the Olympian domain, of Idun, whose name means rejuvenation, or renewal, and of Gunnloth, holder of the magic potion Othrarir, and to the vain attempts to win Freya, goddess of light, who is constantly yearned for by elemental beings, of Brunhild, whom Odin appoints as the earthly bride of a hero who will dare go through the flickering flame surrounding her hall, of the woman of the land of the living, and of the victorious one, Vorgod, who attracts the Gaelic hero Conall Cernach, of the Egyptian women who offer the key of life and the lotus of resurrection, of the Aztec Teoyamiqui, who leads the fallen warriors to the house of the sun, of the well-shaped, strong, and tall-formed maidens who make the soul of the righteous go above the Chinvat bridge and who place it in the presence of the heavenly gods themselves, of Ardvi Sura Anahita, strong and holy, who proceeds from the god of light, and of whom one asks for the glory which belongs to the Aryan race and to the holy Zarathustra, as well as wisdom and victory. Of the bride of Gesar, the Tibetan hero, who is an emanation of the conquering Dolma, not without relation to the double meaning of the Sanskrit term Shakti, which means both bride and power. To the Fravashi, divine women who, like the Valkyrie, are simultaneously transcendental parts of the human soul and beings who bestow victory on those who invoke them, favors on those who love them, health on those who are ill. This theme helps us to penetrate the esoteric dimension of some of the chivalrous literature about the woman and her cult. In the Indo-Aryan tradition it is said, quote, "Verily, not for love of kshatrahood, in a material sense, is kshatrahood dear, but for love of the soul, the principle of the self, which is light and immortality, kshatrahood is dear. Kshatrahood has deserted him who knows kshatrahood in anything else but the soul." Unquote. The same idea may constitute the background of the particular aspect of chivalry that I have considered in this context. It is important to note that in some cases the symbolism of the woman may assume a negative, gynecocratic character that is different from the character related to the core of chivalry that leads to the ideal of spiritual virility mentioned in the previous chapter. The persistent, repeated use of feminine characters, which is typical of cycles of a heroic type, in reality means nothing else but this. Even when confronting the power that may enlighten him and lead him to something more than human, the only ideal of the hero and of the knight is that active and affirmative attitude that in every normal civilization characterizes a true man as opposed to a woman. This is the mystery that in a more or less hidden form has shaped a part of the chivalrous medieval literature and that was familiar to the so-called courts of love, since it was able to confer a deeper meaning to the often debated question whether a woman ought to prefer a cleric or a knight. Even the odd declarations of some chivalrous codes, according to which a knight, who is believed to have a semi-priestly dignity or to be a heavenly knight, has the right to make other people's women his own, including the women of his own sovereign, as long as he proves to be the strongest, and according to which the possession of a woman automatically derives from his victory. These must be related to the meanings that I have discussed in the context of expounding the saga of the King of the Woods of Nemi, described in Chapter 1. We are entering here into an order of real experiences, and thus we must renounce the idea that these are just inoperative and abstract symbols. I must refer my listeners to another work of mine, The Metaphysics of Sex, where I said that the initiatory woman or secret woman could be evoked in a real woman. In this book, I also explain that eros, love, and sex were known and employed according to their real transcendent possibilities. Such possibilities were hinted at by several traditional teachings, so much so as to define a special path leading to the effective removal of the limitations of the empirical self and to the participation in higher forms of being. Existentially, the nature of the warrior was such as to present eventually a qualification for this path. I cannot, however, develop this point any further in this context. Materialized and scattered fragments of an ancient symbolism are also found in other cases, such as the fact that the title of knight confers a special prestige, and that the knight is in some cases so close to his horse that he shares both danger and glory with it, and may become ritually demoted from his rank when he allows himself to be unsaddled. These facts may lead us beyond the merely material dimension, and may be related to other filiations of the ancient symbolism of the horse. The horse appears in the famous myths of Perseus and Bellerophon as a winged creature capable of taking to the sky, the riding of which constitutes a test for divine heroes. The symbolism becomes more evident in the Platonic myth, where the outcome of the choice between the white and the black horse determines the transcendental destiny of the soul, represented by the charioteer, and also in the myth of Phaeton, who was flung into the river Eridanus by his horse's driving force as it drove the sun chariot through the sky. In its traditional association with Poseidon, the god of the fluid element, the horse played the role of a symbol of the elementary life force, even in its relation with Mars, another equestrian god of classical antiquity. The horse was the expression of the same force, which in ancient Rome was subjected to the warrior principle. The meaning of two representations, which in this context have a particular importance, will now become clear. First, in some classical figurations, the hero-like soul that was transfigured or made was presented as a knight or accompanied by a horse. The second figuration is the so-called Kalki Avatara. According to the Indo-Aryan tradition, the force that will put an end to the Dark Era, or Kali Yuga, will be embodied in the form of a white horse. It will destroy the evil people, and particularly the Malekas, who are warriors demoted in rank and disjoined from the sacred. The coming of the Kalki Avatara to punish these people inaugurates the restoration of primordial spirituality. In another occasion, it would be interesting to follow the threads of these symbolical motifs from the Roman world all the way to the Middle Ages. On a more relative and historical plane, European aristocratic chivalry enjoyed a formal institution through the rite of ordination as it was defined around the 12th century. Following 2 7-year periods in the service of a prince, from ages 7 to 14, and then from 14 to 21, in which the youth was supposed to prove his loyalty, faithfulness, and bravery, the rite of ordination took place at a date that coincided with Easter or Pentecost, thus suggesting the idea of a resurrection or of a descent of the Spirit. First came a period of fasting and penance, followed by a symbolic purification through a bath, so that, according to Redi, quote, these knights may lead a new life and follow new habits, unquote. Secondly, or sometimes this came first, came the wake in arms. The person to be initiated spent the night in the church and prayed standing up or on his knees. Sitting was strictly prohibited, so that God may help him achieve what was lacking in his preparation. Following the example of the neophytes of the ancient mysteries, after the ritual bathing, the knight took on a white robe as a symbol of his renewed and purified nature. Sometimes he even wore a black vest, reminding him of the dissolution of mortal nature, and a red garment, which alluded to the deeds he was supposed to undertake at the cost of shedding his blood. Third came the priestly consecration of the arms that were laid on the altar and that concluded the rite by inducing a special spiritual influence that was supposed to sustain the new life of the warrior, who was now elevated to knightly dignity and turned into a member of the universal order represented by knighthood. In the Middle Ages, we witness a blossoming of treatises in which every weapon of the knight was portrayed as a symbol of spiritual or ethical virtues. Symbols that were almost intended to remind him of these virtues in a visible way and to connect any chivalrous deed with an inner action. It would be easy to indicate the counterpart of this in the mysticism of weapons found in other traditional civilizations. I will limit myself to the example of the Japanese warrior aristocracy, which considered the sword, katana, as a sacred object. In Japan, the making of a sword followed precise, unbreakable rules. When a blacksmith fabricated a sword, he had to wear ceremonial robes and to purify the forge. The technique for ensuring the sharpness of a blade was kept absolutely secret, and it was transmitted only from master to disciple. The blade of a sword was the symbol of the soul of the samurai, and the use of such a weapon was subject to precise rules. Likewise, to train in its use and in the use of other weapons, such as the bow, because of their relation with Zen, could plunge a person into an initiatory dimension. In the list of knightly virtues given by Redi, first came wisdom, followed by faithfulness, liberality, and strength. According to a legend, Roland was an expert in theological science. He was portrayed engaging in a theological discussion with his enemy Ferragus before combat. Godfrey of Bouillon was called by some of his contemporaries lux monarchorum. Hugh of Tabaria, in his Ordin de Chevalerie, portrayed the knight as an armed priest, who by virtue of his two dignities, military and priestly, has the right to enter a church and to keep order in it with his sacred sword. In the Indo-Aryan tradition, we see members of the warrior aristocracy competing victoriously in wisdom, with the Brahmana, that is, the representatives of the priestly caste, for example, Ajatashatru versus Gargya Balaki, Pravahana Jaivali versus Aryuni, Sanat Kumara versus Narada, etc., becoming Brahmana, or, just like other Brahmana, being, quote, those who tend to the sacred flame, unquote. This confirms the inner character of chivalry and, in a wider sense, of the warrior caste in the world of tradition. With the decline of chivalry, the European nobility also eventually lost the spiritual element as a reference point for its highest faithfulness, and thus became part of merely political organisms, as in the case of the aristocracies of the national states that emerged after the collapse of the civilization of the Middle Ages. The principles of honor and of faithfulness continued to exist even when the noble was nothing but a king's officer. But faithfulness is blind when it does not refer, even in a mediated way, to something beyond the human dimension. Thus, the qualities that were preserved in the European nobility through heredity eventually underwent a fatal degeneration when they were no longer renewed in their original spirit. The decline of the regal spirituality was unavoidably followed by the decline of nobility itself, and by the advent of the forces found in a lower order. I have mentioned that chivalry, both in its spirit and in its ethics, is an organic part of the empire and not of the church. It is true that the knight almost always included in his vows the defense of the faith. This should be taken as the generic sign of a militant commitment to something super-individual, rather than a conscious profession of faith in a specific and theological sense. Just by scraping a little bit off the surface, it becomes evident that the strongest trunks of the sprouting of knighthood derived their sap from orders and movements that had the odor of heresy to the church, to the point of being persecuted by her. Even from a traditional point of view, the doctrines of the Albigenses cannot be considered to be perfectly orthodox. However, we cannot fail to notice, especially in reference to Frederick II and to the Aragonenses, a certain connection between the Albigenses and a current of chivalry that defended the imperial ideal against the Roman Curia, and which during the Crusades ventured all the way to Jerusalem, not without reason, which it conceived almost as a center of a higher spirituality than that which was incarnated in papal Rome. The most characteristic case is that of the Knights Templar, ascetic warriors who gave up the pleasures of the world in order to pursue a discipline not practiced in the monasteries but on the battlefields, and who were animated by a faith consecrated more by blood and victory than by prayer. The Templars had their own secret initiation, the details of which, though they were portrayed by their accusers with blasphemous tinges, are very significant. Among other things, in a preliminary part of the ritual, the candidates to the highest degree of Templar initiation were supposed to reject the symbol of the cross and to acknowledge that Christ's doctrine did not lead to salvation. The Templars were also accused of engaging in secret dealings with the infidels and of celebrating wicked rites. These were just symbols, as it was declared repeatedly, though in vain, at the Templars' trial. In all probability, this was not a case of sacrilegious impiety, but of acknowledgement of the inferior character of the exoteric tradition represented by devotional Christianity, an acknowledgement that was required in order for one to be elevated to higher forms of spirituality. Generally speaking, as somebody has correctly remarked, the very name Templars bespeaks transcendence. Temple is a more august, comprehensive, and inclusive term than church. The temple dominates the church. Churches fall in ruins, but the temple stands as a symbol of the kinship of religions and of the perennial spirit informing them. The Grail was another characteristic reference point of chivalry. The saga of the Grail closely reflects the hidden ambition of the Ghibelline Knights. This saga, too, has hidden motifs that cannot be ascribed to the Church or to Christianity alone. Not only does the official Catholic tradition not acknowledge the Grail, but the essential elements of the saga are related to pre-Christian and even Nordic Hyperborean traditions. In this context, I can only remind the reader that in the most important versions of the legend, the Grail is portrayed as a stone of light and Luciferian stone, rather than as a mystical chalice. That the adventures related to the Grail, almost without exception, have a more heroic and initiatory rather than a Christian and Eucharistic character. That Wolfram von Eschenbach refers to the Knights of the Grail as Tempelise. And finally, that the Templar insignia, a red cross on a white background, is found on the garment of some of the Grail Knights and on the sail of the ship on which Perlisfo, or Parsifal, leaves, never to return. It is worth noting that even in the most Christianized versions of the saga, one still finds extra ecclesial references. It is said that the Grail as a bright chalice, the presence of which produces a magical animation, a foreboding, and an anticipation of a non-human life, following the Last Supper and Jesus' death, was taken by angels into heaven, from where it is not supposed to return until the emergence on earth of a stock of heroes capable of safeguarding it. The leader of this stock instituted an order of perfect, or heavenly knights dedicated to this purpose. The myth, and the highest ideal of medieval chivalry, was to reach the Grail in its new earthly abode and to belong to such an order, which was often identified with King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table. Considering that the Catholic Church has descended directly and without any interruptions from primitive Christianity, and considering the fact that the Christianized Grail disappeared until that time a knightly rather than priestly order was to be instituted, this obviously testifies to the emergence of a different tradition than the Catholic and Apostolic one. There is more. In almost all the texts dealing with the Grail, the symbol of the temple, still a very priestly one, is abandoned in favor of the symbol of the court, or of a regal castle, as the mysterious, inaccessible, and well-protected place in which the Grail is kept. The central theme of the mystery of the Grail, besides the test of mending a broken sword, consists in regal restoration. There is the expectation of a knight who will restore the prestige of a decadent realm and who will avenge or heal a king who is either wounded, paralyzed, or in a catatonic state. Crisscrossing references connect these themes both to the imperial myth and to the very idea of a supreme, invisible, and polar center of the world. It is obvious that in this cycle, which was important to the medieval chivalrous world, a particular tradition was at work. This tradition had little to do with that of the dominant religion, and although it occasionally adopted some elements from Christianity, maybe it did so the better to express, or conversely, to hide itself. The Grail is truly a myth of the regal religion that confirms what has been said about the secret soul of chivalry. When looking at the outer domain relative to a general view of life and of ethics, the overall scope of the formative and correcting action that Christianity underwent because of the world of chivalry must be acknowledged. Christianity could not reconcile itself with the ethos of chivalry and espouse the idea of a holy war, other than by betraying the principles of that dualistic and escapist spirituality that characterized it over and against the traditional and classical world. Christianity had to forget Augustine's words, quote, "Those who can think of war and endure it without experiencing great sufferings have truly lost their sense of humanity," unquote. The more radical expressions of Tertullian and his warning, quote, "The Lord, by ordering Peter to put the sword back into the scabbard, has thereby disarmed soldiers," unquote. The martyrdom of Saints Maximilian and Theogan, who preferred to die rather than to serve in the army, and St. Martin's words prior to battle, quote, "I am a soldier of Christ. I am not allowed to draw the sword," unquote. Christianity also had to bestow on the chivalrous principle of honor a very different understanding than what the Christian principle of love could allow for. Moreover, it had to conform to a type of morality that was more heroic and pagan than evangelical. It also had to close an eye to expressions such as John of Salisbury's, quote, "The military profession, both worthy and necessary, has been instituted by God himself," unquote. And it even had to come to see war as a possible ascetical and immortalizing path. Moreover, it was thanks to this very deviation of the Church from the main themes of primitive Christianity that during the Middle Ages Europe came to know the last image of a world that in many aspects was of a traditional type. Chapter 14. The Doctrine of the Castes. The caste system is one of the main expressions of the traditional socio-political order, a form victorious over chaos and the embodiment of the metaphysical ideas of stability and justice. The division of individuals into castes, or into equivalent groups, according to their nature and to the different rank of activities they exercise with regard to pure spirituality, is found with the same traits in all higher forms of traditional civilizations, and it constitutes the essence of the primordial legislation and of the social order according to justice. Conformity to one's caste was considered by traditional humanity as the first and main duty of an individual. The most complete type of caste hierarchy, the ancient Indo-Aryan system, was visibly inspired by the hierarchy of the various functions found in a physical organism animated by the spirit. At the lower level of such an organism, there are the undifferentiated and impersonal energies of matter and of mere vitality. The regulating action of the functions of the metabolism and of the organism is exercised upon these forces. These functions, in turn, are regulated by the will, which moves and directs the body as an organic whole in space and time. Finally, we assume the soul to be the center, the sovereign power and the light of the entire organism. The same is true for the castes. The activities of the slaves or workers, Shudras, were subordinated to the activities of the bourgeoisie, Vaishya. Higher up in the hierarchy, we find the warrior nobility, Kshatriya, and finally, the representatives of the spiritual authority and power, the Brahmana, in the original sense of the word, and the leaders as pontifices. These groups were arranged in a hierarchy that corresponded to the hierarchy of the functions within a living organism. Such was the Indo-Aryan socio-political system, which closely resembled the Persian system. The latter was articulated into the four Pishtra of the lords of fire, Athreva, of the warriors, Rathaishta, of the heads of the family, Vashtriya, Fushyant, and of the serfs assigned to manual labor, Huiti. An analogous pattern was found in other civilizations up to the European Middle Ages, which followed the division of people into servants, burghers, nobility, and clergy. In the Platonic worldview, the caste corresponded to different powers of the soul and to particular virtues. The rulers, archontes, the warriors, phylakes or epikuroi, and the workers, demiurgoi, corresponded respectively to the spirit, nous, and to the head, to the animus, thumoides, and to the chest, and to the faculty of desire, epitheumatikon, and to the lower organs of the body regulating sex and the functions of excretion. In this way, as stated by Plato, the external order and hierarchy correspond to an inner order and hierarchy according to justice. The idea of organic correspondence is also found in the well-known Vedic simile of the generation of the various castes from the distinct parts of the primordial man, or Purusha. The castes, more than defining social groups, defined functions and typical ways of being and acting. The correspondence of the fundamental natural possibilities of the single individual to any of these functions determined his or her belonging to the corresponding caste. Thus, in the duties toward one's caste, each caste was traditionally required to perform specific duties, the individual was able to recognize the normal explication as well as the development and the chrism of his or her own nature within the overall order imposed from above. This is why the caste system developed and was applied in the traditional world as a natural, agreeable institution based on something that everybody regarded as obvious, rather than on violence, oppression, or on what in modern terms is referred to as social injustice. By acknowledging his own nature, traditional man knew his own place, function, and what would be the correct relationship with both superiors and inferiors. Hence, if a Vaishya did not acknowledge the authority of a Kshatriya, or if a Kshatriya did not uphold his superiority in regards to a Vaishya or a Shudra, this was not so much considered a fault, but as the result of ignorance. A hierarchy was not a device of the human will, but a law of nature, and as impersonal a physical law as that according to which a lighter fluid floats on top of a denser fluid, unless an upsetting factor intervenes. There was a firmly upheld principle according to which, quote, those who want to institute a process at variance with human nature cannot make it function as an ethical system, unquote. What upsets modern sensitivity the most about the caste system is the law of heredity and preclusion. It seems unfair that fate may seal at birth one's social status and predetermine the type of activity to which a man will consecrate the rest of his life, and which he will not be able to abandon, not even in order to pursue an inferior one, lest he become an outcast, a pariah shunned by everybody. When seen against the background of the traditional view of life, however, these difficulties are overcome. The closed caste system was based on two fundamental principles. The first principle consisted of the fact that traditional man considered everything visible and worldly as the mere effects of causes of a higher order. Thus, for example, to be born according to this or that condition, as a man or a woman, in one caste rather than in another, in one race instead of another, and to be endowed with specific talents and dispositions was not regarded as pure chance. All of these circumstances were explained by traditional man as corresponding to the nature of the principle embodied in an empirical self, whether willed or already present transcendentally in the act of undertaking human birth. Such is one of the aspects of the Hindu doctrine of karma. Although this doctrine does not correspond to what is commonly meant by reincarnation, it still implies the generic idea of the pre-existence of causes and the principle that human beings are heirs of karma. Similar doctrines were not typical of the East alone. According to a Hellenistic teaching, not only, quote, the soul's quality exists before any bodily life, it has exactly what it chose to have, unquote, but, quote, the body has been organized and determined by the image of the soul which is in it, unquote. Also, according to some Persian Aryan views that eventually found their way to Greece and then to ancient Rome, the doctrine of sacred regality was connected to the view that souls are attracted by certain affinities to a given planet, corresponding to the predominant qualities and to the rank of human birth. The king was considered domus natus, precisely because he was believed to have followed the path of solar influences. Those who love philosophical explanations should remember that Kant's and Schopenhauer's theory concerning the intelligible character, the noumenal character that precedes the phenomenal world, relates to a similar order of ideas. And so, given these premises, and excluding the idea that birth is a casual event, the doctrine of the castes appears under a very different light. It can be said, therefore, that birth does not determine nature, but that nature determines birth. More specifically, a person is endowed with a certain spirit by virtue of being born in a given caste, but at the same time, one is born in a specific caste because one possesses, transcendentally, a given spirit. Hence, the differences between the castes, far from being artificial, unfair, and arbitrary, were just the reflection and the confirmation of a pre-existing, deeper, and more intimate inequality. They represented a higher application of the principle suum cuique. In the context of a living tradition, the castes represented the natural place of the earthly convergence of analogous wills and vocations. Also, the regular and closed hereditary transmission forged a homogeneous group sharing favorable organic, vitalistic, and even psychic proclivities in view of the regular development on the part of single individuals of the aforesaid prenatal determinations or dispositions on the plane of human existence. The individual did not receive from the caste his own nature. Rather, the caste afforded him the opportunity to recognize or remember his own nature and prenatal will, while at the same time presenting him with a kind of occult heritage related to the blood, so that he would be able to realize the latter in a harmonious way. The characteristics, the functions, and the duties of the caste constituted the traces for the regular development of one's possibilities in the context of an organic social system. In the higher castes, initiation completed this process by awakening and inducing in the single individual certain influences that were already oriented in a supernatural direction. The use of the single individual, namely those prerogatives and distinct rights inherent to each of these traditional articulations, not only allowed this transcendental will to be in harmony with a congenial human heredity, but also allowed everybody to find in the social organism a condition that really corresponded to their own nature and to their deepest attitudes. Such a condition was protected against any confusion and prevarication. When the sense of personality is not focused on the ephemeral principle of human individuality, which is destined to leave behind nothing but a shadow at death, all this seems very natural and evident. It is true that much can be achieved in a lifetime, but achievements mean absolutely nothing from a higher point of view, from a point of view that knows that the progressive decay of the organism will eventually push one into nothingness, when they do not actualize the pre-existing will that is the reason for a specific birth. Such a prenatal will cannot be easily altered by a temporary and arbitrary decision taken at a given point of one's earthly journey. Once this is understood, the necessity of the castes will become clear. The only self modern man knows and is willing to acknowledge is the empirical self that begins at birth and is more or less extinguished at death. Everything is reduced by him to the mere human individual, since in him all prior recollections have disappeared. Thus we witness the disappearance of both the possibility of establishing contact with those forces of which a given birth is just the effect, and the possibility of rejoining that non-human element in man, which, being situated before birth, is also beyond death. This element constitutes the place for everything that may eventually be realized beyond death itself and is the principle of an incomparable sense of security. Once the rhythm has been broken, the contacts lost, and the great distances precluded to the human eye, all the paths seem open, and every field is saturated with disorderly, inorganic activities that lack a deep foundation in meaning and are dominated by temporal and particularistic motivations and by passions, cheap interests, and vanity. In this context, culture is no longer the context in which it is possible to actualize one's being through serious commitment and faithfulness. It is rather the locus for self-actualization. And since the shifting sands of that nothingness without a name and tradition that is the empirical human subject have become the foundation of that self-actualization, the claim to equality and the right to be, as a matter of principle, anything one chooses to be, is therefore carried forward and strenuously advocated in modern society. No other difference is acknowledged to be more right and truer than that which is achieved through one's efforts and merit, according to the terms of various vain intellectual, moral, or social beliefs typical of these recent times. In the same way, it is only natural that the only things left are the limits of the most coarse physical heredity which have become the signs of incomprehensible meanings and which are endured or enjoyed according to each case as a caprice of fate. It is also natural that personality and blood traits, social vocation and function, are all elements that have become increasingly discordant to the point of generating states of real, tragic, inner and outer conflict. From a legal and ethical perspective, they have also led to a qualitative destruction, to a relative leveling, to equal rights and duties, and to an equal social morality that pretends to be imposed on everyone and to be valid for all people in the same way, with total disregard for single natures and for different inner dignities. The overcoming of the castes and of the traditional socio-political orders has no other meaning. The individual has achieved all his freedom. His chain is not short, and his intoxication and his illusions as a restless puppet have no limits. The freedom enjoyed by the man of tradition was something very different. It did not consist in discarding, but in being able to rejoin the deeper vein of his will, which was related to the mystery of his own existential form. In reality, that which corresponds to birth and to the physical element of a being reflects what can be called, in a mathematical sense, the resultant, the vectorial sum of the various forces or tendencies at work in his birth. In other words, it reflects the direction of the stronger force. In this force, there may be inclinations of minor intensity that have been swept away and that correspond to talents and tendencies that on the plane of individual consciousness are distinct from both their own organic preformation and the duties and environment of one's caste. These instances of inner contradiction within a traditional political order, regulated by the caste system, must be considered an exception to the rule. They become predominant, though, in a society that no longer knows the castes, and, in general, in distinct social organisms in which there is no law to gather, preserve, and shape talents and qualifications in view of specific functions. Here we encounter a chaos of existential and psychic possibilities that condemns most people to a state of disharmony and social tension. We can see plenty of that nowadays. Undoubtedly, there may have been a margin of indetermination, even in the case of traditional man, but this margin in him only served to emphasize the positive aspect of these two sayings, know yourself, complemented by the saying, nothing in excess, and be yourself, which implied an action of inner transformation and organization leading to the elimination of this margin of indetermination and to the integration of the self. To discover the dominating trait of one's form and caste and to will it by transforming it into an ethical imperative, and, moreover, to actualize it ritually through faithfulness in order to destroy everything that ties one to the earth, instincts, hedonistic motivations, material considerations, and so on. Such is the complement of the above-mentioned view that leads to the second foundation of the caste system in its closeness and stability. On the other hand, we must keep in mind that aspect of the traditional spirit according to which there was no object or function that in itself could be considered as superior or inferior to another. The true difference was rather given by the way in which the object or the function was lived out. The earthly way, inspired by utilitarianism or by greed, sakama karma, was contrasted with the heavenly way of the one who acts without concern for the consequences and for the sake of the action itself, nishkama karma, and who transforms every action into a rite and into an offering. Such was the path of bhakti, a term that in this context corresponds more to the virile sense of medieval fides than to the pietistic sense that has prevailed in the theistic idea of devotion. An action performed according to this type of bhakti was compared to a fire that generates light and in which the matter of the act itself is consumed and purified. The degree to which the act was freed from matter, detached from greed and passion, and made self-sufficient, a pure act, to employ analogically an Aristotelian expression, define the hierarchy of activities and consequently the hierarchy of the castes or other bodies that corresponded to them as functional classes. Given these premises, which were not theoretical but experiential and thus at times not even openly expressed, the aspiration to go from one kind of activity to another, and therefore from one caste to another, which from a superficial and utilitarian perspective may be considered by some as a worthier and more advantageous step, was hardly considered in the traditional world. So much so that the heredity of functions was spontaneously established even where there were no castes, but only social groups. Every type of function and activity appeared equally as a point of departure for an elevation in a different and vertical rather than horizontal sense, and not in the temporal, but in the spiritual order. In this regard, by being in their own caste, in faithfulness to their own caste and to their own nature, in obedience not to a general morality, but to their morality, or to the morality of their own caste, everyone enjoyed the same dignity and the same purity as everybody else. This was true for a Shudra as well as for a king. Everybody performed their function within the overall social order, and through their own peculiar bhakti even partook of the supernatural principle of this same order. Thus it was said, quote, "A man attains perfection when his work is worship of God, from whom all things come, and who is in all." Unquote. The god Krishna declared, quote, "In any way that men love me, in the same way they find my love. For many are the paths of men, but they all in the end come to me." Unquote. And also, quote, "In liberty from the bonds of attachment, do thou therefore the work to be done. For the man whose work is pure attains indeed the supreme." Unquote. The notion of dharma, or one's peculiar nature to which one is supposed to be faithful, comes from the root dur, meaning to sustain, to uphold, and it expresses the element of order, form, or cosmos that tradition embodies and implements over and against chaos and becoming. Through dharma, the traditional world, just like every living thing and every being, is upheld. The dams holding back the sea of pure contingency and temporality stand firm. Living beings partake of stability. It is therefore clear why leaving one's caste and mixing castes, or even the rights, the duties, the morality, and the cults of each caste, was considered a sacrilege that destroys the efficacy of every right and leads those who are guilty of it to hell, that is, to the realm of demonic influences that belong to the inferior nature. The people guilty of crossing the caste line were considered the only impure beings in the entire hierarchy. They were pariahs, or untouchables, because they represented centers of psychic infection in the sense of an inner dissolution. In India, only the people without a caste were considered outcasts, and they were shunned even by the lowest caste, even if they had previously belonged to the highest caste. On the contrary, nobody felt humiliated by his own caste, and even a Shudra was as proud of and as committed to his own caste as a Brahmana of the highest station was to his. Generally speaking, the idea of contamination did not concern only the individual of a higher caste who mixed with a member of a lower caste. Even the latter felt contaminated by such mixture. When gold and lead are mixed together, they are both altered. They both lose their own nature. Therefore, it was necessary for everybody to be themselves. Thus, mixing subverted the traditional order and opened the door to infernal forces by removing what Goethe called the creative limitation. The goal was the transfiguration of the form, which was obtained through bhakti and nishkama karma, namely, through action as right and as oblation. The alteration, the destruction of the form, no matter the way it was carried out, was considered as a degrading form of escapism. The outcast was just the vanquished. In the Aryan East, he was called a fallen one, patitas. This was the second principle on which the caste system was founded. It was a thoroughly spiritual foundation, since India, which implemented this system in one of its strictest versions, even to the point of becoming sclerotic, never had a centralized organization that could impose it by means of a political or economic despotism. Moreover, it is possible to find expressions of this second foundation even in the Western forms of tradition. It was a classical idea, for instance, that perfection cannot be measured with a material criterion, but that it rather consists in realizing one's nature in a thorough way. The ancients also believed that materiality only represents the inability to actualize one's form, since matter, hule, was depicted in Plato and Aristotle's writings as the foundation of undifferentiation and of an evasive instability that causes a thing or being to be incomplete in itself and not to correspond to its norm and idea, that is, to its dharma. In the Roman deification of the limit, the termen or terminus, implemented through the elevation of the god Terminus to the highest dignity, he was even associated with the Olympian god Jupiter, as a principle of order and also as the patron saint of limits. In the tradition, susceptible of being interpreted in terms of higher meanings, according to which he who knocked down or removed a single one of the territorial boundary stones was an accursed being to be killed on sight by anybody, and in the Roman oracle that announced that the era of the destruction of the limits erected against human greed will also be the saeculum of the end of the world, in all of these elements we find the esoteric reverberation of the same spirit. Plotinus wrote, quote, "Each several thing must be a separate thing. There must be acts and thoughts that are our own. The good and evil done by each human being must be his own." Unquote. The idea that to comply perfectly with one's own specific function leads to an identical participation in the spirituality of the whole, conceived as a living organism, can be traced to the best Greco-Roman traditions. Later on, it eventually became part of the organic vision of the Germanic Roman civilization of the Middle Ages. The presuppositions for the sense of joy and pride in one's own profession, such that any job, no matter how humble it was, could be performed as an art, which have been preserved in some European peoples until recent times as an echo of the traditional spirit, are not any different, after all. The ancient German peasant, for instance, experienced his cultivating the land as a title of nobility, even though he was not able to see in this work, unlike his Persian counterpart, a symbol and an episode of the struggle between the god of light and the god of darkness. The members of the medieval corporations and guilds were as proud of their professional tradition as the nobility was proud of its bloodline. And when Luther, following St. Thomas, taught that to go from one profession to another in order to enhance one's position in the social hierarchy ran contrary to God's law, because God assigns to each and every one his or her own state, and therefore people must obey him by remaining where they are, and that the only way to serve God consists in doing one's best at one's job, the tradition was faithfully preserved in these ideas, and the best spirit of the Middle Ages was reflected, although with the limitations inherent in a theistic and devotional schema. Prior to the advent of the civilization of the Third Estate, with its mercantilism and capitalism, the social ethics that was religiously sanctioned in the West consisted in realizing one's being and in achieving one's own perfection within the fixed parameters that one's individual nature and the group to which one belonged clearly defined. Economic activity, work, and profit were justified only in the measure in which they were necessary for sustenance and to ensure the dignity of an existence conformed to one's own estate, without the lower instinct of self-interest or profit coming first. Hence we encounter a character of active impersonality in this domain as well. It has been noted that in caste hierarchy, relationships like those occurring between potentiality and act were reenacted. In the superior caste, the same activity that in the inferior caste presented itself in a more conditioned form was manifested in a more pure, complete, and freer manner as an idea. This allows us to take issue with the modern demagogical ideas concerning an alleged flock-like mindedness of individuals who lived in traditional societies, and concerning the alleged lack of that sense of dignity and freedom of every individual that only modern, evolved mankind is supposed to have achieved. In fact, even when the hierarchical position of the individual did not proceed from the spontaneous acknowledgement of one's own nature and one's faithfulness to it, the subordination of the inferior to the superior, far from being an indolent acquiescence, was almost the symbolical and ritual expression of a faithfulness and a devotion to one's particular ideal and to a higher form of being that the inferior could not directly and organically live out as his own nature, svadharma. but which he could still consider as the center of his own actions precisely through his devotion and active subordination to a higher caste. Moreover, although in the East to leave one's caste was only allowed in exceptional cases, and a fugitive was far from being considered a free man, it was still possible to create certain causes through the way one conducted oneself in thought, word, and deed. These causes, by virtue of the analogy with the principle or with the hierarchy to which one was subjected, could produce a new way of being that corresponded to that principle or to that hierarchy. Besides the bhakti or fides that is aimed directly at the supreme principle, that is, at the unconditioned, the bhakti that was centered on some other high principle was thought to have the real and objective power to resolve the elements of the one who had nourished it, following the fulfillment of his own dharma, into this same principle, and thus to make that person ascend, not exteriorly and artificially, as is the case in the disorder and careerism of modern society, but from within, in a profound and organic way, from a lower to a higher degree of the spiritual hierarchy as a reflection of the passage of the transcendental principle of being from one possibility to another. Regarding that kind of social order that had its center in a sovereign, and lasted up to the time of the Holy Roman Empire, there survives the principle, upheld by Celsus against the dualism of early Christianity, according to which the subjects may demonstrate their faithfulness to God through faithfulness to their ruler. The view of the subject as a being connected to the person of his sovereign through a sacred and freely chosen vow is an ancient Indo-European view. In the traditional world, this fides, or personal devotion, went beyond political and individual boundaries, and even acquired the value of a path leading to liberation. Cumont, in reference to Iran, observed that, quote, "The subjects dedicated to their deified kings not only their actions and words, but their very thoughts. Their duty was a complete abandonment of their personality in favor of those monarchs who were held the equal of gods. The sacred militia of the mysteries was nothing but this civic morality viewed from a religious standpoint. It confounded loyalty with piety." Unquote. This loyalty, in the brightest and most luminous forms of tradition, was credited with the power of producing the same fruits faith is supposed to produce. Not too many years ago, the Japanese General Nogi, who had prevailed at Port Arthur against his Russian foes, killed himself with his wife after the death of his emperor in order to follow him into the afterlife. All of this is self-evident, since I have said that faithfulness is the second cornerstone of every traditional organization, in addition to the right and an elite that embodies transcendence. This is the force that, as a magnet, establishes contacts, creates a psychic atmosphere, stabilizes the social structure, and determines a system of coordination and gravitation between the individual elements and the center. When this fluid, which is rooted in freedom and in the spiritual spontaneity of the personality, fails, the traditional organism loses its elementary power of cohesion. Paths become precluded, subtler senses atrophied, the parts disassociated and atomized. The consequence of this degeneration is the immediate withdrawal of the forces from above, which thus abandon men to themselves, leaving them free to go where they wish, according to the destiny that their actions create and that no superior influence will ever be able to modify again. This is the mystery inherent in decadence. Chapter 15. Professional Associations in the Arts, Slavery. When viewed as a relationship between potentiality and act, hierarchy allowed the same motif established at the top to be reproduced in the activities of the different castes or social organisms, though on the plane of different, more or less spiritual, paths of fulfillment, each one retained in its own way the same upward orientation. This is why, in the more complete traditional forms, the sacred was a light that shone not only on what today are the profane sciences, arts, and professions, but on trades and various material activities as well. By virtue of the analogical correspondences existing between the various planes, the sciences, activities, and skills of the lower plane could traditionally be considered as symbols of a higher nature, and thus help to communicate the meaning hidden in the latter, since it was already present in the former, even though in a potential form. In the domain of knowledge, the presupposition was of a system of sciences fundamentally different in their premises and methodologies from modern ones. Every modern profane science corresponds in the world of tradition to a sacred science that had an organic, qualitative character and considered nature as a whole in a hierarchy of degrees of reality and forms of experience in which the form connected to the physical senses is just one among others. It is precisely in this way that the system of transpositions and symbolic and ritual participations was made possible. This was the case in cosmology and in related disciplines. For instance, ancient alchemy was not at all a primitive chemistry, and ancient astrology was not at all, as it is mistakenly assumed today, a superstitious deification of the heavenly bodies and of their movements, but a knowledge of the stars so organized as to be able to constitute a science of purely spiritual and metaphysical realities expressed in a symbolic form. The world of tradition knew in these same terms of physiology, parts of which are still preserved in the East. For example, the knowledge of anatomy and physiology presupposed by Chinese acupuncture, Japanese jiu-jitsu, and some aspects of Hindu hatha yoga. In this physiology, the consideration of the material aspect of the human organism represented only a particular chapter, becoming part of the general science of the correspondences between macrocosm and microcosm, human world and elemental world. Ancient medicine proceeded from these same premises as a sacred science, in which health appeared as a symbol of virtue. Virtue, in turn, was considered a superior form of health, and due to the ambiguity of the term soter, he who saves was on a higher plane of the same type as he who heals. The development of the physical and practical aspect of knowledge in these traditional sciences must naturally appear as limited when compared and contrasted with modern sciences. The cause of this, however, was a correct and healthy hierarchy in which the interests of traditional man were arranged. In other words, he did not give to the knowledge of external and physical reality more importance than it deserved or than was necessary. What mattered the most in a traditional science was the anagogic element, namely, the power to lead to higher planes, that was virtually present in the knowledge relative to a given domain of reality. This element is totally lacking today in modern profane sciences. The latter, in reality, may act and have acted exactly in the opposite direction. The worldview from which they originate and on which they are based is such as to affect human interiority in a dissolving and negative way. In other words, they are centrifugal. Coming back to our subject matter, analogous considerations to the previous ones may be extended to the domain of the arts, understood both as real arts and as the activities of professional artisans. Concerning the former, only in periods of decadence did the world of tradition come to know the emancipation of the purely aesthetic, subjective, and human element that characterizes modern arts. In the figurative arts, even prehistoric findings, such as the civilization of the Cro-Magnon and of the reindeer, show the inseparability of the naturalistic element from a magical and symbolical intention. An analogous dimension was present also in later, more developed civilizations. The theater corresponded to reenactments of the mysteries, to the sacred dramas, and, in part, to the ludi of classical antiquity, more on which later. Ancient poetry had close ties with the art of telling the future and with sacred inspiration. Poetic verse, in fact, was associated with incantation. See the ancient meaning of the word Carmen. As far as literature is concerned, the symbolic and initiatory element, which proceeded from a conscious intention and also from infraconscious influences grafted onto the creative spontaneity of single individuals and of various groups, throughout the Middle Ages often influenced not only the myth, saga, and traditional fairy tale, but the epic stories and chivalrous and erotic literature as well. The same applies to music, dance, and rhythm. Lucian reports that dancers, who were assimilated to priests, had a knowledge of the sacred mysteries of the Egyptians, as the science of the mudras, the symbolic magical gestures that play an important role in Hindu rituals and ascetical paths affected the dance, the mime, and pantomime of that civilization. Again, these were various expressions of the same one intent. Quote, one temple sculptured in a forest of temples, unquote. With specific regard to professional and artisanal activities, a typical example is given in the art of construction and building. Their moral transpositions in the Gospels are well known, which occasioned even higher and initiatory interpretations. In the ancient Egyptian tradition, construction was regarded as a regal art, so much so that the king himself performed in a symbolic sense the first acts of the building of the temples in the spirit of an eternal work of art. While on the one hand people today are nowadays puzzled when it comes to explaining how achievements that require a superior knowledge of mathematics and engineering were possible in antiquity, on the other hand, what emerges are unquestionable signs of a priestly art in the orientation, placement, and other aspects of ancient buildings, especially temples and, later on, cathedrals. The symbolism of masonry established analogical connections between the little art on the one hand and the great art, and the great work on the other, with secret associations that in the beginning could claim links with the corresponding medieval professional corporations. This was also partially true in the case of the arts of the blacksmiths, weavers, navigators, and farmers. Concerning the latter, just as Egypt knew the ritual of regal constructions, likewise the Far East knew the ritual of regal plowing, and in a symbolic transposition of the farming art, generally speaking, man himself was considered as a field to be cultivated, and the initiate as the cultivator of the field in an eminent sense. The echo of this has been preserved in the very origins of the modern term culture, in its reductive, intellectualistic, and petit bourgeois meaning. The ancient arts, after all, were traditionally sacred to specific deities and heroes, always by virtue of analogical reasons, and thus they presented themselves as potentially endowed with the possibility of ritually transforming physical activities into symbolic actions endowed with a transcendent meaning. In reality, in the caste system, not only did every profession or trade correspond to a vocation, hence the double meaning preserved in the English term calling, not only was there something to be found in every product as a crystallized tradition that could be activated by a free and personal activity and by an incomparable skill, not only were the dispositions developed in the exercise of a trade and acknowledged by the social organism transmitted through the blood as congenital and deep attitudes, but something else was present as well, namely the transmission, if not the real initiation, of at least an inner tradition of the art that was preserved as a sacred and secret thing, an arcanum magisterium, even though it was partly visible in the several details and rules, rich with symbolical and religious elements that were displayed in the traditional guilds, whether Eastern, Mexican, Roman, medieval, and so on. Being introduced to the secrets of an art did not correspond to the mere empirical or rational teachings of modern man. In this domain, certain cognitions were credited with a non-human origin, an idea expressed in a symbolic form by the traditions concerning the gods, the demons, or the heroes, Balder, Hermes, Vulcan, Prometheus, who originally initiated men into these arts. It is significant that Janus, who was also the god of initiation, was the god of the Collegia Fabrorum in Rome. In relation to this, we find the idea that mysterious congregations of blacksmiths who came to Europe from the East also brought with them a new civilization. Moreover, it is significant that in the locations where the oldest temples of Hera, Cupra, Aphrodite Venus, Heracles, Hercules, and Aeneas were built, quite often it is possible to find archaeological evidence of the working of copper and bronze. And finally, it is significant that the Orphic and Dionysiac mysteries were associated with the themes of the art of weaving and spinning. This order found its most complete fulfillment in examples found especially in the East, where the achievement of an effective mastery in a given art was just a symbol, a reflection, and a sign. In fact, it was the counterpart of a fulfillment and a parallel inner realization. Even in those areas in which the caste system did not have the rigor and the determination exemplified by Aryan India, something resembling it was developed in a spontaneous way in relation to inferior activities. I am referring to the ancient corporations, or artisan guilds, that were omnipresent in the traditional world, and that in the case of ancient Rome date back to prehistoric times, reproducing on their own plane the typical makeup of the patrician gens and family. It is the art and common activity that provide a bond and an order, replacing those that in higher castes were provided by the aristocratic tradition of blood and ritual. This does not imply that the collegium and the corporation lacked a religious character and a virile, semi-military constitution. In Sparta, the cult of a hero represented the ideal bond between the members of a given profession, even in the case of an inferior one. Just like every city and gens, in Rome every corporation, originally consisting of free men, had its own demon or lar. It had a temple consecrated to it, and a correlative common cult of the dead that determined a unity in life and death. It had its own sacrificial rites, performed by the magister on behalf of the community of the sodales or collegae, who celebrated certain events or holy days in a solemn, mystical way through feasts, agapes, and games. The fact that the anniversary of the collegium or corporation, Natalis Collegi, coincided with the anniversary of its patron deity, Natalis Dei, and of the inauguration or consecration of the temple, Natalis Templi, indicates that in the eyes of the sodales, the sacred element constituted the center from which the inner life of the corporation originated. The Roman corporation is a good example of the virile and organic aspect that often accompanies the sacred dimension in traditional institutions. It was hierarchically constituted, ad exemplum rei publicae, and animated by a military spirit. The body of sodales was called populus, or ordo, and just like the army and the people at solemn gatherings, it was divided into centuriae and decuriae. Every centuria had its leader, or centurion, and a lieutenant, optio, just like in the legions. To differentiate them from masters, the other members had the name of plebs and corporati, but also collegati or milites collegati, like simple soldiers. And the magister, besides being the master of the art and the priest of the corporation in charge of his fire, was the administrator of justice and the overseer of the behavior of the members of the group. Analogous characteristics were found in the medieval professional communities, especially in Germanic countries. Together with the community of the art, a religious and ethical element bound the members of the Gilden and of the Zunfte. In these corporate organizations, the members were bonded together for life, more as in a common right than on the basis of the economic interests and mere productive goals. The effects of intimate solidarity, which affected man as a whole and not just his particular aspect as an artisan, permeated everyday life in all of its forms. As the Roman professional collegia had their own lar or demon, the German guilds, which were constituted as small-scale images of cities, also had their own patron saint, altar, common funerary cult, symbolic insignia, ritual commemorations, ethical laws, and leaders, Folgenossen, who were supposed to regulate the art and guarantee compliance with the general norms and duties regulating the lives of the members of the corporation. The requirement for being admitted to the guilds was a spotless name and an honorable birth. People who were not free and those belonging to foreign races were not admitted. Typically of these professional associations were the sense of honor, purity, and impersonal character of their work. Almost according to the Aryan canons of Bhakti and of Nishkama Karma, everybody performed their work silently, setting their own person aside while still remaining active and free human beings. This was an aspect of the great anonymity typical of the Middle Ages and of every great traditional civilization. Something else was shunned, namely, anything that could generate illicit competition or monopoly, thus contaminating the purity of the art with mere economic concerns. The honor of one's guild, and the pride in the activity characterizing it, constituted the firm, immaterial bases of these organizations. While not formally hereditary, these organizations often became so, thereby demonstrating the strength and the naturalness of the principle responsible for generating the castes. In this way, even in the order of inferior activities connected to matter and to material conditions of life, it was possible to find the reflection of the way of being of a purified and free action endowed with its own fides and living soul, which freed it from the bonds of selfishness and ordinary interests. In the corporations, there was a natural and organic connection between the caste of the Vaishya, in modern terms, management, and the caste of the Shudras, namely, the working class. Considering the spirit of an almost military solidarity that was both felt and willed, and whereby the Vaishya was the equivalent of a manager and the Shudra an employee, both of whom worked in the same company, the Marxist antithesis between capital and labor, between employers and employees, at that time would have been inconceivable. Everybody attended their own function and stayed in their own place. Especially in the German guilds, the faithfulness of the inferior was the counterpart of the pride the superior took in the subordinate zeal and efficiency. In this context, too, the anarchy of rights and demands did not arise until the inner spiritual orientation died out, and the action performed in purity was supplanted by one motivated by materialistic and individualistic concerns, and by the multiform and vain fever brought about by the modern spirit and a civilization that has turned economics into a guiding principle, a daemon, and a destiny. When the inner strength of a fides is no longer present, then every activity is defined according to its purely material aspect. Also, equally worthy paths are replaced with an effect-driven differentiation dictated by the type of activity being performed. Hence the sense of intermediary forms of social organization, such as ancient slavery. As paradoxical as it may first appear in the context of those civilizations that largely employed the institution of slavery, it was work that characterized the condition of a slave, and not vice versa. In other words, when the activity in the lower strata of the social hierarchy was no longer supported by a spiritual meaning, and when instead of an action there was only work, then the material criterion was destined to take over, and those activities related to matter and connected to the material needs of life were destined to appear as degrading and as unworthy of any free human being. Therefore work, ponos, came to be seen as something that only a slave would engage in, and it became almost a sentence. Likewise, the only dharma possible for a slave was work. The ancient world did not despise labor because it practiced slavery and because those who worked were slaves. On the contrary, since it despised labor, it despised the slave. Since those who worked could not be anything but slaves, the traditional world willed slavery into being, and it differentiated, instituted, and regulated into a separated social class the mass of those people whose way of being could only be expressed through work. Labor as ponos, an obscure effort strictly dictated by need, was the opposite of action, the former representing the material, heavy, dark pole, the latter the free pole of human possibilities detached from need. Free men and slaves, after all, represented the social crystallization of those two ways of performing an action, either according to matter or ritually, that I have already discussed. We do not need to look elsewhere to find the basis for the contempt for work and of the view of hierarchy typical of the constitutions of an intermediate type. In such a world, speculative action, asceticism, contemplation, sometimes even play and war, characterize the pole of action vis-a-vis the servile pole of work. Esoterically speaking, the limitations that slavery put on the possibilities of an individual who happened to be born in this condition correspond to the nature of his given destiny, of which slavery should be considered sometimes the natural consequence. On the plane of mythological transpositions, the Jewish tradition is not too far from a similar view when it considers work as a consequence of Adam's fall, and, at the same time, as an expiation of this transcendental fault taking place in human existence. On this basis, when Catholicism tried to turn work into an instrument of purification, it partially echoed the general idea of the ritual offering of an action conformed to one's nature, in this context the nature of fallen man according to the Judeo-Christian view of life, as a path of liberation. In antiquity, the vanquished were often assigned the functions of slaves. Was this barbarian-style materialism? Yes and no. Once more, we should not forget the truth that permeated the traditional world. Nothing happens on this earth that is not the symbol and the parallel effect of spiritual events, since between spirit and reality, and hence power too, allegedly there was an intimate relationship. As a particular consequence of this truth, it has already been mentioned that winning or losing were never considered as mere coincidences. There still remains today among primitive populations the ancient belief that the person afflicted by misfortunes is always a guilty person. The outcomes of every struggle and every war are always mystical signs, or the results of a divine judgment, and therefore capable of revealing or unfolding a human destiny. Starting with this presupposition, it is possible to go further and establish a transcendental convergence of meanings between the traditional view of the vanquished and the Jewish view of the sinner, as they both inherit a fate befitting the dharma of the slave, namely work. This convergence is inspired by the fact that Adam's fault is associated with a defeat he suffered in a symbolical event, the attempt to come into possession of the fruit of the tree, which may yet have had a victorious outcome. We know of myths in which the winning of the fruits of the tree, or of things symbolically equivalent, the woman, the golden fleece, etc., is achieved by other heroes, Heracles, Jason, Siegfried, and does not lead them to damnation, as in the Judeo-Christian myth, but rather to immortality or to a transcendent knowledge. If the modern world has disapproved of the injustice of the caste system, it has stigmatized much more vibrantly those ancient civilizations that practiced slavery. Recent times boast of having championed the principle of human dignity. This, too, is mere rhetoric. Let us set aside the fact that Europeans reintroduced and maintained slavery up to the 19th century in their overseas colonies in such heinous forms as to be rarely found in the ancient world. What should be emphasized is that if there was ever a civilization of slaves on a grand scale, the one in which we are living is it. No traditional civilization ever saw such great masses of people condemned to perform shallow, impersonal, automatic jobs. In the contemporary slave system, the counterparts of figures such as lords or enlightened rulers are nowhere to be found. This slavery is imposed subtly through the tyranny of the economic factor and through the absurd structures of a more or less collectivized society. And since the modern view of life and its materialism has taken away from the single individual any possibility of bestowing on his destiny a transfiguring element and seeing in it a sign and a symbol, contemporary slavery should therefore be reckoned as one of the gloomiest and most desperate kinds of all times. It is not a surprise that in the masses of modern slaves, the obscure forces of world subversion have found an easy, obtuse instrument to pursue their goals, while in the places where it has already triumphed, the vast Stalinist work camps testify to how the physical and moral subjection of man to the goals of collectivization and of the uprooting of every value of the personality is employed in a methodical and even satanic way. In addition to the previous considerations concerning work as art in the world of tradition, I will briefly mention the organic, functional, and consistent quality of the objects produced, by virtue of which the beautiful did not appear as something separated or distinct from a certain privileged category of artistic objects, and the mere utilitarian and mercantile character of the objects was totally lacking. Every object had its own beauty and a qualitative value, as well as its own function as a useful object. With regard to art in the traditional world, quote, while on the one hand, what occurred was A, the prodigy of the unification of the opposites, B, the utter compliance with a set of established rules in which every personal élan appears to be sacrificed and suffocated, and C, the authentic arising of spirituality within an authentic personal creation, unquote. On the other hand, it could rightly be said that, quote, every object did not have the imprint of an individual artistic personality, as happens today with the so-called artistic objects. Yet while revealing a choral taste, which makes of the object one of many infinite expressions, it had the seal of a spiritual genuineness that prevented it from being called a copy, unquote. Such products bore witness to one stylistic personality whose creative activity developed through centuries. Even when a name, whether real, fictitious, or symbolic, was known, this was considered irrelevant. Anonymity, not of a subpersonal, but of a superpersonal character, was therefore upheld. On this soil, what was born and proliferated in all the domains of life were artisans' creations that were far from both a shallow plebeian sense of utility and an extrinsic afunctional artificial beauty. This scission reflects the overall inorganic character of modern civilization. Chapter 16. Bipartition of the traditional spirit. Asceticism. Having explained the spirit that animated the caste system, it is now necessary to discuss the path that is above the castes and is directed at implementing the realization of transcendence, in analogous terms to those of high initiation, yet outside the specific and rigorous structures characterizing it. On the one hand, the pariah is a person without a caste, the one who has lapsed, or who has eluded the form by being powerless before it, thus returning to the infernal world. The ascetic, on the other hand, is a being above the caste, one who becomes free from the form by renouncing the illusory center of human individuality. He turns toward the principle from which every form proceeds, not by faithfulness to his own nature and by participation in the hierarchy, but by a direct action. Therefore, as great as was the revulsion harbored by every caste toward the pariah in Aryan India, so, by contrast, was the veneration felt by everybody for a person who was above the castes. These beings, according to a Buddhist image, should not be expected to follow a human dharma, just as one who is trying to kindle a fire ultimately does not care what kind of wood is being employed as long as it is capable of producing fire and light. Asceticism occupies an ideal intermediary state between the plane of direct Olympian and initiatory regality and the plane of right and of dharma. Asceticism also presents two features or qualifications that from a broader perspective may be considered as qualifications of the same traditional spirit. The first aspect of the ascetic path is action, understood as heroic action. The second aspect is asceticism in the technical sense of the word, especially with reference to the path of contemplation. Beyond complete traditional forms, and in more recent times, some civilizations have arisen that were inspired in different degrees by either one of these two poles. Later on, we shall see what role the two aspects have played in the dynamism of historical forces, even on the plane that is related to the ethnic and racial factor. In order to grasp the spirit of an ascetical tradition at the pure state, it is necessary to leave out of consideration the meanings that have been associated with the term asceticism in the world of Western religiosity. Action and knowledge are two fundamental human faculties. In both domains, it is possible to accomplish an integration capable of removing human limitations. The asceticism of contemplation consists of the integration of the knowing faculty, achieved through detachment from sensible reality, with the neutralization of individual rationalizing faculties and with the progressive stripping of the nucleus of consciousness, which thus becomes free from conditionings, and subtracts itself from the limitation and from the necessity of any determination, whether real or virtual. Once all the dross and obstructions are removed, opus remotionis, participation in the overworld takes place in the form of a vision or an enlightenment. As the peak of the ascetical path, this point also represents at the same time the beginning of a truly continuous, progressive ascent that realizes states of being truly superior to the human condition. The essential ideals of the ascetical path are the universal as knowledge and knowledge as liberation. The ascetical detachment typical of the contemplative path implies renunciation. In this regard, it is necessary to prevent the misunderstanding occasioned by some inferior forms of asceticism. It is important to emphasize the different meanings that renunciation assumed in higher forms of ancient and Eastern asceticism on the one hand, and in most of Western and especially Christian asceticism on the other hand. In the latter, renunciation often assumed the character of a repression and of a mortification. The Christian ascetic becomes detached from the objects of desire, not because he no longer has any desire, but in order to mortify himself and to escape temptation. In the former, renunciation proceeds from a natural distaste for objects that are usually attractive and yearned for. This distaste is motivated by the fact that one directly desires, or better, wills, something the world of conditioned experience cannot grant. In this case, what leads to renunciation is the natural nobility of one's desire, rather than an external intervention aimed at slowing down, mortifying, and inhibiting the faculty of desire in a vulgar nature. After all, the emotional phase, even in its purest and noblest forms, is only found at the introductory levels in higher forms of asceticism. In later stages, it is consumed by the intellectual fire, and by the arid splendor of pure contemplation. A typical example of contemplative asceticism is given by early Buddhism in its lack of religious features, its organization in a pure system of techniques, and in the spirit that animates it, which is so different from what anyone may think about asceticism. First of all, Buddhism does not know any gods in the religious sense of the word. The gods are believed to be powers who also need liberation, and thus the awakened one is acknowledged to be superior to both men and gods. In the Buddhist canon, it is written that an ascetic not only becomes free from human bonds, but from divine bonds as well. Secondly, moral norms, in the original forms of Buddhism, are purported to be mere instruments to be employed in the quest for the objective realization of super-individual states. Anything that belongs to the world of believing, of faith, or that is remotely associated with emotional experiences is shunned. The fundamental principle of the method is knowledge. To turn the knowledge of the ultimate non-identity of the self with anything else, whether it be the monistic all or the world of Brahma, theistically conceived, into a fire that progressively devours any irrational self-identification with anything that is conditioned. In conformity to the path, the final outcome, besides the negative designation, nirvana, meaning cessation of restlessness, is expressed in terms of knowledge, bodhi, which is knowledge in the eminent sense of super-rational enlightenment or liberating knowledge, as in waking up from sleep, slumber, or a hallucination. It goes without saying that this is not the equivalent of the cessation of power or of anything resembling a dissolution. To dissolve ties is not to become dissolved, but to become free. The image of the one who, once freed from all yokes, whether human or divine, is supremely autonomous and thus may go wherever he pleases, is found very frequently in the Buddhist canon, together with all kinds of symbols of a virile and warrior type, and also with constant and explicit reference not so much to non-being, but rather to something superior to both being and non-being. Buddha, as it is well known, belonged to an ancient stock of Aryan warrior nobility, and his doctrine, purported to be the, quote, Dharma of the pure ones, inaccessible to an uninstructed average person, unquote, is a very far cry from any mystical escapism. Buddha's doctrine is permeated by a sense of superiority, clarity, and by an indomitable spirit, and Buddha himself is called the fully self-awakened one, the Lord. The Buddhist renunciation is of a virile and aristocratic type, and is animated by an inner strength. It is not dictated by need, but is consciously willed, so that the person practicing it may overcome need and become reintegrated into a perfect life. It is understandable that when our contemporaries, who only know a life that is mixed with non-life that in its restlessness presents the irrational traits of a mania, hear mention of nirvana, in reference to the condition experienced by the awakened one, namely, of an extinction of mania corresponding to what the Germans call more than living, mehr als Leben, and to a superlife, they cannot help but equate nirvana with nothingness. For non-mania, nirvana, means non-life or nothingness. After all, it is only natural that the modern spirit has relegated the values cherished by higher asceticism to things of the past. A Western example of pure contemplative asceticism is given by Neoplatonism. With the words, quote, the gods ought to come to me, not I to them, unquote, Plotinus indicated a fundamental aspect of aristocratic asceticism. Also with the sayings, quote, it is to the gods, not to good men, that we are to be made like, unquote, and, quote, our concern, though, is not to be out of sin, but to be God, unquote. Plotinus has definitely overcome the limitations posed by morality, and has employed the method of inner simplification, applausus, as a way to become free from all conditionings in that state of metaphysical simplicity from which the vision will eventually arise. By means of this vision, having joined, as it were, center to center, what occurs is the participation in that intelligible reality that, compared to which any other reality may be characterized as more non-life than life, with the sensible impressions appearing as dreams, and the world of bodies as the place of radical powerlessness and of the inability to be. Another example is given by the so-called Rhineland mysticism that was capable of reaching metaphysical peaks towering above and beyond Christian theism. Tauler's Entwerdung corresponds to Plotinus's Applausus and to the destruction of the element of becoming, or samsaric element, that Buddhism regarded as the condition necessary to achieve awakening. The aristocratic view of contemplative asceticism reappears in the doctrine of Meister Eckhart. Like Buddha, Eckhart addressed the noble man and the noble soul, whose metaphysical dignity is witnessed by the presence of a strength, a light, and a fire within it. In other words, of something before which even the deity conceived as a person, i.e. theistically, becomes something exterior. The method he employed consisted essentially of detachment from all things, Abgeschiedenheit, a virtue that according to Eckhart is above love, humility, or mercifulness, as he explained in his sermon on detachment. The principle of spiritual centrality was affirmed. The true self is God, God is our real center, and we are external only to ourselves. Fear, hope, anguish, joy, and pain, or anything that may bring us out of ourselves, must be allowed to seep into us. An action dictated by desire, even when its goal is the kingdom of heaven itself, eternal life, or the beatific vision, must not be undertaken. The path suggested by Eckhart leads from the outside to the inside, beyond everything that is mere image, beyond things and what represents the quality of a thing, Dingheit, beyond forms and the quality of form, Formlichkeit, beyond essences and essentiality. From the gradual extinction of all images and forms, and eventually of one's own thoughts, will, and knowledge, what arises is a transformed and supernatural knowledge that is carried beyond all forms, überformt. Thus one reaches a peak in respect to which God himself, always according to his theistic view, appears as something ephemeral, that is, as a transcendent and uncreated peak of the self, without which God himself could not exist. All the typical images of the religious consciousness are swallowed up by a reality that is an absolute pure possession, and that in its simplicity cannot help but to appear terrifying to any finite being. Once again we find a solar symbol. Before this barren and absolute substance, God appears as the moon next to the sun. The divine light in comparison with the radiance of this substance pales, just as the sun's light outshines the moon's. After this brief mention of the meaning of contemplative asceticism, it is necessary to say something about the other path, namely, the path of action. While in contemplative asceticism we find a mostly inner process in which the theme of detachment and the direct orientation toward transcendence are predominant, in the second case we have an immanent process aimed at awakening the deepest forces of the human being and at bringing them to the limit, thus causing a superlife to spring from life itself in a context of absolute intensity. This is the heroic life, according to the sacred meaning often displayed in the traditional Eastern and Western worlds. The nature of such a realization causes it to present simultaneously an outer and an inner, a visible and an invisible aspect. Conversely, pure contemplative asceticism may also lie entirely in a domain that is not connected to the external world by something tangible. When the two poles of the ascetical path are not separated, and neither one becomes the dominating trait of a particular type of civilization, but on the contrary, both poles are present and joined together, then the ascetical element feeds in an invisible way the forces of centrality and stability of a traditional organism, while the heroic element enjoys a greater relationship with the dynamism and the force animating its structures. In relation to the path of action, in the next two chapters I will discuss the doctrine of the Holy War and the role played by games in antiquity. I will further develop the topic of heroic action, given the interest it should evoke in Western man who, by virtue of his own nature, is more inclined to act than to contemplate. Chapter 17. The Greater and the Lesser Holy War. Considering that in the traditional view of the world, every reality was a symbol and every action a ritual, the same was true in the case of war. Since war could take on a sacred character, holy war and the path to God became one and the same thing. In more or less explicit forms, this concept is found in many traditions. A religious aspect and a transcendent intent were often associated with the bloody and military deeds of traditional humanity. Livy relates that the Samnite warriors looked like initiates. Similarly, among savage populations, the magical and the warrior elements are often intermingled. In ancient Mexico, the bestowal of the title of commander, Tecutli, was subordinated to the successful outcome of difficult trials of an initiatory type. Also, until recent times, the Japanese warrior nobility, the samurai, was to a large degree inspired by the doctrines and asceticism of Zen, an esoteric form of Buddhism. The ancient worldview and myths, in which the theme of antagonism repeatedly occurred, automatically propelled the elevation of the art of war to a spiritual plane. This was the case of the Persian Aryan tradition, and also of the Hellenic world, which often saw in material warfare the reflection of a perennial cosmic struggle between the spiritual, Olympian, Uranian element of the cosmos on the one hand, and the titanic, demonic feminine, unrestrained elements of chaos on the other hand. This interpretation is possible especially in those instances where war was associated with the idea of the empire, and also because of the transcendent meaning this concept evoked. It was then translated into a very powerful idea. The symbolism of Heracles' labors, he being the hero fighting on the side of the Olympian forces, was applied to as late a figure as Frederick I of Hohenstaufen. Special views concerning one's fate in the afterlife introduce us to the inner meanings of warrior asceticism. According to the Aztec and Nahua races, the highest seat of immortality, the House of the Sun, or the House of Huitzilopochtli, was reserved not only for sovereigns but for heroes as well. As far as ordinary people were concerned, they were believed to slowly fade away in a place analogous to the Hellenic Hades. The Nordic Aryan mythology conceived Valhalla as the seat of heavenly immortality, reserved for heroes fallen on the battlefield, in addition to nobles and free men of divine origin. This seat was related to the symbolism of heights, as Glitnerbjörg, the resplendent mountain, or Himmenbjörg, the heavenly mountain, the highest divine mountain on whose peaks an eternal brightness shines beyond the clouds, and was often identified with Asgard, namely with the Aesir's seat located in the Middle Land, Midgard. The lord of this seat was Odin Wotan, the Nordic god of war and victory. According to a particular myth, Odin was the king who with his sacrifice showed to the heroes the path that leads to the divine dwellings where they will live forever and be transformed into his sons. Thus, according to the Nordic races, no sacrifice or cult was more cherished by the supreme god and thought to bear more supernatural fruits than the one celebrated by the hero who falls on the battlefield. From a declaration of war to its bloody conclusion, the religious element permeated the Germanic hosts and inspired the individual warrior as well. Moreover, in these traditions we find the idea that by means of a heroic death, the warrior shifted from the plane of the material, earthly war to the plane of struggle of a transcendent and universal character. The hosts of heroes were believed to constitute the so-called Wildes Heer, the mounted stormtroopers led by Odin, who take off from the peak of Mount Valhalla and then return to rest on it. In the other higher forms of this tradition, the host of the dead heroes, selected by the Valkyrie for Odin, with whom the Wildes Heer eventually became identified, was the army the god needed in order to fight against the Ragnarökr, the twilight of the gods that has been approaching for a very long time. It is written, quote, "There is a very large number of dead heroes in Valhalla, and many more have yet to come, and yet they will seem too few when the wolf comes." Unquote. What has been said so far concerns the transformation of the war into a holy war. Now I wish to add some specific references found in other traditions. In the Islamic tradition, a distinction is made between two holy wars, the Greater Holy War, El Jihadul Akbar, and the Lesser Holy War, El Jihadul Ashgar. This distinction originated from a saying, hadith, of the Prophet, who, on the way back from a military expedition, said, quote, "You have returned from a lesser holy war to the greater holy war." Unquote. The Greater Holy War is of an inner and spiritual nature. The other is the material war waged externally against an enemy population with the particular intent of bringing infidel populations under the rule of God's law, al-Islam. The relationship between the greater and the lesser holy war, however, mirrors the relationship between the soul and the body. In order to understand the heroic asceticism, or path of action, it is necessary to recognize the situation in which the two paths merge, the lesser holy war becoming the means through which a greater holy war is carried out, and vice versa. The little holy war, or the external one, becomes almost a ritual action that expresses and gives witness to the reality of the first. Originally, Orthodox Islam conceived of a unitary form of asceticism, that which is connected to the jihad, or holy war. The greater holy war is man's struggle against the enemies he carries within. More exactly, it is the struggle of man's higher principle against everything that is merely human in him, against his inferior nature, and against chaotic impulses and all sorts of material attachments. This is expressly outlined in a text of Aryan warrior wisdom, quote, "Know him, therefore, who is above reason, and let his peace give thee peace. Be a warrior and kill desire, the powerful enemy of the soul." Unquote. The enemy who resists us and the infidel within ourselves must be subdued and put in chains. This enemy is the animalistic yearning and instinct, the disorganized multiplicity of impulses, the limitations imposed on us by a fictitious self, and thus also fear, weakness, and uncertainty. This subduing of the enemy is the only way to achieve inner liberation or the rebirth in a state of a deeper inner unity and peace in the esoteric and triumphal sense of the word. In the world of traditional warrior asceticism, the lesser holy war, namely the external war, is indicated and even prescribed as a means to wage this greater holy war. Thus, in Islam, the expressions holy war, jihad, and Allah's way are often used interchangeably. In this order of ideas, action exercises the rigorous function and task of a sacrificial and purifying ritual. The external vicissitudes experienced during a military campaign cause the inner enemy to emerge and to put up a fierce resistance and a good fight in the form of the animalistic instincts of self-preservation, fear, inertia, compassion, or other passions. Those who engage in battles must overcome these feelings by the time they enter the battlefield if they wish to win and to defeat the outer enemy or the infidel. Obviously, the spiritual orientation and the right intention, niyyah, that is, the one toward transcendence. The symbols employed to refer to transcendence are heaven, paradise, Allah's gardens, and so on, are presupposed as the foundations of jihad, lest war lose its sacred character and degenerate into a wild affair in which true heroism is replaced with reckless abandonment and what counts are the unleashed impulses of the animalistic nature. It is written in the Quran, quote, "Let those who would exchange the life of this world for the hereafter fight for the cause of Allah. Whether they die or conquer, we shall richly reward them." Unquote. The presupposition, according to which it is prescribed, quote, "When you meet the unbelievers in the battlefield, strike off their heads, and when you have laid them low, bind your captives firmly," or, quote, "Do not falter or sue for peace when you have gained the upper hand," is that the life of this world is but a sport and a pastime, and that whoever is ungenerous to this cause is ungenerous to himself. Unquote. These statements should be interpreted along the lines of the evangelical saying from Matthew, chapter 16, verse 25, quote, "Whoever wishes to save his life shall lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake shall find it." Unquote. This is confirmed by yet another Quranic passage, quote, "Why is it that when it is said to you, 'March in the cause of Allah,' you linger slothfully in the land? Are you content with this life in preference to the life to come? Say, are you waiting for anything to befall us except victory or martyrdom?" Unquote. Another passage is relevant as well, quote, "Fighting is obligatory for you, as much as you dislike it, but you may hate a thing although it is good for you, and love a thing although it is bad for you. Allah knows, but you do not." Unquote. This passage should also be connected with the following one, quote, "They were content to be with those who stayed behind, A seal was set upon their hearts, leaving them bereft of understanding. But the apostle and the men who shared his faith fought with their goods and their persons. These shall be rewarded with good things. They shall surely prosper. Allah has prepared for them gardens, watered by running streams, in which they shall abide forever. That is the supreme triumph." Unquote. This place of rest, paradise, symbolizes the super-individual states of being, the realization of which is not confined to the post-mortem alone, as the following passage indicates. Quote, "As for those who are slain in the cause of Allah, He will not allow their works to perish. He will vouchsafe them guidance and ennoble their state. He will admit them to the paradise He has made known to them." Unquote. In the instance of real death in battle, we find the equivalent of the mors triumphalis found in classical traditions. Those who have experienced the greater holy war during the lesser holy war have awakened a power that most likely will help them overcome the crisis of death. This power, having already liberated them from the enemy and from the infidel, will help them avoid the fate of Hades. This is why in classical antiquity the hope of the deceased and the piety of his relatives often caused figures of heroes and of victors to be inscribed on the tombstones. It is possible, however, to go through death and conquer, as well as achieve, the superlife and to ascend to the heavenly realm while being alive. The Islamic formulation of the heroic doctrine corresponds to that formulated in the Bhagavad Gita, in which the same meanings are expressed in a purer way. The doctrine of liberation through pure action, which is expounded in this text, is declared to be solar in origin, and is believed to have been communicated by the founder of the present cycle to dynasties of sacred kings rather than to priests, Brahmana. The piety that keeps the warrior, Arjuna, from going to battle against his enemies, since he recognizes among them his own relatives and teachers, is characterized by the Bhagavad Gita as lifeless dejection. The text adds, quote, "Strong men do not know despair, for that wins neither heaven nor earth." The promise is the same, quote, "In death thy glory in heaven, in victory thy glory on earth. Arise, therefore, with thy soul ready to fight." Unquote. The inner attitude, the equivalent of the Islamic niyah, that is capable of transforming the lesser war into a greater holy war, is described in clear terms. Quote, "Offer to me all thy works, and rest thy mind on the Supreme. Be free from vain hopes and selfish thoughts, and with inner peace fight thou thy fight." Unquote. The purity of this type of action, which must be willed for its own sake, is also celebrated in clear terms. Quote, "Prepare for war with peace in thy soul. Be in peace in pleasure and pain, in gain and in loss, in victory or in the loss of a battle. In this peace there is no sin." Unquote. In other words, you will not stray from the supernatural direction by fulfilling your dharma as a warrior. The relationship between war and the path to God is present in the Gita too, though the metaphysical rather than the ethical aspect is more heavily stressed. The warrior reproduces somewhat the deity's transcendence. The teaching Krishna imparts to Arjuna concerns first of all the distinction between what is pure and undying and that which, as a human and naturalistic element, only appears to exist. Quote, "The unreal never is. The real never is not. This truth indeed has been seen by those who can see the true. Interwoven in his creation, the spirit is beyond destruction. No one can bring to an end the spirit which is everlasting. If any man thinks he slays, and if another thinks he is slain, neither knows the ways of truth. The eternal in man cannot kill. The eternal in man cannot die. He does not die when the body dies. These bodies have an end in their time, but he remains immeasurable, immortal. Therefore, great warrior, carry on thy fight." Unquote. The consciousness of the irreality of what can be lost or caused to be lost as ephemeral life and as mortal body, the equivalent of the Islamic view that this life is just a sport and a pastime, is associated with the knowledge of that aspect of the divine according to which this aspect is an absolute power, before which every conditioned existence appears as a negation. this power becomes naked and dazzles in a terrible theophany, precisely in the act of destruction, in the act that negates the negation, in the whirlwind that sweeps away every finite life, either destroying it or making it arise again in a transhuman state. In order to free Arjuna from doubt and from the soft bond of the soul, Krishna says, quote, I am the life of all living beings, and the austere life of those who train their souls. And I am from everlasting the seed of eternal life. I am the intelligence of the intelligent. I am the beauty of the beautiful. I am the power of those who are strong, when this power is free from passions and selfish desires. I am desire when this is pure, when this desire is not against righteousness. Unquote. In the end, having abandoned all personifications, Krishna manifests himself in the, quote, wonderful and fearful form before which the three worlds tremble, vast, reaching the sky, burning with many colors, with wide open mouths, with vast flaming eyes. Unquote. Finite beings, as lamps outshone by a much greater source of light, or as circuits pervaded by a much greater current, give way, disintegrate, melt, because in their midst there is now a power transcending their form, that wills something infinitely greater than anything that as individual agents they may will by themselves. This is why finite beings become, being transformed and going from the manifested into the unmanifested, from the material to the immaterial. On this basis, the power capable of producing the heroic realization is clearly defined. The values are overturned. Death becomes a witness to life, and the destructive power of time displays the indomitable nature hidden inside what is subject to time and death. Hence, the meaning of these words uttered by Arjuna at the moment in which he experiences the deity as pure transcendence. Quote, as roaring torrents of waters rush forward into the ocean, so do these heroes of our mortal world rush into thy flaming mouths. And as moths, swiftly rushing, enter a burning flame and die, so all these men rush to thy fire, rush fast to their own destruction. Unquote. Krishna also added, quote, I am all-powerful time which destroys all things, and I have come here to slay these men. Even if thou dost not fight, all the warriors facing thee shall die. Arise, therefore, win thy glory, conquer thy enemies, and enjoy thy kingdom. Through fate of their own karma I have doomed them to die. Be thou merely the means of my work. Tremble not, fight and slay them. Thou shalt conquer thy enemies in battle. Unquote. In this way we find again the identification of war with the path to God. The warrior evokes in himself the transcendent power of destruction. He takes it on, becomes transfigured in it and free, thus breaking loose from all human bonds. Life is like a bow, and the soul like an arrow. The target being aimed at is the Supreme Spirit. Another text of the same Hindu tradition says that what matters is to become united with the Supreme as an arrow is united with its target. This is the metaphysical justification of war and the transformation of the lesser into the greater holy war. It also sheds further light on the meaning of the traditions concerning the transformation, in the course of the battle, of a warrior or a king into a god. According to an Egyptian tradition, Ramses Meriamun was transformed in the battlefield into the god Ammon and said, quote, I am like Baal in his own time. Unquote. When his enemies recognized him in the melee, they cried out, quote, this is not a man. He is Satku, the great warrior. He is Baal in the flesh. Unquote. In this context, Baal is the equivalent of the Vedic Shiva and Indra, or the solar god Tyr, who is represented by a sword and by the rune form, which is the ideogram of resurrection, a man with raised arms, and of Odin Wotan, the god of battles and of victories. It should not be forgotten that both Indra and Wotan are conceived of as gods of order and as the overseers of the world's course. Indra is called the one who stems the tides. As the god of the day and of the clear skies, he also exhibits Olympian traits. What we find in these examples is the general theme of war being justified as a reflection of the transcendent war waged by form against chaos and the forces of the inferior nature that accompany it. Further on, I will discuss the classical Western forms of the path of action. As far as the Western doctrine of the Holy War is concerned, I will refer here only to the Crusades. The fact that during the Crusades, men who fought the war intensely and experienced it according to the same spiritual meaning were found on both sides demonstrates the true unity between people who shared the same traditional spirit, a unity that can be preserved not only through differences of opinion, but also through the most dramatic contrasts. In their rising up in arms against each other, Islam and Christianity gave witness to the unity of the traditional spirit. The historical context in which the Crusades took place abounds with elements capable of conferring upon them a potential symbolical and spiritual meaning. The conquest of the Holy Land, located beyond the sea, in reality had many more connections with ancient traditions than it was first thought. According to these traditions, quote, "In the ancient East, where the sun rises, there lies the happy region of the Aesir, and in it the city of Ayard, where there is no death, and where journeyers enjoy a heavenly peace and eternal life." Unquote. Moreover, the struggle against Islam, by virtue of its nature, shared from the beginning several common traits with asceticism. Quote, "It was not a matter of fighting for earthly kingdoms, but for the kingdom of God. The Crusades were not a human, but a divine affair. Consequently, they should not be considered like all other human events." Unquote. The Holy War was at that time the equivalent of a spiritual war, and of, quote, "a cleansing that is almost a purgatorial fire that one experiences before death," unquote, to use an expression found in a chronicle from those times. Popes and preachers compared those who died in the Crusades to, quote, "gold tested 3 times and purified 7 times in the furnace," unquote. The fallen warriors were believed to find grace with the Supreme Lord. In his De Laude Novae Militiae, St. Bernard wrote, quote, "Whether we live or die, we belong to the Lord. What a glory it is for you to emerge from the battle crowned with victory. But what a greater glory it is to win on the battlefield an immortal crown. What a truly blessed condition, when one can wait for death without any fear, yearning for it and welcoming it with a strong spirit." Unquote. The Crusader was promised a share in the absolute glory and rest in paradise. In the coarse language of the time, conquérir en paradis, which is the same kind of supernatural rest mentioned in the Koran. Likewise, Jerusalem, the military objective of the Crusades, appeared in the double aspect of an earthly and of a heavenly city, and thus the crusade became the equivalent in terms of heroic tradition of a ritual, a pilgrimage, and the passion of the Via Crucis. Moreover, those who belonged to the orders that contributed the most to the Crusades, such as the Knights Templar and the Knights of St. John, were men who, like the Christian monks or ascetics, learned to despise the vanity of this life. These orders were the natural retirement place for those warriors who were weary of the world, who had seen and experienced just about everything, and who had directed their spiritual quest toward something higher. The teaching that vita est militia super terram was instilled in these knights in an integral, inner and outer fashion. Through prayers, they readied themselves to fight and to move against the enemy. Their matins was the trumpet, their hair shirts, the armor they rarely took off, their fortresses, the monasteries, the trophies taken from the infidels, the relics and the images of saints. A similar kind of asceticism paved the way for that spiritual realization that was also related to the secret dimension of chivalry. The military defeats the Crusaders suffered, after an initial surprise and perplexity, helped to purify the Crusades from any residue of materialism and to focus on the inner rather than on the outer dimension, on the spiritual rather than on the temporal element. By comparing the unfortunate outcome of a crusade with that of an unnoticed virtue, which is appreciated and rewarded only in the next life, people learn to see something superior to both winning and losing, and to put all their values in the ritual and sacrificial aspect of an action as an end in itself, which is performed independently from the visible earthly results, as an oblation aimed at deriving the life-giving absolute glory from the sacrifice of the human element. Therefore, in the Crusades we find the recurrence of the main meanings of expressions such as, quote, "paradise lies under the shade of the swords," unquote, and, quote, the blood of the heroes is closer to God than the ink of the philosophers and the prayers of the faithful, unquote, as well as the view of the seat of immortality as the island of heroes, or Valhalla, and as the court of heroes. What occurs again is the same spirit that animated the warrior in Zoroastrian dualism. By virtue of this spirit, the followers of Mithras assimilated the exercise of their cult to the military profession. The neophytes swore an oath, a sacramentum, similar to that required of the recruits in the army. And once a man joined the ranks of the initiates, he became part of the sacred militia of the invincible God of light. Moreover, it must be emphasized that during the Crusades the realization of universality and of supranationalism through asceticism was eventually achieved. Leaders and nobles from all lands converged into the same sacred enterprise, above and beyond their particular interests and political divisions, to forge a European solidarity informed by the same ecumenical ideal of the Holy Roman Empire. The main strength of the Crusades was supplied by chivalry, which, as I have already remarked, was a supranational institution whose members had no homeland because they would go anywhere they could to fight for those principles to which they swore unconditional faithfulness. Since Pope Urban II referred to chivalry as the community of those who, quote, show up everywhere a conflict erupts, in order to spread the terror that their weapons evoke in defense of honor and justice, unquote, he expected chivalry to answer the call to a holy war. Thus, here too we find a convergence of the inner and outer dimensions. In the holy war, the individual was afforded the experience of a meta-individual action. Likewise, the teaming up of warriors for a purpose higher than their own race, national interests, or territorial and political concerns, was an external expression of the overcoming of all particularities, already an ideal of the Holy Roman Empire. In reality, if the universality connected with the asceticism of the pure spiritual authority is the condition for an invisible traditional unity that exists over and above any political division within the body of a unitary civilization informed by the cosmic and by the eternal, in respect of which everything that is pathos and human inclination disappears, and the dimension of the spirit presents the same characteristic of purity and power as the great forces of nature, and when this universality is added to universality as action, then we arrive at the supreme ideal of the empire, an ideal whose unity is both visible and invisible, material and political, as well as spiritual. Heroic asceticism and the untamability of the warrior vocation, strengthened by a supernatural direction, are the necessary instruments that allow the inner unity to be analogically reflected in the outer unity, namely, in the social body represented by many peoples that are organized and unified by the same one great conquering stock. Moreover, those who love to contrast the past with our recent times should consider what modern civilization has brought to us in terms of war. A change of level has occurred. From the warrior who fights for the honor and for the right of his lord, society has shifted to the type of the mere soldier that is found in association with the removal of all transcendent or even religious elements in the idea of fighting. To fight on the path to God has been characterized as medieval fanaticism. Conversely, it has been characterized as a most sacred cause to fight for patriotic and nationalistic ideals and for other myths that in our contemporary era have eventually been unmasked and shown to be the instruments of irrational, materialistic, and destructive forces. It has gradually become possible to see that when country was mentioned, this rallying cry often concealed the plans of annexation and oppression and the interests of monopolistic industries. All talk of heroism was done by those who accompanied soldiers to the train stations. Soldiers went to the front to experience war as something else, namely as a crisis that all too often did not turn out to be an authentic and heroic transfiguration of the personality, but rather the regression of the individual to a plane of savage instincts, reflexes, and reactions that retain very little of the human by virtue of being below and not above humanity. The era of nationalism has known a worthy surrogate for the two great traditional culminations that are the universality of spiritual authority and heroic universality. I am referring to imperialism. Although in society the act of one who takes over somebody else's goods by force, whether out of envy or out of need, is considered to be reprehensible, A similar behavior in the relationships between nations has been considered as a natural and legitimate thing. It has consecrated the notion of fighting, and it has constituted the foundation of the imperialistic ideal. It was thought that a poor nation lacking living space has every right, if not the duty, to take over the goods and lands of other people. In some instances, the conditions leading to expansion and to imperialistic conquest have been fabricated ad hoc. A typical example has been the pursuit of demographical growth, inspired by the password, "There is power in numbers." Another example, more widespread and denoting a lower mentality since it is exclusively controlled by economic and financial factors, is that of overproduction. Once a nation experiences an excess of production and the demographical or commercial need for space, it desperately requires an outlet. When the outlet of a Cold War or diplomatic intrigues are no longer sufficient, what ensues are military expeditions that in my view rank much lower than what the barbaric invasions of the past may have represented. Such an upheaval, which has recently assumed global proportions, is accompanied by hypocritical rhetoric. The great ideas of humanity, democracy, and the right of a people to self-determination have been mobilized. From an external point of view, not only is the idea of holy war considered outdated, but also the understanding of it that people of honor had developed. The heroic ideal has now been lowered to the figure of the policeman, because the new crusades have not been able to find a better flag to rally around than that of the struggle against the aggressor. From an inner point of view, beyond all this rhetoric, what proved to be decisive was the brute, cynical will to power of obscure international, capitalist, and collectivist powers. At the same time, science has promoted an extreme mechanization and technologization of war, so much so that today war is not a matter of man against man, but of machines against man. Rational systems of mass extermination are being employed, through indiscriminate air raids, atomic weapons, and chemical warfare that leave no hope and no way out. Such systems could once have been devised only to exterminate germs and insects. In contrast to medieval superstitions that refer to a holy war, what our contemporaries consider sacred and worthy of the actual progress of civilization is the fact that millions of human beings, taken away en masse from their occupations and vocations, which are totally alien to the military vocation, and literally turned into what military jargon refers to as cannon fodder, will die in such events. Chapter 18. Games and Victory. In classical antiquity, games, ludi, had a sacred character, and they therefore became typical expressions of the traditional path of action. Quote, Ludorum primum initium procurandis religionibus datum, unquote, wrote Livy. It was considered dangerous to neglect the sacred games, negligere sacra certamina. Thus, if the state's funds were depleted, the games were simplified, but never suppressed. An ancient Roman law required the duoviri and the aediles to have the games celebrated in honor of the gods. Vitruvius wanted every city to be endowed with its own theatre, deorum immortalium diebus festis ludorum spectationibus, and originally the person presiding over the games in the Circus Maximus was also the priest of Ceres, Liber, and Libera. In any event, the person in charge of the games in Rome was always a representative of the official patrician religion. In the case of some games, such as the Saliis, special priestly colleges were formed for the occasion. The games were so closely related to pagan temples that Christian emperors had no choice but to keep them open, since shutting them down would have caused those games to be cancelled. These games even outlasted most ancient Roman institutions, and eventually ended with the Roman Empire itself. An agape to which demons were invited, invitatione daemonum, usually closed the games, signifying a ritual participation of the people in the mystical force associated with them. Augustine reported that, quote, Ludi scenici, inter res divinas adoctissimis conscribuntur, unquote. The games assumed the character of res divinae, and they have been replaced today by contemporary sports and by the plebeian infatuation with them. In the Hellenic tradition, the institution of the most important games bore a close relationship with the idea of the struggle of Olympian, heroic, and solar forces against natural and elemental forces. The Pythian games in Delphi celebrated Apollo's triumph over Python and the victory of the Hyperborean god in the contest with other gods. Likewise, the Olympian games were related to the idea of the triumph of the heavenly race over the race of Titans. Heracles, the demigod who was the ally of the Olympian hosts in the struggle against the giants, was believed to have instituted the Olympian Games and to have symbolically taken the olive branch with which the winners were crowned from the land of the Hyperboreans. These games had a rigorously virile character. Women were absolutely forbidden to attend them. Besides, it was not a coincidence that in the Roman arenas several numbers and sacred symbols appeared repeatedly. The 3, in the ternae summitates meterum, the tops of the 3 columns, and in the tres are trinis deis magnis potentibus valentibus, 3 altars for the triple gods, the great, the potent, the prevailing, that Tertullian attributed to the great Samothracian triad, the 5 in the 5 spatia of the Domitian racetracks, the zodiac's 12 in the number of doors from which the chariots entered and exited in the early empire, the 7 in the annual games at the time of the Republic, in the number of altars of the planetary gods in the Circus Maximus, with the sun's pyramid at the top, in the total number of rounds of a complete race, and in the eggs, dolphins, or tritons located in each of these 7 curricula. Bachofen has noticed that the egg and the triton symbolically referred to the fundamental dualism of the powers at work in the world. The egg represented the generating matter that encompasses every potentiality, while the triton, or seahorse, sacred to Poseidon, Neptune, and a frequent symbol of the waves, expressed the same fecundating phallic and telluric power whereby, according to a tradition reported by Plutarch, the current of the waters of the Nile was thought to represent the fecundating sperm of the primordial male spilled on Isis, herself a symbol of the land of Egypt. This duality was reflected in the very location where the ancient games and equiria, or horse races dedicated to Mars, were held. Tarquinius had his circus built in the valley between the Aventine and the Palatine, which was sacred to Myrcia, a feminine telluric goddess. The tracks of the equiria began at the Tiber's banks, and the finish line was marked with swords planted into Mars's field. Thus, heroic and virile symbols were found at the end of the tracks, or telos, while the feminine and the material element of generation, namely flowing waters or whatever was sacred to chthonic deities, was found at the beginning of and alongside the tracks. In this way, action took place in the context of material symbols representing higher meanings, so that the magical method and technique hidden in the ludi, which always began with solemn sacrifices and were often celebrated to invoke divine powers at times of an imminent national danger, could have a greater efficacy. The impetus of the horses and the vertigo of the race through 7 rounds, which was also compared with and consecrated to the sun's journey in the sky, evoked the mystery of the cosmic current at work in the cycle of generation according to the planetary hierarchy. The ritual slaying of the victorious horse, which was consecrated to Mars, should be connected to the general idea of sacrifice. It seems that the force that was consequently unleashed was for the most part directed by the Romans to increase the crops in an occult fashion, ad frugum eventum. This sacrifice may be considered as the equivalent of the Indo-Aryan Ashvamedha, which originally was a magical, ritual, propitiating power. The Roman ritual was celebrated in extraordinary occasions, for instance at the time of declaration of war or after a victory. 2 horsemen entered into the arena, one from the east and the other from the west, to engage in mortal combat. The original colors of the 2 factions, which were the same colors of the Orphic cosmic egg, white symbolizing winter and red symbolizing summer, or better, the former symbolizing the lunar chthonic power, the latter the solar Uranian power, evoked the struggle of the 2 great elemental forces. Every goal marker, or metasudans, was considered a living thing, a lithos empsychos. The altar erected in honor of the god Consus, he who gathers in, a demon who fed on the blood spilled in the violent games, or munera, at one of the finish lines of the circus, which was unveiled only on the occasion of the games, appeared as the outlet of infernal forces, just like its Etruscan counterpart, Puteal. Higher up, statues of triumphant deities were erected, which referred to the opposite Uranian principle, so that the circus was transformed into a council of noumena, daemonum concilium, whose invisible presence was ritually sanctioned by seats left purposefully vacant. Thus, what on the one hand appeared as the unfolding of action in an athletic, competitive, or scenic event, on the other hand was elevated to the plane of a magical evocation. The risk inherent in this evocation was real in a wider order than that of the lives of the participants in the Kertamina, whose victory renewed and strengthened in the individual and in the collectivity the victory of the Uranian forces over the infernal forces, a victory that became transformed into a principle of destiny. For instance, Apollo's games were instituted on the occasion of the Punic Wars as a protection against the danger foretold by the oracle. They were repeated to ward off an epidemic of plague, and eventually they came to be celebrated periodically. Thus, during the parade preceding the games, the images, or exuviae, of the capital gods, protectors of Rome, were solemnly carried from the capital to the circus in consecrated chariots, or tensai. Special regard was paid to the exuviae of Jovis Optimi Maximi, the thunderbolt, the scepter surmounted by the eagle, and the golden crown, which were also the symbols of the imperium. This was done with the assumption that the same occult power inherent in Roman sovereignty witnessed to and participated in the games consecrated to it, the Ludi Romani, or that it was involved in them. The magistrate who was elected to preside over the games led the parade that carried the divine symbols as if he were a conqueror. He was surrounded by his people and followed by a public slave holding over his head a crown of oak leaves encrusted with gold and diamonds. It is probable that in the early games the quadriga was a symbol of Jupiter's attributes and an insignia of triumphal royalty. An ancient quadriga, of Etruscan origin, kept in a Capitoline temple, was considered by the Romans as a pledge of their future prosperity. This explains why those games that were not performed according to tradition were looked down upon as unorthodox sacred rituals. If their representation were upset by an accident or interrupted for any reason, it was considered an omen of bad luck or a curse, and the games had to be started all over again in order to placate the divine powers. Conversely, according to a famous legend, when the people, following a surprise attack by the enemy, left the games, which in the meantime were not interrupted, in order to take up arms, they found the enemy miraculously routed by a supernatural power that was later on identified with the power evoked by the rite of the game dedicated to the savior Apollo. If the games were often consecrated to victories that personified the triumphant power, their purpose was to renew the life and presence of such a power, to nourish it with the new energies that were awakened and that imparted the same direction. This explains why, in specific reference to the Kertamina and to the Munera, the winner appeared to be endowed with a divine character and at times to be a temporary incarnation of a deity. In Olympia, in the moment of triumph, the winner was thought to be an incarnation of the local Zeus, and the public acclamation to the victorious gladiator was incorporated into the ancient Christian liturgy. Eis aionos ap aionos, forever and ever. What should really be considered in this context is what kind of inner, besides ritual and magical, meaning the event may have had for the individual. What has been said about the notion of holy war applies in this context as well. The heroic exaltation found in competition and in victory, once it was given a ritual meaning, became the imitation of, or the introduction to, that higher and purer impetus the initiate used to defeat death. This explains the frequent references to the Kertamina, to the games of the circus, and to the figures of winners in classical funerary art. All these references immortalized in an analogical way the highest hope of the deceased, and visibly portrayed the kind of action most likely to help him overcome Hades and obtain the glory of an eternal life in a way conforming to the traditional path of action. What we find over and over again in the sarcophagi, funerary urns, and classical bas-reliefs are the images of a triumphal death. Winged victories open the doors of the otherworld's domain, or uphold the medallion of the deceased, or crown him with the evergreen that usually crowns the heads of the initiates. In the context of the Pindaric celebration of the divinity of victorious wrestlers, the Anagoges and the Promachoi were portrayed as mystical deities leading the souls to immortality. And vice versa. In Orphism, every victory, Nike, became the symbol of the victory of the soul over the body, and those who achieved initiation were called heroes of a dramatic and endless struggle. What in the myth is the expression of a heroic life constitutes the model of an Orphic life. Therefore, in the sepulchral images, Heracles, Theseus, the Dioscuri, Achilles, and others are designated as Orphic initiates. Stratos, or militia in Latin, is the term designating the host of initiates, and Menasistratos, the term designating the mysteries hierophant. Light, victory, and initiation were eventually represented next to each other in several Hellenic monuments. Helios, as the rising sun, alias Aurora, is a Nike and is endowed with a triumphal chariot. Other Nikae were Teletes, Mystis, and other deities or personifications of the transcendent rebirth. When we go from the symbolic and esoteric to the magical aspect, it should be noted that the competitions and the warrior dances celebrated on the occasion of a hero's death, the Roman equivalent were the ludi, celebrated at the funerals of major figures, had the purpose of awakening a mystical, saving force that was supposed to accompany and strengthen him during the crisis that occurred at the moment of death. People also paid homage to the heroes by periodically repeating the contests that followed their funerals. All this is typical of a traditional civilization qualified by the pole of action rather than by the pole of contemplation. Action as spirit, and spirit as action. As far as Greece is concerned, I have already mentioned that in Olympia, action in the form of games exercised a unifying function beyond the particularism of the city-states, similar to that function manifested through action as holy war, as in the case of the supranational phenomenon of the Crusades, or in the context of Islam during the period of the First Caliphate. There are plenty of elements that enable us to perceive the innermost aspect of such traditions. I have pointed out that in antiquity, the notions of soul, of double or daemon, and later of furies or erinyes, and finally of the goddess of death and the goddess of victory, were often confused in the same one notion, so much so as to establish the notion of a deity who is simultaneously goddess of battles and a transcendental element of the human soul. This was the case, for instance, with the notions of Fylgja in the Nordic tradition and of the Fravashi in the Iranian. The Fylgja, which literally means the escort, was conceived as a spiritual entity dwelling in every man. She may be perceived in special times, for instance at the time of death or of mortal danger. The Fylgja was confused with the Hugr, the equivalent of the soul, but was also believed to be a supernatural power, a Fylgjukona, namely, the spirit of both the individual and of his stock, the Kynfylgja. But the Fylgja was often portrayed as the equivalent of the Valkyrie, who in turn was conceived as an entity of fate, leading the individual to victory and to a heroic death. The same was true for the Fravashi of ancient Iranian tradition, the terrifying goddesses of war who, quote, give victory, health, and good glory to those who invoke them, while appearing as the inner power in every being that maintains it and makes it grow and subsist, and as the everlasting and deified souls of the dead, unquote, in relation to the mystical power of the stock, as in the Hindu Pitar and in the Latin Manes. I have already discussed this kind of life's life, or deep-seated power of life, hidden behind the body and the state of finite consciousness. Here it will suffice to say that one's guiding principle, or daemon, or double, transcends every personal and particular form in which it is manifested. Thus, the abrupt and sudden shift from the ordinary state of individuated consciousness to the state characterized by such a principle would usually have the meaning of a destructive crisis, which effectively takes place after death. If we conceive that in some special circumstances the double may burst into one's conscious I and manifest itself according to its destructive transcendence, the meaning of the first of the above-mentioned assimilations will become apparent. Hence the double, or man's guiding principle, and the deity of death that manifests itself, such as a Valkyrie, at the moment of death, or in circumstances of mortal danger, become one and the same. In the asceticism of a religious and mystical type, self-mortification, renunciation of oneself, and devotion to God are the preferred means that are employed to induce and to overcome the above-mentioned crisis. According to the other path to transcendence, however, the means to induce this crisis consist in the active exaltation and awakening of the element of action in a pure state. At an inferior level, dance was used as a sacred method to attract and to manifest various divinities and invisible powers through the ecstasy of the soul. This was the orgiastic, shamanistic, Bacchic, Menadic, and Corybantic theme. In ancient Rome, too, there were sacred priestly dances performed by the Luperci and by the Arvali. The words of the Arvali's hymnal, quote, "Help us, O Mars, dance, dance," unquote, already show the relationship between dance and war, which was sacred to Mars. Another life, unleashed by the rhythm, was grafted onto the life of the dancer, representing the emergence of the abyssal root of the previous life dramatized by the Lari as lares ludentes, or as choreti, by the Furies, by the Erinyes, and by wild spiritual entities that have attributes similar to Zagreus, the great hunter who destroys everything on his path. These were manifestations of the guiding principle in its fearful and active transcendence. At a higher level, there were the games as munera, namely as sacred games and war. In the clear-minded inebriation and in the heroic elan generated in the struggle and in the tension for victory, in the games, but especially in war, tradition recognized the opportunity to undergo an analogous experience. It appears that even etymologically, ludere conveyed the idea of untying, which esoterically referred to the ability usually found in competition to untie the individual bond and to reveal deep-seated powers. Hence a further assimilation, through which the guiding principle and the goddess of death not only are identical to the Furies and to the Erinyes, but to the goddesses of war known as the Valkyrie, virgin warriors who magically strike the enemy with a frantic panic, Heerfjötur, and to the Fravashi, who are, quote, terrible, omnipotent powers who attack impetuously, unquote. These powers were eventually transformed into goddesses, such as Victory or Nike, into the Lar Victor, into the Lar Martis et Pacis Triumphalis, and into Lares, who in Rome were considered as, quote, demigods who have founded the city and instituted the empire, unquote. This further transformation corresponds to the positive outcome of such experiences. Just as the double signified the deep power at a latent state in relation to the external consciousness, just as the goddess of death dramatized the sensation of the manifestation of this power as a principle of crisis for the essence of the empirical self, and just as the Furies and the Erinyes, or the Lares Ludentes, reflected a particular way for this power to become unleashed and to burst out, likewise, the goddess Victoria and the Lar Victor express the triumph over this power, the two merging into one, and the triumphant passage to the state that lies beyond the danger of the formless ecstasy and dissolution occurring at the precise, frantic moment of action. Moreover, wherever the actions of the spirit take place within the body of real actions and events, unlike what takes place in the domain of contemplative asceticism, a real parallelism can be established between the physical and the metaphysical, the visible and the invisible. Therefore, those actions can appear as the occult counterpart of warrior feats or of competitive events that have a real victory as their climax. Then the material victory reflects a corresponding spiritual event that has determined it alongside the previously disclosed paths of the energies connecting the inside to the outside. In other words, it appears as the real sign of an initiation and of a mystical epiphany taking place simultaneously. The warrior and the military leader who faced the Furies and death in a real way met them simultaneously within himself, in his spirit, under the form of dangerous manifestations of powers emerging from his abyssal nature. By triumphing over them, he achieved a victory. This is why in classical traditions every victory often acquired a sacred meaning. In the imperator, in the hero, and in the leader who was acclaimed victorious on the battlefield, just as in the winner of the sacred ludi, it was possible to detect the abrupt manifestation of a mystical force that transformed him and made him more than a human being. One of the warrior customs practiced by the Romans, which is susceptible to an esoteric interpretation, was the act of carrying the victorious general on shields. Ennius, born in 239 BC, died 169 BC, had previously assimilated the shield to the vault of heaven, Altisonum Caeli Clupeum, and the shield was sacred in the temple of the Olympian Jupiter. In the 3rd century, the title of imperator became one and the same with that of victor, and the ceremony of triumph, more than a military parade, was a sacred ceremony in honor of the supreme Capitoline god. The winner appeared as the living image of Jupiter and proceeded to put into the hands of this god the triumphal laurel of his victory. The triumphal chariot was the symbol of Jupiter's cosmic quadriga, and the insignia of the leader corresponded to those of the god. The symbolism of victories, Valkyries or analogous entities leading the souls of fallen heroes to the heavens, or the symbolism of a triumphant hero who, like Heracles, receives from Nike the crown reserved for those who partake of the Olympian immortality, becomes clear and completes what has been said so far about the Holy War. We are in the context of traditions in which victory acquires the meaning of immortality, similar to that bestowed in an initiation, and in which victory appears as the mediatrix because of either her participation in transcendence or the manifestation of transcendence into a body of power. The Islamic idea, according to which the warriors slain in a holy war, or jihad, have never really died, should be referred to the same principle. Last but not least, the victory of a leader was often regarded by the Romans as a separate entity, a noumen, the mysterious life of which constituted the focus of a special cult. Feasts, sacred games, rituals, and sacrifices were destined to renew its presence. The Victoria Caesaris is the best example of this. Being the equivalent of an initiatory or sacrificial action, every victory was believed to generate an entity that was distinct from the destiny and from the particular individuality of the mortal being from which it derived. Just as in the case of the victory of the divine ancestors, this entity was believed to be capable of establishing a line of special spiritual influences. And as in the case of the cult of the divine ancestors, such influences needed to be confirmed and developed through rites, acting in accord with the laws of sympathy and analogy. Therefore, it was mainly through games and competitions that the victoriae, as noumena, were periodically celebrated. The regularity of this competitive cult, which was decreed by law, had the power to materialize a presence that was ready to join the forces of the race in an occult fashion and lead them toward a good outcome in order to transform new victories into the means necessary for the revelation and for the strengthening of the energy of the original victory. Thus, in Rome, once the celebration of the deceased Caesar was confused with that of his victory, and once regular games were dedicated to the Victoriae Caesaris, it became possible to see in him a perennial winner. The cult of victory, believed to predate history, may be considered, generally speaking, as the secret soul of the Roman greatness and fides. Since the times of Augustus, the statues of the goddess Victory have been placed on the altar of the Roman Senate. According to a traditional custom, any senator heading for his seat was expected first to approach that altar in order to burn some incense on it. That force was thus believed to preside invisibly over the deliberations of the curia. Hands were raised toward it when an oath of faithfulness was pronounced upon the advent of a new Caesar, and also on every January 3rd, when solemn vows were made for the well-being of the emperor and for the prosperity of the empire. This was the most resilient Roman cult, and the last to fall under the onslaught of Christianity. No belief was more strongly upheld by the Romans than the belief that the divine powers were responsible for creating Rome's greatness and for supporting its aeternitas, and consequently that a war, before being won on the battlefields, had to be won or at least actuated in a mystical way. Following the defeat at Lake Trasimene in 217 BC, Fabius told his soldiers, quote, "Your fault consists in having neglected the sacrifices, and in having ignored the declarations of the augurs, rather than in having lacked courage or ability." Unquote. It was also an article of faith that in order to take a city, it was necessary first to cause its tutelary god to abandon it. No war was initiated without sacrifices. A special college of priests, or fetiales, was entrusted with the rites pertaining to war. The bottom line of the Roman art of war was not to be forced to fight if the gods were opposed to it. Themistocles said, quote, "The gods and heroes perform these deeds, not us." Unquote. Again, the real focus of everything was the sacrum. Supernatural actions were invoked to assist human actions and to infuse in them the mystical power of victory. Since I have mentioned action and heroism as traditional values, it is expedient to underline the difference between them, and the forms that, a few exceptions notwithstanding, can be seen in our day and age. The difference consists, once again, in the lack of the dimension of transcendence, and thus of an orientation that, even when it is not dictated by pure instinct and blind force, does not lead to a true opening, but rather generates qualities that are destined to bestow on the empirical subject only a dark and tragic splendor. In the case of ascetical values, we find an analogous alteration that deprives asceticism of every enlightening element as one goes from the notion of asceticism to that of ethics, especially in relation to moral doctrine, such as the Kantian and the Stoic ethical systems. Every morality, in its higher versions, such as Kant's autonomous morality, is nothing but a secularized asceticism. As such, it is only a surviving stump, and it lacks a real foundation. Thus, the critique of the modern free spirits, Nietzsche included, could easily dismiss the values and the imperatives of the morality improperly designated as traditional. Improperly, because in a traditional civilization no morality enjoyed an autonomous dimension. Our contemporaries, however, have fallen to an even lower level in the shift that occurred from the autonomous and categorically imperative morality to a utilitarian and social morality affected by a fundamental relativity and contingency. As is the case with asceticism in general, when heroism and action are not aimed at leading back one's personality to its true center, they are nothing but an artificial device that begins and ends with man. As such, they do not acquire a meaning or a value beyond that of sensation, exaltation, and frantic impulsiveness. Such is, almost without exception, the case of the modern cult of action. Even when everything is not reduced to a cultivation of reflexes and to a control of elementary reactions, as in the case of war on the front line, considering the advanced degree of mechanization of the modern varieties of action, it is almost inevitable for man to seek out and to feed himself with existentially liminal experiences wherever they are to be found. Moreover, the plane is often shifted to collective and subpersonal forces, the incarnation of which is furthered by the ecstasy associated with heroism, sport, and action. The heroic myth based on individualism, voluntarism, and a Superman attitude constitutes a dangerous deviation in our modern era. On its basis, the individual, quote, precluding himself to all possibilities of extra-individual and extra-human development, assumes, by virtue of a diabolical construction, the principle of his insignificant physical will as an absolute reference point, and assails the external phantasm by opposing it to the phantasm of his own self. It is ironic that when confronting this contaminating insanity, he who realizes what game these poor and more or less heroic individuals are playing recalls Confucius's advice, according to which every reasonable person has the duty to safeguard his own life in view of the development of the only possibilities by virtue of which a man truly deserves to be called a man. Unquote. The fact remains that modern man needs these degraded and desecrated forms of action as if they were some kind of drug. He needs them to elude the sense of his inner emptiness, to be aware of himself, and to find in exasperated sensations the surrogate for the true meaning of life. One of the characteristics of the Western Dark Age, or Kali Yuga, is a sort of titanic restlessness that knows no limitations and that induces an existential fever and awakens new sources of elation and of stupefaction. Before continuing, I need to mention an aspect of the traditional spirit that is related to the law and to the views expounded so far. I am talking about various ordeals of character and so-called divine judgments. Quite often, the test of truth, right, justice, and innocence was made to depend on a trial that consisted of a decisive action, an experimentum crucis. Just as the law was traditionally believed to have a divine origin, likewise injustice was considered to be a violation of the divine law and to be detectable through the outcome of a human action that had been given an adequate orientation. A Germanic custom consisted of delving into the divine will through the test of arms as a particular form of oracle mediated by action. The idea that originally was at the basis of the custom of challenging somebody to a duel is not very different. Starting with the principle de coelo est fortitudo from the Annales Fuldensis, this principle was eventually extended to feuding states and nations. A battle as late as that of Fontenay in AD 841 was conceived as a divine judgment that was invoked to establish the rights of the two brothers, both claiming the legacy of Charlemagne. When a battle was fought in this spirit, it followed special rules. The winner was forbidden to loot and to exploit strategically and territorially the successful outcome, and both sides were expected to tend equally to the fallen and to the wounded. According to the general view that was preserved through the entire Carolingian period, however, even when the idea of a specific proof was not required, victory and defeat were felt to be signs from above, establishing justice or injustice, truth or guilt. In the legend of the combat between Roland and Ferragus, and in analogous themes of chivalric literature, we can see that during the Middle Ages people believed that the test of arms was the criterion capable of assessing the truer faith. In other instances, the trial consisted in the induction of a paranormal phenomenon. This was the case of classical antiquity, too. According to a Roman tradition, a Vestal virgin suspected of sacrilege demonstrated her own innocence by carrying water from the Tiber River in a sieve. There was also the custom, which is not confined to the degenerative forms that have survived among savage populations, of challenging a suspect who claimed his or her own innocence to ingest a poison or a substance inducing vomit. If the substance induced the usual effects, the charge was validated. During the Middle Ages, analogous voluntary ordeals were found not only in the context of temporal justice, but in the sacred domain too. Monks and even bishops agreed to submit themselves to such a criterion in order to establish the truth of their claims in matters of doctrine. Even torture, which was conceived as a means to interrogate prisoners, was originally related to the notion of divine judgment. Truth was believed to have an almost magical power. It was a common belief that no torture could undermine the inner truth of an innocent person and of somebody who was telling the truth. There is a clear connection between all this and the mystical character traditionally associated with victory. In these trials, including the trial of arms, God was called as a witness by the participants in order for them to receive from him a supernatural sign that would then be used as a judgment. It is possible to rise from the lower level of these naive theistic representations to the purer form of the traditional idea, according to which truth, law, and justice ultimately appear as the manifestations of a metaphysical order conceived as a reality that the state of truth and of justice in man has the power to evoke in an objective way. In antiquity, the overworld was conceived of as a reality in the higher sense of the word, superior to the laws of nature and capable of manifesting itself in this world every time one opened oneself to it without reservation and concern for oneself. In the next stage, the individual entered into certain psychic states, the already mentioned heroic, competitive state that unties the extreme tension of the ordeal and of the danger being faced, that were destined to open the closed human circuits to wider circuits, and through which it was possible to generate unusual and apparently miraculous effects. This view explains and gives the proper meaning to traditions and customs such as the above-mentioned ones. In the order of these customs, truth and reality, might and law, victory and justice formed one thing, having the supernatural as their center of gravity. These views were destined to be regarded as pure superstition wherever progress systematically deprived the human virtues of any possibility of establishing an objective contact with a superior order of things. Once man's strength was thought to be on the same level as that of animals, that is, as the faculty of mechanical action in a being who is not at all connected to what transcends him as an individual, the trial of strength obviously becomes meaningless, and the outcome of every competition becomes entirely contingent and lacking a potential relation with an order of higher values. Once the ideas of truth, law, and justice were turned into abstractions or social conventions, once the sensation, thanks to which in Aryan India it was possible to say, the earth has truth as its foundation, was forgotten, once every perception of these values as objective and almost physical apparitions of the supernatural amid the network of contingencies was lost, then it is natural to wonder how truth, law, and justice could possibly influence the determination of the phenomena and facts that science, until recently, has decreed not to be susceptible to modification. Nowadays, decisions with regard to what is true or right, as well as matters of innocence and guilt, are left to the clamor of pettifoggers, the laborious promulgation of legal documents, and the lengthy paragraphs of laws that are equal for everybody, and made omnipotent by the secularized states and the plebeian masses who rule themselves without kings and self-appointed rulers. Conversely, the proud self-assurance with which traditional man reacted valiantly and super-individually against the unrighteous, armed with faith in the sword and the spiritual impassibility that placed him in an a priori absolute relation to a supernatural power not subject to the power of the elements, sensations, and natural laws, all these things have come to be considered mere superstitions. In this context, too, the decline of traditional values has been followed by their inversion, an inversion that can be seen at work wherever the modern world makes a profession of realism and seems to take up again the idea of an identity of victory and law with the principle might is right. Since this is might in the highest material sense of the word, or better, if we refer to war in its most recent forms, in an almost demonic sense, since the technical and industrial potential has become the most decisive factor, then we can see that discussions about values and righteousness are merely rhetorical. Such rhetoric is employed through big words and a hypocritical declamation of principles as a means in the service of an ugly will to power. This is a particular upheaval characterizing the last times. Chapter 19. Space, Time, the Earth. I have previously pointed out that the difference between traditional and modern man is not simply a matter of mentality and type of civilization. Rather, the difference concerns the experiential possibilities available to each and the way in which the world of nature is experienced according to the categories of perception and the fundamental relationship between I and not I. For traditional man, space, time, and causality had a very different character than they have in the experience of modern man. The mistake of epistemology from Kant on is to assume that these fundamental forms of human experience have always remained the same, especially those with which we are most familiar in recent times. On the contrary, even in this aspect, it is possible to notice a deep transformation that reflects the general, involutive process at work in history. With this said, I will limit myself to discussing the difference in the perception of space and time. As I mentioned in the foreword, my main contention is that time in traditional civilizations was not a linear, historical time. Time and becoming are related to what is superior to time. In this way, the perception of time undergoes a spiritual transformation. In order to clarify this point, it is necessary to explain what time means today. Time is perceived as the simple, irreversible order of consecutive events. Its parts are mutually homogeneous and therefore can be measured in a quantitative fashion. Moreover, a distinction is made between before and later, namely, between past and future, in reference to a totally relative point in time, the present. But whether an event is past or future, whether it takes place in one or another point in time, does not confer upon it any special quality. It merely makes it a datable event. That's all. In other words, there is some kind of reciprocal indifference between time and its contents. The temporality of these contents simply means that they are carried along by a continuous current that never inverts its course, and in which every moment, while being different from all others, is also equal to all others. In the most recent scientific theories, such as Minkowski's and Einstein's, time even loses this particular character. Scientists talk about the relativity of time as space's fourth dimension, and so on. This means that time becomes a mathematical order per se that is absolutely indifferent with regard to events, which may thus be located in a before rather than in an after, depending on the reference system being adopted. The traditional experience of time was of a very different kind. Time was not regarded quantitatively, but rather qualitatively, not as a series, but as rhythm. It did not flow uniformly and indefinitely, but was broken down into cycles and periods in which every moment had its own meaning and specific value in relation to all others, as well as a lively individuality and functionality. Each of these cycles or periods, the Chaldean and Hellenic Great Year, the Etruscan or Latin Saeculum, the Iranian Aeon, the Aztec Suns, the Hindu Kalpas, represented a complete development, forming closed and perfect units that were identical to each other. Although they reoccurred, they did not change, nor did they multiply, but rather followed each other, according to Hubert Mauss's fitting expression, as a, quote, series of eternities, unquote. Since this wholeness was not quantitative but organic, the chronological duration of the saeculum was ephemeral. Quantitatively different periods of time were regarded as equal, provided that each of them contained and reproduced all the typical phases of a cycle. And so, certain numbers such as 7, 9, 12, and 1000 were traditionally employed not to express quantities, but rather typical structures of rhythm. Thus they had different durations, though they remained symbolically equivalent. Accordingly, instead of an indefinite chronological sequence, the traditional world knew a hierarchy based on analogical correspondences between great and small cycles. The result was a sort of reduction of the temporal manifold to the supertemporal unity. Since the small cycle reproduced analogically the great cycle, this created the possibility of participation in ever greater orders and in durations increasingly free from all residues of matter and contingency, until what was reached was some kind of space-time continuum. By ordering time from above, so that every duration was divided into several cyclical periods reflecting such a structure, and by associating to specific moments of these cycles the celebrations, rituals, or festivities that were destined to reawaken or to reveal the corresponding meanings, the traditional world actively promoted a liberation and a transfiguration. It arrested the confused flow of the waters and created in them a transparency in the current of becoming, thus revealing immobile metaphysical depths. Therefore, it should not come as a surprise that the base calendar that measured time in ancient times had a sacred character, and that it was entrusted to the wisdom of the priestly castes, and that the hours of the day, the days of the week, and given days of the year were considered sacred to certain deities or associated with specific destinies. After all, as a residue of this notion, Catholicism developed a liturgical year, spangled with religious festivities and with days marked by sacred events. In this liturgical year, we can still find an echo of that ancient view of time that was measured by ritual, transfigured by the symbol, and shaped into the image of a sacred history. The fact that stars, stellar periods, and given points in the course of the sun were traditionally utilized to determine the units of rhythm hardly lends support to the so-called naturalistic interpretations of time. In fact, the traditional world never deified the natural or heavenly elements, but on the contrary, these elements were thought fit to convey divine forces in an analogical fashion. Quote, "There is in the heavens a great multitude of gods, who have been recognized as such by those who survey the heavens not casually, nor like cattle." Unquote. Therefore, we can assume that the position of the sun in the course of the year was primordially the center and the beginning of an organic system, of which the calendar notation was just another aspect, that established constant interferences and symbolical and magical correspondences between man, cosmos, and supernatural reality. The two arches of the ascent and the descent of the solar light during the year appear to be the most apt to express the sacrificial meaning of death and rebirth, as well as the cycle constituted by the dark descending path and by the bright ascending path. I will discuss later the tradition according to which the area that today corresponds to the Arctic regions was the original homeland of the stocks that created the main Indo-European civilizations. It is possible that when the Arctic freeze occurred, the division of the year into one long night and one long day highly dramatized the perception of the sun's journey in the sky, and thus made it one of the best ways to express the above-mentioned metaphysical meanings, substituting them with what was referred to in more remote periods as a pure, though not yet solar, polar symbolism. Considering that the constellations of the zodiac, which were articulations of the God year, were used to identify the moments of the sun's position in the sky, the number 12 is repeatedly found as one of the most apt rhythms to express anything that may have the meaning of a solar fulfillment. This number is also found wherever a center was established that in one way or another embodied or attempted to embody the Uranian solar tradition, or wherever myths or legends have portrayed the type of an analogous regency through figurations or symbolical personifications. But in the course of the solar journey along the 12 points of the zodiac, one point in particular acquires a special meaning, and that is the critical one corresponding to the lowest point on the ellipsis, the winter solstice, which marks the end of the descent, the beginning of the reascent, and the separation of the dark and bright periods. According to figurations formulated in remote prehistory, the God year is portrayed in this context as the axe, or as the God axe, who splits in half the circular symbol of the year, or other equivalent symbols. From a spiritual perspective, this marks the typically triumphant moment of solarity and the beginning of a new life and of a new cycle. Natalis Dii Solis Invicti. This moment was represented in various myths as the victorious outcome of the struggle of a solar hero against creatures manifesting the dark principle. These creatures were often represented by the sign of the zodiac in which the winter solstice happened to fall in that particular year. The dates corresponding to stellar positions in the sky, such as the solstice, which were apt to express higher meanings in terms of a cosmic symbolism, are preserved almost identically in the various forms assumed by tradition and passed on from one people to another. Through a comparative study, it is possible and very easy to point out the correspondence and the uniformity of feasts and of fundamental calendar rhythms through which the sacred was introduced into the fabric of time, thus breaking its duration into many cyclical images of an eternal history that various natural phenomena contributed to recall and to mark the rhythm. In the traditional view, moreover, time presented a magical aspect, since by virtue of the law of analogical correspondences, every point of a cycle had its own individuality. Duration consisted in the periodical succession of manifestations typical of certain influences and powers. It presented times that were favorable and unfavorable, auspicious and inauspicious. This qualitative element of time played the main role in the science of the rite. The parts of time could not be considered indifferent to the things to be performed, and thus presented an active character that had to be reckoned with. Every rite had its own appointed time. It had to be performed at a particular moment, outside of which its virtue was diminished or paralyzed, and could even produce the opposite effect. In many ways we can agree with Hubert Maus, who said that the ancient calendar marked the periodicity of a system of rites. More generally, there were disciplines, such as the science of divination, that attempted to establish whether a given time or period was auspicious or not for the performance of a given deed. I have already mentioned the attention given to this matter in Roman military enterprises. This is not fatalism. It rather expresses traditional man's constant intent to prolong and to integrate his own strength with a non-human strength by discovering the times in which two rhythms, the human rhythm and the rhythm of natural powers, by virtue of a law of syntony, of a concordant action, and of a certain correspondence between the physical and the metaphysical dimensions, are liable to become one thing, and thus cause invisible powers to act. In this way, the qualitative view of time is confirmed. Within time, every hour and every aspect has its sacred aspect and its virtue. Also, acting within time on the higher symbolical and sacral plane, there are cyclical laws that actualize in an identical fashion an uninterrupted chain of eternity. The considerations that follow from these premises are very important. If traditionally empirical time was measured by a transcendent time that did not contain events but meanings, and if this essentially meta-historical time must be considered as the context in which myths, heroes, and traditional gods lived and acted, then an opposite shift acting from below must also be conceived. In other words, it is possible that some historically real events or people may have repeated and dramatized a myth, incarnating meta-historical structures and symbols, whether in part or entirely, whether consciously or unconsciously. Thereupon, by virtue of this, these events or beings shift from one time to another, becoming new expressions of pre-existing realities. They belong to both times. They are characters and events that are simultaneously real and symbolical, and on this basis they can be transported from one period to another, before or after their real existence, as long as one is aware of the metahistorical element they represent. This is the reason why some of the findings of modern scholars concerning the alleged historicity of events or characters of the traditional world, much of their obsession to separate what is historical from what is mythical or legendary, some of their doubts about the childish traditional chronology, and finally, their belief in so-called euhemerism, can most decisively be said to lack solid foundations. In these cases, as I have previously argued, myth and anti-history represent the path leading to a deeper knowledge of what we regard as history. Moreover, it is in this same order of ideas that we must look for the true meaning of the legends concerning characters who became invisible, who never died, and who are destined to reawaken or to manifest themselves at the end of a given time, a cyclical correspondence, such as Alexander the Great, King Arthur, Frederick, and King Sebastian. The latter are all different incarnations of the same one theme transferred from reality into super-reality. The Hindu doctrine of the avatars, the periodical divine incarnations who assume different personalities but who nevertheless express the same function, must be interpreted along these lines. If traditional man had an experience of time essentially different from that of modern man, it follows that analogous considerations must be made concerning the experience of space. Space is considered today as the simple container of bodies and of motions, totally indifferent to both. It is homogeneous. A particular area of it is the objective equivalent of another one, and the fact that a thing is found, or that an event may take place, in one point of space rather than in another, does not confer any particular quality to the intimate nature of that thing or of that event. I am referring here to what space represents in the immediate experience of modern man, and not to certain recent physical mathematical views of space as a curved and non-homogeneous multidimensional space. Moreover, beside the fact that these are mere mathematical schemata, the value of which is merely pragmatic and without correspondence to any real experience, the different values that the points of each of these spaces represent when considered as intensive fields are referred only to matter, energy, and gravitation, and not to something extra-physical or qualitative. In the experience of traditional man, on the contrary, even in its residues, at times present among some savage populations, space is alive and saturated with all kinds of qualities and intensity. The traditional idea of space is often confused with the same idea of vital ether, the akasha, or mana, which is a mystical, all-pervasive substance energy, more material than immaterial, more psychic than physical, often conceived as light, and distributed according to various saturations in various regions. Thus, each of these regions seems to possess its own virtues, and to participate essentially in the powers that reside in it, so as to make every place a fatidic space endowed with its own intensity and occult individuality. In the well-known expression of Epimenides of Knossos, 6th century BC, that was quoted by Paul in his speech in the Areopagus, Acts chapter 17, verse 28, quote, "In him we live and move and have our being," unquote. If we substitute for the word him the word divine, or sacred, or numinous, it may be employed to express what traditional man often saw instead of the space of the moderns, which is ultimately an abstract and impersonal place filled with objects and motions. It is not possible in this context to discuss all of what in the traditional world was based on such an experience of space. I will limit myself to references in the two distinct orders mentioned above, namely, the magical and the symbolical. Space in antiquity has constantly provided the basis for the most characteristic expressions of the metaphysical dimension. The heavenly and the earthly regions, high and low, the vertical and horizontal axis, left and right, were all categories that provided the material for a typical, highly significant and universal symbolism, one of the most famous forms of which was the symbolism of the cross. There may well have been a relationship between the two-dimensional cross and the four cardinal points, between the three-dimensional cross and the schema derived by adding to these points the dimensions of above and below. Still, this does not lend any support whatsoever to the naturalistic and geo-astronomical interpretations of ancient symbols. At this point, it is helpful to repeat what has been said concerning the astral element of the calendars, namely, that when the cross is found in nature, this means that, quote, true symbolism, far from being artificially devised by man, is found in nature itself. Or better, nature, in its entirety, is nothing but a symbol of transcendent realities, unquote. When we shift to the magical plane, every direction in space corresponded to given influences that were often portrayed as supernatural beings or as spirits. This knowledge not only helped to establish important aspects of the augural science and of geomancy, see the characteristic development of this discipline in the Far East, but also the doctrine of the sacred orientations in the rite and the arrangement of the temples. The art of orientation of the cathedrals was preserved in Europe up to the Middle Ages, always in conformity with the law of analogies and with the possibility afforded by this law to extend the human and the visible element into the cosmic and invisible dimension. Just as one moment of traditional time did not correspond to another because of the action, especially a ritual one, that had to be undertaken, likewise there was not a point, a region, or a place of traditional space that corresponded to another. This was the case in an even wider sense owing to the fact that some rites required subterranean places or caves, while others required mountain peaks, and so on. In fact, there was such a thing as a real, that is, not arbitrary, but conformed to physical transpositions of metaphysical elements, sacred geography, that inspired the belief in sacred lands and cities, in the traditional centers of spiritual influence on earth, and also in environments consecrated so as to vitalize any action oriented to the transcendence taking place within them. Generally speaking, in the world of tradition, the location of the temples and of many cities was not casual, nor did it obey simple criteria of convenience. Their construction was preceded by specific rites and obeyed special laws of rhythm and of analogy. It is very easy to identify those elements that indicate that the space in which the traditional rite took place was not space as modern man understands it, but rather a living, fatidic, magnetic space in which every gesture had a meaning, and in which every sign, word, and action participated in a sense of ineluctability and of eternity, thus becoming transformed into a kind of decree of the invisible. And yet, the space in which the rite occurs should be regarded as a more intense kind of space in the general perception of the man of tradition. I will now briefly discuss the myths with which, according to our contemporaries, ancient man embellished the various elements and aspects of nature. The truth is that here we can find once more the opposition between hyperrealism and humanism that separates what is traditional from what is modern. The experience of nature, as it is understood by modern man, namely as a lyrical, subjectivist pathos awoken in the sentiments of the individual at the sight of nature, was almost entirely absent in traditional man. Before the high and snowy peaks, the silence of the woods, the flowing of the rivers, mysterious caves, and so on, traditional man did not have poetic and subjective impressions typical of a romantic soul, but rather real sensations, even though at times confused, of the supernatural, of the powers, the noumena, that permeated those places. These sensations were translated into various images, spirits and gods of the elements, waterfalls, woods, and so on, often determined by the imagination, yet not arbitrarily and subjectively, but according to a necessary process. In other words, we may assume that in traditional man the power of the imagination was not merely confined to either the material images corresponding to sensible data or arbitrary and subjective images, as in the case of the reveries or dreams of modern man. On the contrary, we may conclude that in traditional man the power of the imagination was free to a high degree from the yoke of the physical senses, as it is nowadays in the state of sleep or through the use of drugs. This power was so disposed as to be able to perceive and translate into plastic forms subtler impressions of the environment, which nonetheless were not arbitrary and subjective. When in the state of dream, a physical impression, such as the pressure of the blankets, is dramatized with the image of a falling rock, this is obviously the case of a fantastic and yet not arbitrary production. The image arose out of necessity, independently from the eye, as a symbol that effectively corresponds to a perception. The same holds true for those fantastic images primordial man introduced in nature. Primordial man, in addition to physical perception, also had a psychic or subtle perception of things and places, corresponding to the presences found in them, that was generated by a power of the imagination, free from the physical senses and responsible for determining in it corresponding symbolical dramatizations, for example, gods, demons, elementals, and spirits ruling over places and phenomena. It is true that there have often been different personifications according to the multiform power of the imagination of various races, and sometimes even of different people. But a trained eye is able to see a unity beyond this variety, just as a person who is awake is immediately able to see unity in the variety of impressions created by the diversity of symbols in the dreams of different people. These images are nevertheless equivalent once they are reduced to their common objective cause and perceived in a distinct way. Far from being fantastical, poetical tales drawn from nature, or better, from those material representations of nature that modern man can perceive, the myths of the ancients and their fantastic fundamental figurations originally represented an integration of the objective experience of nature. The myths also represented something that spontaneously penetrated into the fabric of sensible data, thus completing them with lively and at times even visible symbols of the subtle, demonic, or sacred element of space and time. These considerations concerning the traditional myths and the special relation they have with the sense of nature must naturally be applied to every traditional myth. It must be acknowledged that every traditional mythology arises as a necessary process in the individual consciousness, the origin of which resides in real, though unconscious and obscure relationships with a higher reality. These relationships are then dramatized in various ways by the power of the imagination. Therefore, not only naturalistic or theological myths, but historical ones as well, should not be regarded as arbitrary inventions totally devoid of an objective value with regard to facts or people, but rather as integrations that did not occur casually. These integrations eventually revealed the superhistorical content that may be found to varying degrees in those historical individuals and events. Therefore, the eventual lack of correspondence of the historical element with a myth demonstrates the untruth of history rather than that of the myth. This thought occurred to Hegel, too, when he spoke about the impotence, the Ohnmacht of nature. What has been said so far relates to the presence of some kind of existential situation concerning the basic relationship between the I and the not-I. This relationship has lately been characterized by a set and rigid separation. It so appears that in the origins, the borders between I and not-I were potentially fluid and unstable, and in certain cases they could partially be removed. When that happened, either one of two possibilities could occur. The possibility of incursions of the not-I, of nature in the sense of its elemental forces and its psychism, into the I, or an incursion of the I into the not-I. The first possibility explains what have been called the perils of the soul. It is the idea that the unity and autonomy of the person may be threatened and affected by processes of possession and of obsession, hence the existence of rituals and various institutions that have as their goal the spiritual defense of the individual or of the collectivity, and the confirmation of the independence and the sovereignty of the I and of its structures. The general presupposition for the efficacy of a body of magical procedures was that the second possibility, which consists of the removal of the boundaries and of the ensuing incursions in the opposite direction, of the I into the not-I, could take place. Since the two possibilities shared the same basis, the advantages of the latter had as a counterpart the existential risks derived from the former. We should remember that during the last times, following the progressive materialization of the I, both possibilities have disappeared. The active and positive magic possibility has disappeared everywhere, but in a few insignificant and marginal residues. As far as the perils of the soul are concerned, modern man, who boasts to have finally become free and enlightened, and who laughs at everything that in traditional antiquity derived from that different relationship between I and not I, is really deceiving himself to think he is safe from them. Those dangers have only assumed a different form, which disguises them. Modern man is open to the complexes of the collective unconscious, to emotive and irrational currents, to collective influences, and to ideologies with consequences far more harmful and deplorable than those found in other eras and deriving from different influences. Returning to what I have expounded before, I would like to say something about the ancient meaning of the earth and of its properties. From a traditional point of view, between man and his land, between blood and soil, there existed an intimate relationship of a living and psychic character. Since a given area had a psychic individuality, in addition to its geographic individuality, those who were born in it were bound to be deeply affected by it. From a doctrinal point of view, we must distinguish a double aspect in this state of dependency, the former naturalistic, the latter supernaturalistic, which leads us back to the above-mentioned distinction between totemism and the tradition of a patrician blood that has been purified by an element from above. The former aspect concerns beings who do not go beyond empirical and ordinary life. In these beings the collective predominates, both as a law of blood and stock and as a law of the soil. Even if the mystical sense of the region to which they belong is awakened, such a sense does not go beyond mere tellurism. Though they may know a tradition of rites, these rites have only a demonic and totemic character, and they contribute to strengthening and renewing, rather than overcoming and removing, the law by virtue of which the individual does not have a life of his own and is thus destined to be dissolved into the sub-personal stock of his blood. Such a stage may be characterized by an almost communist, and at times even matriarchal social organization of the clan or of the tribe. What we find in it, however, is what in modern man has either become extinguished or has become nationalistic or romantic rhetoric, namely the organic and living sense of one's own land, which is a direct derivation of the qualitative experience of space in general. The second aspect of the traditional relationship between a man and his land is very different. Here we find the idea of a supernatural action that has permeated a given territory with a supernatural influence by removing the demonic telluric element of the soil and by imposing upon it a triumphal seal, thus reducing it to a mere substratum for the powers that transcend it. We have already found this idea in the ancient Iranian belief that the glory, the celestial living and triumphal fire that is the exclusive legacy of kings, pervades the lands that the Aryan race has conquered and that it possesses and defends against the infidels and the forces working for the god of darkness. After all, even in more recent times, there has been an intimate and not merely empirical relationship between spear and plow, between nobility and the farmers. It is significant that Aryan deities such as Mars or Donar Thor were simultaneously deities of war and victory, over elemental natures in the case of Thor, and of the soil, presiding over its cultivation. I have already mentioned the symbolical and even initiatory transpositions that surrounded the cultivator, and the memory of it that remains in the derivation of the word culture. Another characteristic expression lies in the fact that in every higher form of tradition, private ownership of the land as private property was an aristocratic and sacred privilege. The only people who could lay claim to the land were those who had rights in the specific patrician sense I mentioned in Chapter 6, namely, those who are the living bearers of a divine element. In Rome, this right belonged only to the patres, the lords of the sacrificial fire. In Egypt, it belonged only to the warriors and the priests. The slaves, those without family names and tradition, were not thought to be qualified to own land because of their social status. For instance, in the ancient Nahua Aztec civilization, two distinct and even opposite types of property coexisted. One was an aristocratic, hereditary, and differentiated type that was transmitted together with one's family's social status. The second was popular and plebeian, of a promiscuous type, like the Russian mir. This opposition can be found in several other civilizations and is related to that which existed between the Uranian and the Chthonic cults. In traditional nobility, a mysterious relationship was established between the gods or the heroes of a particular gens and that very land. It was through its noumena, and with a net accentuation of the meaning, originally not only material, of ownership and lordship, that the gens was connected to its own land, so much so that, due to a symbolical and possibly magical transposition, its limits, the Greek erkos and the Roman herctum, were regarded as sacred, fatal, and protected by gods of order such as Zeus and Jupiter. These are almost the equivalent, on another plane, of the same inner limits of the noble caste and of the noble family. We can say that at this level the limits of the land, just like the spiritual limits of the castes, were not limits that enslaved, but that preserved and freed. Thus we can understand why exile was often regarded as a punishment of a seriousness hardly understood today. It was almost like dying to the gens to whom one belonged. The same order of ideas is confirmed in the fact that in several traditional civilizations, to settle in a new, unknown, or wild land and to take possession of it was regarded as an act of creation, and as an image of the primordial act whereby chaos was transformed into cosmos. In other words, it was not regarded as a mere human deed, but rather as an almost magical and ritual action, believed to bestow on a land and on a physical location a form, by bathing such land in the sacred, and by making it living and real in a higher sense. Thus there are examples of the ritual of taking possession of lands and of territorial conquests, as in the case of the Landnáma in ancient Iceland, or in the Aryan celebration of a territory through the establishment in it of an altar with fire. In China, the assignment of a fief, which turned a patrician into a prince, implied, among other things, the duty to maintain a sacrificial ritual for one's divine ancestors, who thus became the protectors of the territory, and for the god of this piece of land, who was created for the benefit of the prince himself. Moreover, if in the ancient Aryan law the firstborn was entitled to inherit the father's property and lands, often with the bond of inalienability, the property belonged to him essentially because he was regarded as the one who perpetuated the ritual of the family, as the pontifex and the basileus of his own people, and as the one whose responsibility it was to tend the sacred fire and not let it be put out, since the fire was considered the body or life of the divine ancestor. We must also consider that the legacy of the right and that of the earth formed one whole filled with meaning. The Odal, the mundium, of free northern Aryan men, in which the ideas of possession of the land, nobility, warrior blood, and divine cult were aspects of an unbreakable synthesis, was an example of this. In inheriting the ancestral land, there existed an unspoken and expressed commitment toward it, almost as a counterpart of the duty toward the divine and aristocratic legacy that was passed on through the blood and that alone had originally introduced the right to property. The last traces of these values can be found in the feudal Middle Ages. Even though during this time the right to property no longer belonged to the type of the aristocrat of sacred origins, who was surrounded only by equals or by inferiors, as in the traditional forms of the origins found in the oldest constitution of the German people, and even though an aristocratic warrior class came to own the right to the land, nevertheless, the counterpart of such a right was the capability of a super-individual, though not sacred, dedication. The assignment of a fief implied, from the Franks onward, the commitment on the part of the feudal lord to be faithful to his prince, that is, to exercise that fides that had a heroic and religious as well as a political and military value, a sacramentum fidelitatis. This fides represented readiness to die and to sacrifice, that is, a connection to a superior order, in a mediated way rather than immediately, as in the case of sacred aristocracy, sometimes without a metaphysical insight, although always with the virile superiority over the naturalistic and individualistic element and with a well-developed ethics of honor. Thus, those who are prone to consider not only the contingent and historical element, but also the meaning that social institutions assume on a higher plane, may detect in the feudal regimes of the Middle Ages traces of the traditional idea of the aristocratic and sacred privilege of ownership of the land, the idea according to which to own and be lord of a land, the inalienable right of superior stocks, is a spiritual and not merely a political title and commitment. Even the feudal interdependence between the state of the people and the state of the lands had a special meaning. Originally, the state of the people determined the state of the territorial property. Depending on whether a man was more or less free, more or less powerful, the land he inhabited assumed either this or that character, which was validated by various titles of nobility. The state of the lands reflected, therefore, the state of the people. On this basis, the dependency that arose between the ideas of ownership and land became so intimate that later on the sign often appeared as a cause, and the state of a people not only was indicated but determined by that of the lands. Moreover, the social status and the various hierarchical and aristocratic dignities were incorporated in the soil. Thus, I agree wholeheartedly with the idea expressed by Coulanges, according to which the apparition of the will, in the sense of an individualistic freedom, of those who own the land to divide the property, break it up, and separate it from the legacy of blood and the rigorous norms of the paternal right and primogeniture, truly represents one of the most characteristic manifestations of the degeneration of the traditional spirit. More generally, when the right of property ceases to be the privilege of the two higher castes and shifts to the two lower castes, the merchants and the serfs, what de facto occurs is a virtual naturalistic regression, and therefore man's dependency on the spirits of the land is re-established. In the case of the solar traditionalism of the lords of the soil, superior presences transformed these spirits into zones of favorable influences and into creative and preserving limits. The land, which may also belong to a merchant, the owners of the capitalist bourgeois age may be regarded as the modern equivalent of the ancient merchant caste, or to a serf, our modern worker, is a desecrated land. In conformity with the interests typical of the two inferior castes, which have succeeded in taking the land away from the ancient type of feudal lords, the land is only valued from an economic point of view, and it is exploited as much as possible with machines and with other modern technical devices. That being the case, it is natural to encounter other typical traits of a degeneration, such as the property increasingly shifting from the individual to the collectivity. Parallel with the collapse of the aristocratic title to the lands and the economy having become the main factor, what emerges first is nationalism, which is followed by socialism and finally by Marxist communism. In other words, there is a return to the rule of the collective over the individual that reaffirms the collectivist and promiscuous concept of property, typical of inferior races, as an overcoming of private property, and as nationalization, socialization, and proletarization of goods and of lands. Chapter 20. Man and Woman. To complete these considerations on traditional life, I will now briefly discuss the sexual dimension. In this context, too, we find that in the traditional worldview, realities corresponded to symbols and actions to rites. What derives from these correspondences are the principles for understanding the sexes and for regulating the relationships that are necessarily established between men and women in every normal civilization. In traditional symbolism, the supernatural principle was conceived as masculine, and the principle of nature and of becoming as feminine. In Hellenic terms, the one, tohen, which is in itself complete and self-sufficient, is regarded as masculine. Conversely, the dyad, the principle of differentiation and of other than self, and thus the principle of desire and of movement, is regarded as feminine. In Hindu terms, according to the Samkhya Darshana, the impassible spirit, Purusha, is masculine, while Prakriti, the active matrix of every conditioned form, is feminine. The Far Eastern tradition has expressed equivalent concepts through the cosmic duality of yin and yang, whereby yang, the male principle, is associated with the virtue of heaven, and yin, the feminine principle, with the principle of the earth. Considered in and of themselves, the two principles are in opposition to each other. but in the order of the creative formation that I have repeatedly identified as the soul of the traditional world, and that was destined to develop historically in relation to the conflict between various races and civilizations, they are transformed into elements of a synthesis in which both retain a distinctive function. This is not the place to show that behind the various representations of the myth of the fall, we often find the idea of the male principle's identification with and loss in the feminine principle until the former has acquired the latter's way of being. In any event, when this happens, when that which is naturally a self-subsistent principle succumbs to the law of that which does not have its own principle in itself by giving in to the forces of desire, then it is appropriate to talk about a fall. On the plane of human reality, the diffidence that various traditions have nurtured toward women is based precisely on this belief. The woman is often considered as a principle of sin, impurity, and evil, as well as a temptation and a danger for those who are in search of the supernatural. Nevertheless, it is possible to consider another possibility that runs counter to the direction of the fall, and that is to establish the correct relationship between the two principles. This occurs when the feminine principle, whose force is centrifugal, does not turn to fleeting objects, but rather to a virile stability in which she finds a limit to her restlessness. Stability is then transmitted to the feminine principle to the point of intimately transfiguring all of its possibilities. What occurs in these terms is a synthesis in a positive sense. What is needed, therefore, is a radical conversion of the feminine principle to the opposite principle. Moreover, it is absolutely necessary for the masculine principle to remain wholly itself. Then, according to metaphysical symbols, the female becomes the bride, and also the power or instrumental generating force that receives the primordial principle of the immobile male's activity and form, as in the doctrine of Shakti, which can be also found in Aristotelianism and in Neoplatonism, though expressed in different terms. I have mentioned the Tantric Tibetan representations that are very significant in this regard, in which the male bearer of the scepter is immobile, cold, and substantiated with light, while the substance of Shakti, which envelops it and uses it as its axis, is a flickering flame. These meanings constitute the foundation of the traditional teachings combining the human sexes. This norm obeys the principle of the caste system, and it also emphasizes the two cardinal tenets of Dharma and of Bhakti, or fides, self-subsistent nature and active dedication. If birth is not a matter of chance, then it is not a coincidence for a being to awaken to itself in the body of a man or a woman. Here, too, the physical difference should be viewed as the equivalent of a spiritual difference. Hence, a being is a man or a woman in a physical way only because a being is either masculine or feminine in a transcendental way. Sexual differentiation, far from being an irrelevant factor in relation to the spirit, is the sign that points to a particular vocation and to a distinctive dharma. We know that every traditional civilization is based on the will to order and give form, and that the traditional law is not oriented toward what is unqualified, equal, and indefinite, or, in other words, toward that impersonal mix in which the various parts of the whole become promiscuously or atomically similar, but rather intends these parts to be themselves and to express as perfectly as possible their own typical nature. Therefore, particularly with regard to the genders, man and woman are two different types. Those who are born as men must realize themselves as men, while those who are born as women must realize themselves as women, overcoming any mixture and promiscuity of vocations. Even in regard to the supernatural vocation, man and woman must both have their own distinctive paths to follow, which cannot be altered without them turning into contradictory and inorganic ways of being. I have already considered the way of being that corresponds eminently to man. I have also discussed the two paths of approach to the value of being a principle to oneself, namely, action and contemplation. Thus, the warrior, the hero, and the ascetic represent the two fundamental types of pure virility. In symmetry with these types, there are also two types available to the feminine nature. A woman realizes herself as such, and even rises to the same level reached by a man as warrior and ascetic, only as lover and mother. These are bipartitions of the same ideal strain, just as there is active heroism, there is also a passive heroism. There is a heroism of absolute affirmation and a heroism of absolute dedication. They can both be luminous and produce plenty of fruits, as far as overcoming human limitations and achieving liberation are concerned, when they are lived with purity and in the sense of an offering. This differentiation of the heroic strain determines the distinctive character of the paths of fulfillment available to men and women. In the case of women, the actions of the warrior and of the ascetic who affirm themselves in a life that is beyond life, the former through pure action and the latter through pure detachment, correspond to the act of the woman totally giving of herself and being entirely for another being, whether he is the loved one, this is the type of the lover, the aphrodistic woman, or the son, this is the type of the mother, the Demetrian woman, finding in this dedication the meaning of her own life, her own joy, and her own justification. This is what bhakti or fides, which constitute the normal and natural way of participation of the traditional woman, really mean, both in the order of form and even beyond form when it is lived in a radical and impersonal way. To realize oneself in an increasingly resolute way according to these two distinct and unmistakable directions, to reduce in a woman all that is masculine and in a man everything that is feminine, and to strive to implement the archetypes of the absolute man and of the absolute woman. This was the traditional law concerning the sexes according to their different planes of existence. Therefore, a woman could traditionally participate in the sacred hierarchical order only in a mediated fashion, through her relationship with a man. In India, women did not have their own initiation, even when they belonged to a higher caste. Before they got married, they did not belong to the sacred community of the noble ones, the Arya, other than through their fathers, and when they were married, through their husbands, who also represented the mystical head of the family. In Doric Hellas, the woman in her entire life did not enjoy any rights. Before getting married, her kurios was her father. In Rome, in conformity with a similar spirituality, a woman, far from being equal to man, was juridically regarded as a daughter of her own husband, a filiae loco, and as a sister of her own children, a sororis loco. When she was a young girl, she was under the potestas of her father, who was the leader and the priest of his own gens. When she married, according to a rather blunt expression, she was in mano viri. These traditional decrees regulating a woman's dependency can also be found in other civilizations. Far from being unjust and arrogant, as the modern free spirits are quick to decry, they help to define the limits and the natural place of the only spiritual path proper to the pure feminine nature. I will mention here some ancient views that expressly describe the pure type of the traditional woman, who is capable of an offering that is half human and half divine. In the Aztec Nahua tradition, the same privilege of heavenly immortality proper to the warrior aristocracy was partaken of by the mothers who died while giving birth, since the Aztecs considered this sacrifice on the same level as the one made by those who die on the battlefield. Another example is the type of the traditional Hindu woman, a woman who, in the deepest recesses of her soul, was capable of the most extreme forms of sensuality, and yet who lived by an invisible and votive fides. By virtue of this fides, that offering that was manifested in the erotic dedication of her body, person, and will culminated in another type of offering, of a different kind and way beyond the world of the senses. Because of this fides, the bride would leap into the funerary pyre in order to follow the man whom she had married into the next life. This traditional sacrifice, which was regarded as a sheer barbarism by Europeans and by westernized Hindus, and in which the widow was burnt alive with the body of the dead husband, is called sati in Sanskrit, from the root as and the prefix sat, meaning being, from which the word satya, the truth, comes. Sati also signifies gift, faithfulness, and love. Therefore, this sacrifice was considered as the supreme culmination of the relationship between two beings of a different sex and as the sign of an absolute type of relationship from the point of view of truth and superhumanity. In this context, man provides the role of the support for a liberating bhakti, and love becomes a door and a pathway. According to the traditional teaching, the woman who followed her husband in death attained heaven. she was transformed into the same substance as her deceased husband, since she partook of that transfiguration, which occurred through the incineration of the material body, into a divine body of light, symbolized among Aryan civilizations by the ritual burning of the cadaver. We find an analogous renunciation of life on the part of Germanic women if their husbands or lovers died in battle. I have previously suggested that, generally speaking, the essence of bhakti consists of indifference toward the object or the means of an action, that is, in pure action and in a selfless attitude. This helps us understand how the ritual sacrifice of a widow, sati, could have been institutionalized in a traditional civilization such as the Hindu. Whenever a woman gives herself and even sacrifices herself only because of a stronger and reciprocated bond of human passion toward another being, her actions are still on the level of ordinary events. Only when her dedication can support and develop itself without any external motivation whatsoever does she truly participate in a transcendent dimension. In Islam, the institution of the harem was inspired by these motivations. In Christian Europe, it would take the idea of God for a woman to renounce her public life and to withdraw to a cloistered life. And even in this case, this was the choice of only a very few. In Islam, a man sufficed to provide such a motivation, and the cloistered life of the harem was considered as a natural thing that no well-born woman would ever criticize or intend to avoid. It seemed natural for a woman to concentrate all her life on one man only, who was loved in such a vast and unselfish way as to allow other women to share in the same feeling and to be united to him through the same bond and the same dedication. What surfaces in all this is the character of purity, which is considered to be essential in this path. A love that sets conditions and requires the reciprocated love and the dedication of a man was reputed to be of an inferior kind. On the other hand, a real man could not know love in this way other than by becoming feminine, thus losing that inner self-sufficiency thanks to which a woman finds in him a support and something that motivates and excites her desire to totally give herself to him. According to the myth, Shiva, who was conceived as the great ascetic of the mountain peaks, turned Kama, the god of love, into ashes with a single glance when the latter tried to awaken in him passion for his bride, Parvati. Likewise, there is a profound meaning in the legend about the Kalki Avatara, which talks about a woman who could not be possessed by anybody because the men who desired her and fell in love with her turned into women as the result of their passion. As far as the woman is concerned, there is true greatness in her when she is capable of giving without asking for anything in return. When she is like a flame feeding itself. When she loves even more, as the object of her love does not commit himself, does not open himself up, and even create some distance. And finally, when the man is not perceived by her as a mere husband or lover, but as her lord. The spirit animating the harem consisted in the struggle to overcome jealousy, and thus the passionate selfishness and the woman's natural inclination to possess the man. A woman was asked to commit herself to the harem from her adolescence to her old age, and to be faithful to a man who could enjoy other women beside herself and possess them all without giving himself to anyone in particular. In this inhuman trait, there is something ascetical and even sacred. In this apparent reification of woman, she experienced a true possession, an overcoming, and even a liberation, because vis-a-vis such an unconditional fides, a man, in his human appearance, was just a means to higher ends. Thus she discovered new possibilities to achieve higher goals. Just as the rule of the harem imitated the rule of the convents, likewise the Islamic law regulating a woman's life, according to the possibilities of her own nature, without excluding, but on the contrary including and even exasperating the life of the senses, elevated her to the same plane of monastic asceticism. To a lesser degree, an analogous attitude in a woman should be considered the natural presupposition in those civilizations, such as Greece and Rome, in which the institution of concubinage enjoyed a sort of regular character and was legally acknowledged as a way to complement the monogamic marriage, and in which sexual exclusivism was overcome. It goes without saying that I am not referring here to the harem or analogous institutions in mere materialistic terms. I have in mind what the harem meant to the pure traditional idea, and the superior possibility inspiring these institutions. It is the task of tradition to create solid riverbeds, so that chaotic currents of life may flow in the right direction. Free are those people who, upon undertaking this traditional direction, do not experience it as a burden, but rather develop it naturally and recognize themselves in it so as to actualize through an inner élan the highest and most traditional possibility of their own nature. The others, those who blindly follow the institutions and obey and live them without understanding them, are not what we may call self-supported beings. Although devoid of light, their obedience virtually leads them beyond their limitations as individuals and orients them in the same direction followed by those who are free. But for those who follow neither the spirit nor the form of the traditional riverbed, there is nothing but chaos. They are the lost, the fallen ones. This is the case of our contemporaries, as far as the woman is concerned. And yet it was not possible that a world that has overcome, to employ a Jacobin term, the caste system, by returning to every human being his or her own dignity and rights, could preserve some sense of the correct relationship between the two sexes. The emancipation of women was destined to follow that of slaves, and the glorification of people without a caste and without traditions, namely, the pariah. In a society that no longer understands the figure of the ascetic and of the warrior, in which the hands of the latest aristocrats seem better fit to hold tennis rackets or shakers for cocktail mixers than swords or scepters, in which the archetype of the virile man is represented by a boxer or by a movie star, if not by the dull wimp represented by the intellectual, the college professor, the narcissistic puppet of the artist, or the busy and dirty money-making banker and the politician. In such a society, it was only a matter of time before women rose up and claimed for themselves a personality and a freedom according to the anarchist and individualist meaning usually associated with these words. And while traditional ethics asked men and women to be themselves to the utmost of their capabilities and express with radical traits their own gender-related characteristics, the new civilization aims at leveling everything, since it is oriented to the formless and to a stage that is truly not beyond, but on this side of the individuation and differentiation of the sexes. What truly amounts to an abdication was thus claimed as a step forward. After centuries of slavery, women wanted to be themselves and to do whatever they pleased. But so-called feminism has not been able to devise a personality for women other than by imitating the male personality, so that the woman's claims conceal a fundamental lack of trust in herself, as well as her inability to be and to function as a real woman and not as a man. Due to such a misunderstanding, the modern woman has considered her traditional role to be demeaning and has taken offense at being treated only as a woman. This was the beginning of a wrong vocation. Because of this, she wanted to take her revenge, reclaim her dignity, prove her true value, and compete with men in a man's world. But the man she set out to defeat is not at all a real man, only the puppet of a standardized, rationalized society that no longer knows anything that is truly differentiated and qualitative. In such a civilization, there obviously cannot be any room for legitimate privileges, and thus women who are unable and unwilling to recognize their natural traditional vocation and to defend it, even on the lowest possible plane, since no woman who is sexually fulfilled ever feels the need to imitate and to envy man, could easily demonstrate that they too virtually possess the same faculties and talents, both material and intellectual, that are found in the other sex, and that, generally speaking, are required and cherished in a society of the modern type. Man, for his part, has irresponsibly let this happen, and has even helped and pushed women into the streets, offices, schools, and factories, into all the polluted crossroads of modern culture and society. Thus, the last leveling push has been imparted. And wherever the spiritual emasculation of materialistic modern man did not tacitly restore the primacy, typically found in ancient gynecocratic communities, of the woman as hetera, ruling over men enslaved by their senses and at her service, the results have been the degeneration of the feminine type even in her somatic characteristics, the atrophy of her natural possibilities, the suppression of her unique inner life. Hence the types of the woman/garçon, and the shallow and vain woman, incapable of any élan beyond herself, utterly inadequate as far as sensuality and sinfulness are concerned, because to the modern woman the possibilities of physical love are often not as interesting as the narcissistic cult of her body, or as being seen with as many or as few clothes as possible, or as engaging in physical training, dancing, practicing sports, pursuing wealth, and so on. As it is, Europe knew very little about the purity of the offering and about the faithfulness of the one who gives her all without asking anything in return, or about a love strong enough so as not to be exclusivist. Besides, a purely conformist and bourgeois faithfulness, the love Europe has celebrated is the love that does not tolerate the other person's lack of commitment. Now when a woman, before consecrating herself to a man, pretends that he belongs to her, body and soul, not only has she already humanized and impoverished her offering, but worse yet, she has begun to betray the pure essence of femininity in order to borrow characteristics typical of the male nature, and possibly the lowest of these, the yearning to possess and lay claims over another person, and the pride of the ego. After that, everything else came tumbling down in a rush, following the law of acceleration. Eventually, because of the woman's increased egocentrism, men will no longer be of interest to her. She will only care about what they will be able to offer to satisfy her pleasure or her vanity. In the end, she will even incur forms of corruption that usually accompany superficiality, namely, a practical and superficial lifestyle of the masculine type that has perverted her nature and thrown her into the same male pit of work, profits, frantic activity, and politics. The same holds true for the results of the Western emancipation of women, which is on its way to infecting the rest of the world faster than a plague. Traditional woman, or the absolute woman, in giving herself, in her living for another, in wanting to be only for another being with simplicity and purity fulfilled herself, belonged to herself, displayed her own heroism, and even became superior to ordinary men. Modern woman, in wanting to be for herself, has destroyed herself. The personality she so much yearned for is killing all semblance of female personality in her. It is easy to foresee what will become of the relationship between the sexes, even from a material point of view. Here, too, like in magnetism, the higher and stronger the creative spark, the more radical the polarity. The more a man is a man, the more a woman is a woman. What could possibly go on between these mixed beings lacking all contact with the forces of their deepest nature? Between these beings for whom sex is reduced to the physiological plane? Between these beings who, in the deepest recesses of their souls, are neither men nor women, or who are masculine women or feminine men, and who claim to have reached full sexual emancipation while truly having only regressed? All relationships are destined to have an ambiguous and crumbling character. The comradely promiscuities and morbid intellectual sympathies, such as are commonplace in the new communist realism. In other words, modern woman will be affected by neurotic complexes and all the other complexes upon which Freud constructed a science that is truly a sign of our times. The possibilities of the world of the emancipated woman are not dissimilar. The avant-gardes of this world, North America and Russia, are already present and give interesting and very meaningful testimonies to this fact. All this cannot but have repercussions on an order of things that goes way beyond what our contemporaries, because of their recklessness, will ever suspect.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.